Dark Destruction. Written by Grace Hamilton. Performed by Andrew Tell. Chapter 1. Vlad Berezin scanned the area below. Most of the snow from the heavy winter had melted, leaving a beautiful, peaceful scene reminiscent of some of the landscape paintings his grandmother had hanging in their home where he grew up. The lush green colors intermingling with patches of white from the leftover snow reminded him of his favorite painting created in the image of a forest in Yakutia. Like him, the forests in the region were slowly dying. He used the binoculars to follow the river until it forked. The smaller fork likely irrigated the fields that had once grown food, while the path of the main river snaked all the way down the mountain. He almost felt bad he was about to destroy the mountain's tranquility with one explosion. Shaking off the momentary lapse in emotion, he returned to his binoculars, following the river downstream to where it opened into the lake below. The small town that had been built along the lake would be destroyed, along with any remaining residents. People died every day, some much more horrifically than he planned. He didn't know them or care about what happened to the nameless faces. Vlad looked back up the river to another fork. The small stream seemed innocuous, but that was all about to change. It was the young woman who had caught his eye earlier. He turned his gaze to the area in which she lived, farther down the mountain. She carried a backpack into a large lodge. He had noticed other people milling about, but it was the woman who had his attention. She looked to be in her late 20s, maybe early 30s. She walked with confidence, as if there was nothing in the world to fear. Vlad wondered if his life would have turned out differently if such a woman had ever taken an interest in him. Would he have become the heartless monster he was so often accused of being? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he took a moment to admire her beauty before pulling himself back to the task at hand. The time for regrets was over. He had one job, and he intended to complete it before his time on this sorry earth was over. He chuckled to himself as he thought of the cliché, going out with a bang. He was going to do exactly that. Vlad put away the binoculars he had been using to watch the woman and picked up his C4. The pretty lady would probably die, but that wasn't his problem or concern. Handling the explosive didn't bother him a bit. He could die quickly or continue the slow death from cancer. A quick death was starting to sound more appealing with each passing day. Unfortunately, his survivor instinct kept him from sticking around when the C4 was detonated. Vlad climbed down a small hill and placed the explosive on the wall of the dam that was holding back the spring melt and set the timer on the detonator. Even if he didn't blow it up, there was a good chance the water would erode the spillway and cause a flood. He was simply speeding things up. He picked up his pack, shouldered his rifle, and took one last look around before strolling down the hill, being careful not to slip in the mud that covered the hillside. "Bog prostit minya," he said in Russian. Hopefully, God would forgive him. Chapter 2. Megan dropped the empty pack on the table. It was one of the group's spares. Wiping it out to make sure there weren't any spiders or other critters holed up inside, she was glad she didn't find any, as she realized she should have done this outside. "You want to help me, Caitlin?" she asked the little girl sitting somberly at the table. "I guess. Do they have to go, Mom?" Megan smiled at her daughter. "It's what they want. We can't force them to stay here, but I bet we will see them from time to time." Caitlin didn't look convinced. "I'm gonna miss Emma. She's like my best friend," she moaned, pouting with her chin pressed against her hand. "I know, But you still have Amy, Ryland, and Frankie. Caitlin heaved a sigh. It's not the same. No, it isn't the same, but Emma needs to be with her family, Megan said softly. You wouldn't want to leave your family, would you? No, but I don't know why they have to leave, she grumbled. Come on, we need to go to the root cellar and grab some supplies for them to take along on their journey. We want to make sure they have everything they need to survive outdoors for a day or two, in case it takes them a while to find a new home. Caitlin and Megan walked to the root cellar and climbed in. Megan winced at how empty the shelves were, but reassured herself it was temporary. They would start hunting soon, and the garden would soon be planted. They would be okay. She had to keep reminding herself of that fact to keep from panicking. Okay, Caitlin, grab a few packs of that deer jerky. I'll grab a couple headlamps and the matches from over here, Megan instructed. Got it. Now what? Caitlin asked. You better put in some dried apple slices as well. They are going to need more than jerky if it takes them more than a day. See if you can find any protein bars. I thought we had a case stashed away somewhere. Megan went back to the shelf full of gear. She added some paracord, an emergency blanket, and the collapsible canteen. Caitlin, look over there and see if you see that life straw. I thought it was over here, but I'm not seeing it. It's right here, Mom. Great. So let's put all that in here. I'll grab that first aid kit. Caitlin stood in front of the shelf with her mom, looking at the dwindling amount of supplies. We are almost out of everything, huh? Caitlin asked, her voice soft. Megan smiled at her daughter. She had grown up a lot these past few months. Between Wyatt and herself, they had taught Amy, Frankie, Ryland, and Caitlin all about surviving in the outdoors. They couldn't risk them getting caught out on their own and not know what to do. We're getting low, but we'll be fine. We each still have our own bags packed. We'll start making runs into towns a little farther away to see what we can find. Hopefully, Harry will find a radio and be able to let us know how things are out there. Okay. Do we need anything else? Caitlin asked. Go ahead. I'm going to grab a few more things to make their trip a little safer. Megan snapped the button compass on one of the outside pockets of the pack, along with a whistle. She looked around the cellar, trying to think of anything else. Oh, wet wipes. Those will be very useful, she said to herself. She climbed out of the cellar and spotted Harry talking with Albert. Linda and Rosie were huddled together. Megan watched from a distance, dreading the upcoming goodbyes. Emma was surrounded by Amy, Frankie, and Ryland. They were pointing at the goats and laughing. Why don't you go say goodbye? Megan said, gently pushing Caitlin in the direction of the other children. I don't want to. I want her to stay, she pouted. Caitlin, we talked about this. It isn't your choice. Now don't be rude. Go tell her goodbye. Megan watched as Caitlin dragged her feet across the yard. She felt bad for her, but this wasn't some new, horrible event that only happened to Caitlin or anyone else living in this new, crazy world. This was normal. Despite it being terribly painful and tragic for her little girl to deal with, Megan thought back to the day she had to say goodbye to her own childhood friend. It was a part of life. Caitlin and the other kids had grown close to Emma over the winter, but this was never meant to be permanent. She watched Caitlin and Emma embrace. Emma was the one who would have it the hardest. She was leaving the group. The other kids still had each other. Megan returned her attention back to the adults gathered around the back door of the lodge. When Albert and Harry appeared to be finished with their conversation, Megan walked over and handed Harry the bag. Here you go. I hope there is enough to get you where you're going. He smiled. You are a generous person, Megan. Thank you. Linda came to stand beside her husband. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders and squeezed. Linda had tears in her eyes as she looked at each member of Megan's extended family, who had become her family by bond, even if not by blood. "I mean what I said. You can always rely on us if you're in danger. I'll be here for you. I promise," Megan said, holding Harry's attention. She was going to miss them, but she understood their desire to move on. This life was not what they had planned on or prepared for. After what they had been through, she could understand their need to make a home away from the place that held such horrifying memories. They had lost hope of ever seeing their son and daughter-in-law again. All they had left was their granddaughter, Emma. Wyatt extended his hand. "I hope you keep in touch. You make sure you find a radio and reach out if you need anything. Like Megan said, we'll do whatever we can to help you guys out." Linda stepped away from Harry and wrapped her arms around Megan. "You take care of yourself and this handsome man," she whispered. Megan smiled. Linda had become a second mother after Rosie, who she knew was going to miss them both. The three of them, along with Albert, were close in age and had quickly bonded. "Well, we better get going," Harry said, putting the backpack on. Albert, Chase, Brian, Evan, Tara, and Garrett all waved, along with the kids. Megan knew they would be missed, even though they had only got to spend a short 5 months with them. When they had first come to the lodge, they were traumatized and dangerously thin. Both had put on some weight and managed to overcome what they had gone through at the hands of Connor McDaniels. Little Emma had suffered horrible nightmares the first few weeks after coming to the lodge. Between all of them, they had managed to assure her she was safe. She seemed resilient and had rebounded much faster than her grandparents had, and Megan suspected that had much to do with the other children who made her feel at home. Megan thought about the house they had spent so much money preparing to live through something like the EMP. They had thought they were set no matter what happened, and they should have been. McDaniels had stolen their security. Their home was destroyed. They couldn't go back even if they wanted. It was time for them to move on and hopefully find a place in town that would allow them to be part of a larger community while maintaining their own separate lives. That was something they couldn't get at the lodge. "I'm really gonna miss them all," Caitlin said as she watched the trio fade into the trees. "We all will," Megan told her. They stood and watched for a few more minutes before Wyatt clapped his hands once and turned to face the group. "All right, everyone. It's time to get started with spring cleanup. We all have a lot to do." The kids groaned, not looking forward to more chores. Willow was standing near the mudroom door, staring into the trees. "You okay?" Megan asked. "Yep. Just thinking about how empty the place will feel with them gone." Willow had been struggling with depression since Jack's death. It's never easy losing someone you love. Rosie had told her it was compounded by the winter doldrums and being cooped up in the lodge for so long. Spring promised to be a time of growth and starting over. "How's she doing?" Megan asked, looking at Willow's hands on her belly. Willow gave a small smile. "You and Wyatt are going to have this poor child so confused. He swears it's a boy, and you keep calling it her." Megan laughed. "Well, one of us is bound to be right, and I'm betting it's going to be me." "You aren't going to be finding out for a few more months, I hope," she added. Willow had announced her pregnancy a few weeks after Jack's death, and it had taken everyone by surprise. There had been a wide range of emotions, but most of all, everyone was looking forward to having a baby around. The biggest concern was Willow's health. She had endured an unimaginable loss. When she made it past the first trimester, everyone was relieved. Now it was all about preparing for the birth and praying the baby would be in good health. The thought of bringing a helpless infant into this world was daunting. Babies were so fragile. Even with pre-EMP medicine, babies got sick, sometimes deathly ill for no reason. Without access to doctors, pediatricians, and specialists, she suspected there would be a lot of sleepless nights. They would all have gray hair and worry lines until the child was old enough to talk and tell them when she felt bad or hurt. Megan closed her eyes and prayed for strength for Willow and for the rest of them. The baby was a blessing, but he or she was going to be a source of anxiety. All the baby snuggles would hopefully make up for the stress the baby would bring. Chapter 3. "You're leaving already?" Megan groaned, not willing to open her eyes. "Yup. Aren't you the one that says we have to be out there by dawn?" Wyatt said, pulling on his boots over his wool socks. She popped one eye open and then the other. It was still dark, just as she suspected. "You sure you don't want me to go with you guys?" she asked, hoping he would say no. "Nope, we got it. Chase and I can handle one hunting trip without you. If we are total failures, you can gloat and go with us on that next trip out." "You better get something. Have you seen the root cellar?" "Yes, which is why we are going now." "It'll be fine, Megan. There is plenty of game around. We have to harvest anything we can find, including squirrels, and hopefully manage to pull off some big game kills." "Okay. Be safe, please. I'll see you when you get back." She sat up in bed, waiting for the kiss she knew was coming. She knew she would probably get up, but she wanted 5 more minutes. Or at least that is what she told herself. Wyatt leaned in, kissed her, and said his goodbyes before walking out the door. Megan lay in bed, trying to go back to sleep, but couldn't do it. There was so much to do. The winter had provided some downtime, but now that they survived their first winter, they knew what they needed to do to prepare for next winter. She strolled into the kitchen in search of coffee. The supplies from Harry and Linda's home had included coffee, but they were running low again. "Good morning, Albert," she said in greeting as she walked by. "I think I have been able to finish Jack's plans for that new cabin," he said, not bothering with a greeting in return. "Oh, yeah?" The cabin was going to be for her, Wyatt, and Caitlin. Megan tried to hide her excitement. "Don't pretend you aren't chomping at the bit to get your own space. You and Wyatt need your own place. It's time to transform the lodge into a compound. Reminds me of the 60s. I kind of like it," he smirked. Megan grinned. "Works for me. We can all wear tie-dye and sing by the fire. As long as I have my very own cabin, I'm cool with anything." She walked to the table and sat down. "Can I see?" He pushed the notebook over to her. She didn't understand some of the scribbles, but she got the general idea. It was going to be a 3-room cabin with a room for Caitlin and one for her and Wyatt. The other room would essentially be their living room. There was no need to put in a kitchen or bathroom. "You think we will be able to find more supplies that will allow us to build?" Albert shrugged. "I'm sure there are a lot of abandoned homes all around that small town and nearby. The hard part will be dragging stuff back here. Hopefully we can siphon some gas. Then we can use the ATV." "That would be nice, but I wouldn't be surprised if other people already have the same idea." "Maybe, but all the newer cars would have been disabled by the EMP. We can always hope that there are only a few older cars running," Albert reasoned. Megan left Albert to his drawings and headed out to check on the goats. Keeping them warm and safe through winter had been a challenge. Both goats were growing nicely, and Megan was hoping Misty would be ready for breeding soon. Duke walked along beside her, saying his own hellos to the goats. They had given up trying to keep them in the pen about halfway through winter. She liked to call them free-range goats. They usually stuck close, and all anyone had to do was call them, and they would come running from where they were. Megan walked to her bench in the birch trees and sat down. She took a moment to appreciate the complete silence. Without trains roaring down the tracks or planes flying overhead, it was quiet. She didn't realize how noisy the world had been until it had gone dark. Initially, the silence had been terrifying. It had made her feel lost. Without the sounds of cars, the humming of the power lines, and the noise in general, it had been like living in a dream world. It was surreal. Now, she was used to it and appreciated the ability to hear so much more without the distractions. She sighed in contentment. Rosie sat down beside her. "May I join you?" "Of course." They sat in silence, listening to the sounds of nature and appreciating the cool morning. Megan would never grow tired of how refreshing it felt first thing in the morning. "So, what's the plan for today?" Megan asked. "Well, I figure we can start trying to turn that dirt for the garden plot. I don't think the ground is frozen, but it is going to be wet." Megan grimaced. She knew it was going to be back-breaking work. "You mean with a shovel?" she asked, to verify what she suspected. Rosie didn't look thrilled either. "Yup, the good old-fashioned way. We'll need to spread that compost out. Then someone can dig a trench, about 10 inches deep, the length of the garden. Another person can start digging a second trench alongside it, using the dirt from the second to fill in the first." Megan groaned. "Oh my, that is going to lead to some very sore backs. I miss the days of rototillers and machinery." "Me too. With all of us here, though, it won't be as bad. We can divide and conquer. It seems like a lot, and I guess it is, but if 6 of us are taking turns digging, we won't be nearly as sore, and the work will be finished much faster," Rosie said. "I suppose. Speaking of compost, I better go turn the middle heap. It was a little stinky when I walked by earlier," Megan said, rising from her seat on the bench. "I am going to toss some leaves into it and hope to calm it down a bit." Megan walked away, leaving Rosie to her own thoughts. It was important everyone got some alone time, and the bench had become a favorite place to get that time. Unfortunately, the snow had covered the entire area for more than the past few months. She was thrilled to have the place accessible again. She spent time taking care of the chores inside and out before heading out to the garden area. It was a mess. Grabbing a rake, she began to rake off the top layer of debris. It would all go into the new compost pile. They always kept 3 running in different stages of decomposition, so they would always have a ready supply of fertilizer. They had been doing what they could to keep up a good balance in the heap. The goat poop was full of nitrogen, which meant they needed to add enough carbon to the heap to keep up the balance. Too much of either, and it wouldn't be good for the garden. Whenever the heap got that strong ammonia smell, they knew the nitrogen level was high. She looked up when she heard voices. Megan grinned ear to ear when she saw Wyatt and Chase coming back from their hunting trip. "This is a day to remember," she exclaimed, dropping her rake and walking towards them. Wyatt was beaming. "I want you to know this was all me. 1 arrow took her down," he said, referring to the doe they were pulling in the game sled. "That is amazing, Wyatt. You've gotten the hang of hunting. You may even be as good as I am," she winked. "I'm sure I'm better. I used the bow. You still rely on your trusty rifle." "All right, guys, let's get this thing hung," Chase said, interrupting their playful jesting. Once the deer was hanging, they all took a step back to admire it. "We are going to be all right," Megan said, just above a whisper. Wyatt put his arm around her. "Yes, we are." "I'm headed in. I'll see you guys in a few," Chase said, leaving them alone. "I can't believe we survived the winter. In my mind, I kept building up the winter to be this huge thing that would be impossible to conquer, but we did it. Together, we did it," Megan said, leaning into Wyatt. "Yeah, we did. Even though there were times I would have liked a little privacy, I'm glad we were all together," Wyatt replied. Megan was quiet for a moment. "It's like one big family now, like a real family. There were some squabbles, but for the most part, we all got along fine. Now it's time to make this place even better, stronger. I want to have so much food stockpiled, we have to build another root cellar," Wyatt asserted. "It'll be a little easier to do with 3 less mouths to feed." "Of course," Megan said with a teasing smile, "we will have one new little girl added to our family soon." Wyatt threw his head back and laughed. "You mean my new nephew? We better get more food. Once he starts eating real food, he is going to need a lot. If he's going to be anything like Jack or me, he's going to be a big, strong kid." Talk about Jack and his baby brought back memories of the man they had lost a few short months ago. His death was still raw. Willow had been very subdued, but did her best to act like she was okay when Ryland was around. Megan opened her mouth to tell Wyatt about her plans to start turning the soil in the garden when a loud cracking sound reverberated throughout the area. "Go, now!" Wyatt shouted, pushing her in front of him as they ran towards the mudroom door. Chase met them at the door, guns in hand, giving them each a weapon. "Move!" Chase yelled to no one in particular, but everyone in general. "Mom, get the kids and Willow and get in that safe room," Wyatt ordered. Megan was taking the stairs 2 at a time to take her position. She peered through the small crack in the wood, but couldn't see anything. Brenda was across from her on the other side of the massive picture window. "Anything?" Megan asked, not needing to be specific. They were looking for an enemy. Megan could hear the flurry of activity below. She knew Chase and Wyatt were boarding the place up. She sent up a silent prayer and hoped Brian and Evan were safe. They were on watch this morning. They didn't sound the alarm, which meant they either didn't see the attack coming or had been taken out. The thought of losing 2 more close friends who had become like family was too much to bear. There was no way they could recover from yet another devastating loss. Megan's heart raced as she thought of the many different possibilities of who could have made the noise. Was it a new group? Was it some of McDaniel's men coming back for revenge? She had to stop her imagination from running wild. There was no point in trying to figure out who was out there. She had to focus on making sure whoever it was didn't get close to the lodge. Her hands were sweaty, and she could feel the panic trying to bubble up. She managed to slow her breathing, knowing that she had to. If she was clammy and breathing hard, it would interfere with her shooting. She could not afford to waste bullets. Every bullet she fired had to count. "Anything?" she asked Brenda again. "Clear," Brenda said. Megan waited for what felt like forever. "Wyatt?" she called out. "I'm here," he answered. "There's nothing here. Wait." She peered through the crack, readying her rifle. "It's Brian," Brenda said. "Brian is on his way in," Megan called out. "Everyone hold position," Chase commanded. They all stayed in position, ready to fight for their lives against the unseen enemy. Megan could hear low voices, but couldn't hear what was being said. She couldn't wait another second. "Wyatt?" "It's all clear," Wyatt replied. Megan put down her gun and slouched into the corner. Her legs and arms were weak and shaky now that the adrenaline was zapped from her body. "Are you okay?" Brenda asked, standing over her. Megan peered up at her. She was cool as a cucumber. Nothing fazed the woman. "I need a minute," Megan breathed. She took a few moments to pull herself together. Memories of Jack and his brutal death flooded over her as they fought to save those she loved. Since then, their winter had been peaceful, and she had hoped it would stay that way. She should have known it wouldn't last forever. She saw boots in front of her. She didn't need to look up to see who owned them. Wyatt squatted in front of her. "It's okay. There's no one out there. We don't know what the noise was. Brian and Evan said it came from the north." Megan nodded, too relieved to speak. She was overcome with emotion. "Thank God." "You ready to go down?" Wyatt asked softly. She nodded. "Yes." He extended a hand to help her up off the floor. They walked downstairs, where everyone had gathered. Evan had stayed on watch, just in case. "Could it have been someone hunting up there?" Brian asked. "No," Brenda answered. "That was too loud for a gunshot." Chase looked contemplative. "Maybe a mudslide or a rock slide?" "A mudslide would make sense, with the amount of snow we had and the quick warm-up," Wyatt agreed. "What if somebody lives up there?" Megan asked. "They could be trapped or hurt." "We need to know what it was. If it is a slide, we could be at risk here," Wyatt stated. "A dam controls the flow of water to at least one of the smaller rivers that runs along the west side of us. If it overflowed and the spillway was breached, it could create some problems." "I'll go," Chase said. "Albert, can you take over for Evan on watch? Garrett, you come with us. The rest of you stay alert, just in case. It could have been an explosion set to draw us out and away from the lodge." Megan's stomach dropped at the thought of being left vulnerable again. She didn't know if she could take another round of bad guys so soon after the McDaniels situation. She looked at every person in the room. She cared for every one of them. She couldn't bear to lose anyone else. She looked at Willow, who had instinctively put a hand on her belly to protect her unborn child. Megan would not let anything happen to Jack's child. Chapter 4. Wyatt couldn't stop smiling. Life was good. He was so thankful for the stupid EMP, he felt ridiculous. His friends could never understand how he could be so happy after all the pain and suffering of the last year. But he was giddy. "Are you really going to go for it?" Chase asked Wyatt as they walked. Garrett, Brian, and Evan stared at Wyatt in surprise. The 5 men were headed out to check where the noise came from when Wyatt dropped his bombshell. "I have thought about it a lot. I want to do it," Wyatt confirmed. All the men took turns slapping him on the back and congratulating him. "We'll miss you," Chase joked. "You won't be part of our little group of bachelors anymore. You aren't getting rid of me that easy, but this is something I need to do," Wyatt said in a serious tone. "No need to kick him out of the single guy club yet. She may turn him down," Brian joked. "Ha ha," Wyatt quipped. Chase got serious. "I think it's awesome. We all know she'll say yes. I'm not sure how we could make the marriage official, but the ladies will have a blast planning a wedding. Megan doesn't seem the type to want all the frills, but I'm sure we can put together a nice country-style wedding for the 2 of you." "Congratulations," Brian, Garrett, and Evan echoed. "Thanks, guys. Now I need to find the perfect time to propose." It's a little tough to find the right moment when you're constantly surrounded by people, but I'll think of something," Wyatt mused. "Public proposals are all the rage," Brian joked. "Well, they were. You know, with someone there snapping pictures of the very moment you dropped to your knee." Garrett laughed. "If only YouTube worked, we could make it go viral. Think of the headline, 'First Proposal After the Apocalypse.'" "I doubt I'm the first, but it certainly sounds like a good story," Wyatt said. Wyatt couldn't stop smiling. It was spring. They had survived winter, and he was about to make Megan his wife. Obviously, he wouldn't get the luxury of making it legal, but in this world, all that mattered was the fact that they gave each other their word. They loved each other and had proven time and again they were stronger together. He couldn't have asked for a better partner in life. They had been through some of the worst moments of his life, and she had never let him down. She was absolutely his other half. He was never letting her get away. Wyatt was lost in his own thoughts, not paying a great deal of attention to the laughing and joking between the other men ahead of him. No matter how safe they felt, he still didn't like leaving the lodge exposed. Megan was the one who convinced him that if there was trouble up here, it was better to have 5 strong fighters versus only 2. He knew she was thinking about the raid on McDaniels. Their small number had nearly been the death of all of them. The lodge was secure, with the assorted early warning systems in place and Brenda's bear traps. When they'd first put them in, there were some harrowing moments until everyone knew exactly where they were. The winter snow and mud had managed to wipe out the 2 obvious foot trails they'd stamped into the ground, and everyone had gotten into the habit of taking a different path to the lodge to avoid a repeat. Should someone be lucky enough to breach their defenses, everyone was prepared to shoot to kill. No one would hesitate at the thought of killing someone. Those days were long gone. Living in this world had cured them all of their apprehension at killing another human, if it meant protecting themselves, the kids, and their supplies. "See anything yet?" Wyatt called ahead to Chase, who was leading the procession up the hill to Lake Roland. They had been walking for close to an hour. The lake was at the top of the mountain on which they lived, and it was fed by the higher peaks around them. He wasn't exactly sure how far up it was, but guessed it was a mile, possibly 2. The hike up was relaxing, the scenery was beautiful, and the area might be a nice place to build a cabin. He wasn't sure if he wanted to move too far from the lodge, but it was an option he would toss around with Megan. "Nothing. No rocks, no mud or downed trees. That river is flowing strong, though. Once we figure out what the noise was, we need to follow the river. We need to be prepared to deal with some flooding if it gets any higher." "Let's keep going up," Wyatt directed. "If we go back without any answers, Willow is going to seriously stress herself out." They walked farther up, enjoying the leisurely climb, even if it was a little steep at times. They weren't in a hurry, and the weather was clear and sunny. They could take their time, for which he was thankful. Walking up steep hills at a quick pace was not easy for anyone, no matter how good of shape they were in. "That's weird," Garrett said, pointing to a small stream running down the mountainside. Wyatt looked at the trail of water coming from up above. He watched as the water flowed down the hill, cutting a new path. This wasn't an old stream that was part of the typical snowmelt. It didn't appear to be part of the larger stream either. "Maybe it's a natural spring," Garrett said. "A natural spring would mean the water is technically safe to drink," Chase added. "It would be like having a well." Brian grinned. "Maybe it's a hot spring. How awesome would it be to relax in our very own hot spring after a long day of work?" "Let's go check it out," Wyatt said, once again leading the charge up the hill. They stayed to the left of the spring, more interested in getting up to the lake. Wyatt kept a close watch on what they suspected could be a natural spring. The new stream seemed to be getting a little faster, which fueled the men. They were elated at the prospect of fresh water. As they walked, they talked about the many different ways the spring could be used. "Garrett, are we close to that dam you guys found when you were looking for a bug-out location?" Wyatt asked. "Yeah, just up a ways," he said, heading up the hill. "From the lodge, we went northwest and ran into a stream that was a lot smaller than this one. We followed it to the dam, but we didn't cross the stream. We walked back down when we didn't find anything useful on this side. We didn't think it would be a good idea to have the kids trying to cross any sort of water." Wyatt nodded in agreement. The sound of the main river rushing down the hill was making Wyatt feel uneasy. He loved the sound, but wanted to make sure it didn't turn into a disaster downstream. It seemed to be moving faster than he remembered. "Here it is," Garrett said, pointing to the small cement dam on the stream that flowed to the west and down the mountain towards the meadow in which they liked to hunt. It was only about 8 feet in length and a couple feet wide. They would have normally been able to walk across it, but now the water was flowing over the top and too fast to safely cross. "It doesn't look too bad," Chase said, watching the water flow through the opening and over the top. "This is a good-sized lake, though. I'm guessing there may be some good fishing in there," he said, looking into the water on the other side of the dam. Wyatt walked closer and stared at the lake. They were on the west side of the lake. He wanted to get a better idea of what they were dealing with a little closer to home. He was getting an uneasy feeling about the water and wanted to get a much better look at the south end that was almost directly above the lodge. "Let's head down and circle the lake," Wyatt said, setting off. The lake seemed bigger than he remembered. He hadn't been up to the area since he and his dad had worked on the lodge years ago, but something didn't feel right. He knew the lake fed the river that flowed down the mountain and through the middle of town. An offshoot of the river was the stream that ran across their property. He hadn't bothered with the lake or the river when they first arrived. The stream provided them plenty of water and hadn't been a priority. They rarely ventured up this way, preferring to stay closer to the lodge and the lower elevation. "Check out all the tracks," Garrett said excitedly. "This looks like a good place to hunt. I think these may be elk." All the men focused on the deep, large tracks in the soft mud along the stream. This was definitely a watering hole for the local wildlife. Wyatt knew Megan would be chomping at the bit to get up here and do some hunting. The area wasn't quite as clear as the meadow, and it would be more challenging to get a clear shot, especially with the bow, but she would be all for it. "Probably better to keep our eyes and ears open for bears. I'm guessing there are going to be some hungry black bears roaming around up here now that winter is over," Wyatt said, suddenly feeling as if he were being watched. He imagined a bear or mountain lion was hiding in the trees, waiting for the human intruders to leave their domain. He wasn't up for meeting anything like that face to face without a little more firepower than his handgun. "Hey," Garrett said, stopping to point to another large dam. The men focused their attention on the dam. "Let's go check it out," Wyatt said, leading the way. They stopped when they were in line with the large dam that stretched about 250 feet across the lower south end of the lake. This was the part of the lake that had Wyatt the most concerned. It was positioned almost directly above the lodge. He knew extreme flooding tended to happen following wet winters. He didn't think they had gotten all that much snow, and the rain hadn't been too heavy yet. The water was high, but he wasn't overly concerned with one of those record-breaking floods. It didn't look all that bad. He stared down at the water pouring out of the spillways. It was mesmerizing. He loved the sound of the gushing water and the spray that rose as the water slammed into the much slower river below. This was the river that ran all the way into the small town below. He imagined the residents in the town prepared for minor flooding every spring. It was typical of mountain runoff. He turned to see Chase, who had walked about 20 feet away. He was looking at the front of the dam. Wyatt watched as he saw concern cross Chase's face. Then his friend stepped a little closer, staring at one spot at the dam. He could see Chase's concern grow into all-out fear. With his curiosity piqued, he walked towards him. "What's up?" "That little spring we saw earlier? It wasn't a spring at all. Look." His face set in a grim look. Wyatt took care to avoid the slippery area the small stream of water had created. Looking where Chase was pointing, his blood ran cold when he saw what had terrified his friend. There was a 2-foot-long crack in the cement wall of the dam. He could see where the water was trickling through the crack and creating its own way. The tiny stream of water had made the embankment to the water slick with mud and had already eroded a small section of the earth. It looked like a tiny trail running parallel to the larger river. Wyatt imagined what could happen when that crack spread and that tiny trail of water grew and merged with the river. Eventually, the dam would give way completely, and the entire mountainside would become one giant spillway for the lake. The rest of the men had come to stand near Chase and Wyatt, looking at the crack in horror. The crack was on the outer edge of the cement wall holding back the water. If it had been any closer to the center, chances were high they'd already be evacuating the lodge. Wyatt imagined the force of water behind the crack. It would be putting an incredible amount of pressure on what was now a very weak spot in the dam. The crack may have started out small and been growing with time. He seriously doubted it would appear out of nowhere. "Do you think a small earthquake could have done this?" Garrett asked. "I have heard the mountains get tiny quakes all the time. We don't feel them because they're so small, but even a little shaking could cause a crack, I would think." "Possibly," Wyatt answered. "What do you think?" Brian asked aloud, without addressing anyone in particular. Chase answered. "I think we have a serious problem on our hands no matter what caused the crack. This dam is going to give. That crack is only going to get bigger. With the pressure of the water behind it and more snow to melt, this dam is going to fail." Chase had just voiced Wyatt's own fears. It was a volatile situation, and once again, another threat to the people he loved. Evan cursed under his breath. Garrett stared at the crack as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "How long do you think this will hold?" Wyatt asked. Chase shrugged his shoulders. "I have no idea. It could last for months, or it could break today. We know rain is likely over the next month or two. It's spring in the mountains. I wish we had some way of predicting how much rain is expected." "This is when we need one of those farmer's almanac things," Garrett said. Evan chuckled. "That would help. I do miss the days when you could get an idea of what the next season was expected to be like. I feel like we are at the complete mercy of Mother Nature. We have no idea what she has in store for us." "No, we don't, which is why we always need to prepare for the worst and hope she is gentle," Chase answered. Wyatt groaned. "We need to get back to the lodge. This could take out the lodge and everything we've worked to build." The men took one last look at the swollen stream and the crack in the dam before rushing back down to their home. They were going to have to do something and do it fast. Wyatt was absorbed in his own thoughts and wasn't paying attention to the other men. They were each trying to guess what could happen and how they could handle it. His mind was working through various scenarios as well. The result was always the same. The lodge was no longer a safe place to live. Chapter 5. The day was nice and warm, and it felt good to feel the sun on their skin, so Megan, Willow, Rosie, and Tara had taken their chores outside. Megan was tired of wearing layers of clothing to walk out the front door. All winter she had longed to move freely and unencumbered. Megan was working on skinning the deer, while the other 3 women were sitting at the picnic table they had moved into the sun while they worked on their own chores in a comfortable quiet. Silence truly could be golden. They didn't have to talk all the time. They had spent plenty of time with each other to be okay with not talking. Using a sharp knife, Megan carefully separated the deer hide from the meat. Albert was going to try using the hide to make shoes, vests, and knife pouches. He told her the importance of making clean cuts that didn't tear the hide. It was a slow, tedious process, but so far she had done well. The knife was super sharp, which was good and bad. It allowed her to cut easily through the fibrous tissues that clung to the hide, but one slip and she would slice the hide, making it very difficult to use for clothing. She was finishing removing the hide from the carcass, but her work was just beginning. Once she removed it, she would then have to spend time scraping the remaining sinew and fat from the hide. If any remained, it would rot and ruin the deer hide. Megan spread the hide on the tarp she had laid out. It would have been nice to have a solid table to work on, but they didn't have one available. She made a mental note to have Albert come up with a picnic table design. They needed some outdoor furniture. All they had was the one picnic table, and it wasn't enough for the size of their group. "What are you doing, Mom?" Caitlin asked. "I'm getting ready to finish cleaning this hide. Once I am finished, we are going to cover it in salt." Caitlin scrunched up her face. "Ew! I'm not eating that!" Megan chuckled. "No, you're not going to eat this. The salt dries out the hide. After a couple days, I will soak it in salt water. Then stretch it out on that board and let it dry for at least 2 weeks. Then it will be time to soften the hide up with lots of bending and stretching." "That sounds like a lot of work," Caitlin said, clearly not interested in having any part of it. "It isn't really. Once it's done, we can use it to make bags, shoes, or even a nice jacket," Megan told her. "We'll see. I'm going to go find Ryland," Caitlin said, leaving Megan to her work. Duke was lying nearby, intently watching the process. "No meat for you yet, mister. I better not find you out here dining on this deer," Megan warned him. His ears perked up and his tail thumped, but he didn't bother lifting his head or taking his eyes off the big prize in front of him. "Are you sure that meat is going to be safe to eat?" Tara asked. She pointed to the carcass still hanging. "Yep, it's still cool at night," Megan explained. "And with the skin off, it will help. Tomorrow we'll start the process of deboning and cutting up the strips of meat. Back to dried meat for us," she said wistfully. Tara didn't look convinced, but knew to trust Megan. Megan's hunting experience was often relied on to keep them fed, and out of everyone there, she was the best at prepping the meat for use. "Albert or Wyatt will be finishing that smokehouse. That will make the meat completely safe, and we won't have to worry about bugs making their home on the meat while it's drying," Megan said. "Will the meat taste different?" Tara asked, looking unsure. "I personally like the taste of smoked venison better. Wyatt pruned the apple trees in the orchard last fall. The branches have been sitting in that woodshed all winter and will be ready to use in the smoker," Megan said. Tara looked thoughtful. "I vaguely remember apple-smoked bacon and things like that at the grocery store. Is that what you're talking about?" "Yes. Well, maybe not bacon, but the applewood smoke will give the venison a bit of a sweet flavor. It's a subtle taste, but I personally think it's really good." I can't wait to try it. It will be nice to have something a little different, Tara said wistfully. If only we had one of those big meat lockers, Willow said. Jack talked about making one. He said he needed some of those insulation sheets. The mention of Jack's name and his plans for the future were always tough for Megan to hear. He had become her best friend, and she missed him terribly, but knew Willow's sense of loss had to be so much worse. Megan didn't even want to imagine how hard it was for her. Is she kicking a lot today? Megan asked Willow, who was sitting at the makeshift table they had put outside for the meat processing. Willow smiled. Kind of. It has been such a long time since I was pregnant with Ryland. I forgot what it felt like. She looked down at her swollen stomach with a wistful expression. We tried for so long and could never get pregnant. Rosie was next to Willow, slowly grinding wheat berries into flour for the bread she was planning to make. It was an arduous task that the ladies were dividing up while Megan worked on skinning the deer. I cannot believe how much grinding it takes to get a few cups of flour, Tara complained when it was her turn to start using the hand grinder. Imagine our grandparents and their grandparents. They managed, and most of them had to do it on their own. They didn't get to share the chores, Rosie lectured. Tara smiled. All right, I get it. I'm so glad we can be outside. I missed the outdoors. It is a little chilly, Willow said, but I will take this weather over the bitter cold any day. They all agreed. So, should we start looking for more stinging nettle, Rosie? Megan asked. Rosie had been relying on her herbs to help Willow throughout the first trimester of her pregnancy. It had been very stressful, but Willow appeared to be healthy. We have plenty for Willow, but we will need to replenish our supply. The stinging nettle tea will make sure the little guy or girl has nice, strong bones. Without milk and dairy for calcium, the nettle tea will help supplement. We do need to start looking for some more lemon balm, though. Megan grimaced. They had gone through quite a bit of the herb in the weeks following Jack's death to help make a tea to help calm Willow down so she could get some sleep. They were anticipating Willow having a hard time in the days before she delivered. Rosie wanted to keep her calm, which in turn would help keep her blood pressure down. Already, Brenda had lectured Willow about drinking more water. They were worried she would develop preeclampsia, which would be life-threatening. Dandelion, too, Rosie added. We can always use that, and it would be a good idea for Willow to start drinking dandelion tea. We need her kidneys to stay in tip-top shape. Willow grimaced. Dandelions? This baby is going to come out grazing. They all laughed. Megan was relieved to hear Willow crack a joke. The woman tended to be very serious and somber, especially of late. I can go out with the kids later today, Tara volunteered. That would be great, Rosie said. Keep your eyes open for any berry stalks. They won't have any leaves on them yet, but we need to get our hands on some red raspberry leaves. It will help the labor and delivery. Willow groaned. Don't remind me. I can't believe I'm going to give birth in the middle of nowhere. No hospital, no doctor, no drugs. You will do fine, Willow, Rosie assured her. Many women have given birth naturally. Megan went back to her work on the deer hide. She was glad it wasn't her. She couldn't imagine how terrifying the thought of labor must be for Willow. Even if a woman didn't choose to take drugs during delivery, it was nice to have the option. She didn't envy her one bit. I think I have enough flour, Rosie, Tara said, standing from the table. I'm on laundry duty for the day. Willow stood as well. I'll help you. It is one of the few things I can still do, she said, casting a glance at Rosie. Rosie smiled. I'm only making sure my grandbaby is healthy and Mama is happy. I know, you are doing an excellent job. Jack would be so very happy to know you are taking care of us both so well." Megan watched as Tara and Willow went into the lodge. When the door closed, she turned to Rosie. "We need to figure out a way to make the chore responsibilities a little more balanced." "What do you mean?" Rosie asked. "Well, it's no secret Garrett doesn't like to do the laundry. He is always talking one of us, or even the kids, into doing it on his days. I know it irritates Tara, which means it is irritating Evan. The tension is increasing." "Responsibility means having the tough conversations," Rosie told her. Megan was hoping for some words of wisdom. Instead, she was left shouldering the responsibility of evening things out between everyone. To be fair, Garrett did do a lot of the hunting, which wasn't something Tara or Rosie did. She didn't mind trading chores, but Tara had made it a point to bring up the issue, particularly on days when Garrett was nowhere to be found and someone else was handling his assigned laundry duty. The tension between Evan and Garrett was very noticeable. Evan often referred to Garrett as his little brother, but lately their relationship was strained. She had to do what she could to make sure there were no major problems that would divide the group. Plus, Garrett seemed to look up to Evan as well. She didn't want their relationship ruined because Tara was feeling slighted. In her mind, each of them contributed. Tara did do many of the day-to-day chores around the lodge that often went unnoticed. She likely felt taken advantage of or like her work was being ignored. Megan would make it a point to make sure Tara, Willow, and Rosie knew how much she appreciated their efforts. Without them, the lodge would be a pigsty, and every one of them would be starving. She decided to talk to Wyatt tonight. He would help her come up with a strategy that would make everyone happy. Or at least as happy as a group of people living together could be. She knew it wasn't technically her responsibility, but since the raid on McDaniels, the group looked to her and Wyatt for direction on most things. Whether she wanted to acknowledge it or not, she and Wyatt had somehow become the leaders of this little group of survivors. She didn't have the luxury of only worrying about her own feelings or taking care of Caitlin. Between her and Wyatt, they took on most of the responsibility of making decisions and keeping the peace. Megan finished her task alone, which gave her plenty of time to think. She looked up and saw Wyatt leading the men down the hill. They each had a grim look on their face. They weren't at all as casual as they had been when they left. When he got a little closer, she could see the worry etched on his face. Something was wrong. His whole body was tense. She put down the knife and started to walk towards him. "Group meeting, now," he said, not bothering to say hello or tell her what was happening. He just kept walking past her, right into the house. This couldn't be happening again. They must have found another group. Maybe more raiders. Megan walked with the rest of the men into the lodge. None of them was saying anything, but they each had similar looks of fear and concern. Wyatt hollered up the stairs for everyone to come down. Albert and Brenda were still out on watch. "Where are the kids?" Wyatt snapped. Willow's eyes widened. "What happened? Are we in danger?" She rushed towards the door, headed out to round up the kids. Wyatt gently grabbed her arm as she walked by. "No, they're fine where they are. They don't need to hear this." "Hear what, Wyatt?" Megan demanded, trying to hide the panic in her voice. Chase cleared his throat. "We may have a problem with the dam upstream." "What kind of problem?" Megan asked. She had no idea there was even a dam upstream. In some corner of her mind, she decided she needed to get up that way to check things out. If they were alive to do so, that is. She had always been fascinated by dams, and to know she had been living so close to one was somewhat alarming. She really needed to know more about her surroundings. A million thoughts assaulted her when the words Chase said sunk in. In every scenario, it ended up with her and her family drowning. "There is a crack in the dam. It's leaking," Chase repeated. Megan nodded, not fully understanding the urgency or worry she saw in his face. "Okay, a crack can't be all that bad. Dams crack all the time," Megan reasoned. "No, this crack is already leaking. The water level is high, and with snow melt and spring rains, we could be in serious trouble," he explained. Tara looked confused. "The stream isn't that big. It will probably flood a little, but it can't be all that bad. You guys look like this is some disaster waiting to happen." Evan looked down at his feet. "Evan?" Tara asked. He looked up. "Tara, it is bad. If that dam breaks, it will send a wall of water cascading down the hill. It won't just flood that stream. It will take out the entire area." Willow staggered when she heard the words. "What?" she whispered. "A flood?" "It isn't going to be enough water to whisk us away, but it will cause major damage to the lodge and everything we have around here," Wyatt explained. "We're safe enough if we can get to higher ground. The water will slow down and spread out by the time it reaches here. Our main concern is the damage it will cause." That seemed to give Willow some comfort, but she was still shaken. "Higher ground? Wouldn't that require us to go uphill?" Willow asked. Wyatt looked uncomfortable. "Yes and no. If that dam was to break and the water came crashing down, we would be safe on the hill behind the lodge, where the orchard is. It isn't going to be excessively deep. It will have some force, and it will cause some erosion. The lodge will be in jeopardy from the amount of water and mud that will come down the hillside. Thankfully, there aren't any windows on that side of the building, but there's also the root cellar and the outbuildings, which will be destroyed. No matter what, it will be unlivable." "Sit down, Willow," Rosie ordered, pulling out a chair for her. The group digested the information for several long, quiet moments. "What do we do about it?" Megan asked. She assumed they had already worked out the solution to their problem on their way down the hill. Wyatt and Chase looked at each other. Then they both looked at Evan, then Brian, and lastly, Garrett. Garrett threw up his hands. "Don't look at me! I have no idea what we're going to do." Megan put her hands on her hips and stared at Wyatt with her brows raised. "Well?" she asked when he didn't say anything. "I don't know, Megan. I've no idea how to repair a dam, and I know no one else here does." "So your plan is to do nothing and run for the hills when the dam bursts?" Megan asked in a sarcastic tone. Wyatt looked at Chase for help. Chase shrugged and turned away. "We haven't spent any time considering an alternative," Wyatt said. He refused to meet her eyes. "I think that should be the first thing we do. Don't you?" she asked, looking at each of the men. Wyatt was quiet before nodding his head. "You're right. We need to come up with a backup plan, if there is one to be had. Right now, we have a lot of other stuff to take care of. Why don't we discuss some options over dinner?" Megan gave a brief nod. "Fine. That works for me." "Well then, I guess we better get started with dinner and get that wash hung out to dry," Rosie said, standing from her place at the table. "Idle hands give us too much time to worry." She turned to Wyatt. "I'm sure you guys have things to do before dinner." Megan had to hold back her smile. Rosie had dismissed them. She was the kind of woman who didn't care to sit around and wait for things to happen. When she was stressed, she stayed busy and clearly wanted everyone to do the same. The group dispersed. Wyatt and Evan were planning to dig a new hole so they could build a second outhouse. Megan wondered if they would bother to do it with the latest threat. It did seem kind of pointless if it was all going to get washed away in a matter of days or weeks. Her question was answered when she walked outside and saw the two men furiously attacking the ground. Wyatt was swinging a pickaxe. Once he was finished breaking through the rocky ground, Evan would use the shovel to make the hole bigger. It seemed like a lot of work, especially since they were planning on the place being underwater soon. Megan headed out to check on the children. She smiled when she came around the corner and saw Caitlin, Ryland, Amy, and Frankie all playing hopscotch. It was nice to see them being kids and enjoying themselves. As she watched, she thought about what their lives would be like if they had to leave. Would they ever find a place they could call home for good? Staying here at the lodge didn't seem feasible. Would their group split up and go their separate ways? The thought made her sad. She considered them her family. She shook off the wistfulness and focused on the kids. For now, they would pretend like everything was okay. She knew that dinner tonight would be subdued. Wyatt would want to talk tonight when they were alone. They did better hashing out problems when it was the two of them. This one problem was going to require a great deal of thought and energy. Chapter 6. Megan was sitting up in bed when Wyatt finally came in. She had been waiting for what seemed like forever. He had to do what he referred to as making the rounds before he went to bed. Wyatt was the real leader, and he made it a priority to make sure every person in the lodge knew he was their friend, going to great lengths to talk to everyone one-on-one at least once a week. With the latest crisis at hand, Wyatt would be busy calming people down and answering questions, even if he didn't have the answers. It was one of the traits Megan admired most about him. That night at dinner, no one had any suggestions or ideas about how to fix the dam. With no training or equipment, they were at a loss as to what to do, leaving them at the mercy of the dam. Megan hated the idea and refused to accept the fact the lodge was in serious jeopardy. "Hey," she said, watching him walk in the door. He looked like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. "Hey," he replied. "I'm beat." "I bet." She waited for him to strip down to his boxers and crawl into bed. He sat up next to her. She needed him to talk to her about what he was thinking. "So, a dam breaking. That's intense," she said, trying to keep the mood light. He chuckled. "Intense is certainly one word to describe it. I'm trying to figure out how this is all going to go down. I mean, my dad did a lot of planning and preparing to live off the grid and be totally self-reliant. But this is not one of those things I thought about. I don't think he did either." "I don't think any of us thought about things like infrastructure." Dams were certainly not on her radar. Can you imagine the larger dams? I mean, those things used to be monitored 24/7. Now there is no one there to watch for those cracks or to hear the alarms that would have sounded to alert them to a problem. Wyatt nodded in agreement. Megan thought of the road into town. They hadn't been down the mountain since fall, but she imagined it would be in bad shape as well. If the United States ever managed to get the power back up, the infrastructure was going to be a huge hurdle. It would be costly as well. That wasn't going to be easy for a country that had been brought to its knees. Infrastructure required funding. That funding typically came from taxpayers. Taxpayers would be out of jobs. Megan couldn't see things getting back to normal in her lifetime. The thought of the work after the power was restored was overwhelming. She strongly doubted the world would return to what it was prior to the EMP, before Caitlin was an adult. It was going to be a very long road. "Do you think it's going to break?" Megan asked. "I do. I think it will break. I don't know if it will happen tomorrow, in a couple of months, or maybe a few years. I know nothing about dam construction." Megan was quiet for a few moments while she processed what he said. "What are our options?" she asked. "You can tell me. I know you have an idea about this. I get why you didn't tell the others, but you can tell me." He shrugged. "The safest bet would be to pack up and leave." Megan groaned. "Really? That is what we are looking at here? You don't think we can do something?" "I'm hesitant to put any of you at risk. I mean, we could try and figure out a way to stop the flood, like put up a rock wall or something like that, but I don't know how effective that will be. It's a lot of water, Megan. I can't even begin to guesstimate, but I would venture to say hundreds of thousands of gallons." Megan thought about telling Wyatt about her experience in Louisiana several years ago, but figured it didn't have any bearing on this situation. The flooding of the Mississippi River in 2011 had been horrible. She happened to be in Louisiana when things started to get dicey and had volunteered to help fill sandbags. She'd been lucky enough to be attached to workers with the Army Corps of Engineers, but the extent of her experience involved doing exactly what she was told and when. She didn't want to stress him out by giving him more to think about. She knew him well enough to know he needed time to evaluate the pros and cons without her own 2 cents. "Let's sleep on it," Megan suggested. "We know there are at least 2 options. We leave and hope to find a house or several houses to accommodate our group, or we stay and take our chances. Neither sounds all that appealing." Wyatt looked like he was going to say something, but didn't. She fell asleep thinking about how she could help save her Lodge family. There had to be a way. When Megan woke up the next morning, she was convinced she had the answer. Wyatt was still sleeping, but she couldn't wait to tell him. She had to tell him now. "Wyatt, I think I know what we can do," she said with a great deal of excitement. He blinked several times. Heavy bags and bloodshot eyes indicated he hadn't slept at all last night. Megan felt a twinge of guilt. She had slept fine and hadn't even realized he was having such a rough night. "What's your plan?" he asked, stifling a yawn. "Let's hold a group meeting so I can explain it all then. But in a nutshell, we build a dike to keep the water from hitting the lodge. It'll divert down the hill and into the river, going right by us." Wyatt raised an eyebrow. "You're going to build a dike? Isn't that something typically done with bulldozers and a bunch of other machinery?" "Typically, yes, but we have managed to do things like build a log cabin without the help of any electric tools. I mean, think back to the old days before bulldozers. They had to build canals to water their crops and things like that." "I think that is a little different than what you're proposing." She shrugged. "A little, but the idea is the same. We have to do something, Wyatt." "I'm gonna need some coffee to get my brain functioning. Then maybe I can get a better handle at what you want to accomplish. All I see is us at the bottom of Mount Everest, preparing to climb with no experience, training, or gear." She chuckled. "I don't think it's quite that bad." He didn't look appeased. "I'll go get the coffee started. Everyone will probably be up soon enough. I'm guessing they probably had a rough night's sleep," Megan said, throwing on a pair of worn jeans and a blue t-shirt. She put on her tennis shoes that had seen better days. She looked down at her feet and thought about how badly she needed new shoes. They all did, really. "Get dressed, take a deep breath, and I'll see you out there," she said, before giving him a quick kiss and leaving the room. As she had suspected, Rosie was already pouring steaming water into 2 cups. "Willow didn't sleep well?" Rosie shook her head. "Not at all. Her anxiety is in overdrive. I am hoping this chamomile and lavender tea will help calm her down. I want to have a group meeting. I have an idea that may work. If Willow is up to it, I would love to have her there. It may help allay her fears about leaving the lodge." "I will let her know, but if she can fall asleep, I want her to get some rest," Rosie said, carrying the tea up the stairs. Megan filled a pot and put it on the wood stove that was cranking out the heat. Rosie must have just stoked the fire. It was really cooking. She pulled off the pot of water that had already been on the stove. It was nice and hot already. Pouring water into her own cup, she added some tea. Leaving it on the counter to steep, she headed out to wake up the men out in the longhouse. The longhouse had been a major success. Albert found it to be plenty comfortable and turned his room over to Evan and Tara after Harry, Linda, and Emma moved on. She gently knocked on the door. "Chase?" she said when she didn't hear anything. "What?" came the gruff reply. "When you guys get up and moving, I would like to have a group meeting to talk more about the dam situation," she said through the closed door. Garrett, Brian, Albert, and Chase had made it very clear the house was their domain. She didn't want to step on any toes or violate anyone's privacy. It was too valuable a commodity. Brenda was the only one who didn't have a room. They had given her a small corner in the upstairs sitting area, but the woman always said she didn't need a room. Megan had a feeling that wasn't the case, and Brenda was embracing the suck. It was a military motto Brenda borrowed quite often. "We'll be in shortly," Chase called out. Megan smiled in victory. Now she needed to get her thoughts organized, so she didn't sound completely crazy when she delivered her plan to the group. Evan and Tara were standing at the counter, sipping from their own cups when she walked back in. "We heard," they said in unison when she was about to inform them of the meeting. "Great." Once everyone was inside and properly caffeinated, Megan started the meeting. She looked around at the bleary eyes. No one had slept well. The meeting didn't go as she had hoped. There were many grumpy faces staring back at her when she smiled at them all. "Before we start hashing this out, does anyone have anything they want to say?" Megan asked, hoping to get the conversation started. Everyone started talking at once. They were all scared of the unknown. There weren't any real ideas being thrown out. They were all in fight or flight mode. Running away from the problem wasn't an option. They couldn't give up everything they had fought so hard for. Chase, Tara, Brenda, and Rosie were all set on staying. Garrett, Brian, Albert, and Evan wanted to leave. Wyatt was still on the fence. Megan wanted to stay and fight. It wasn't in her nature to give up and walk away. Willow walked down the stairs, and Chase jumped up and gave her his seat at the table. They all looked at her disheveled state. Her eyes were red-rimmed and swollen. It was obvious she had been crying most of the night. Megan felt such pity for her friend. Willow was dealing with so much, and adding this latest problem to her long list of worries seemed so unfair. "I won't leave," Willow said, barely above a whisper. "This was Jack's home. I can't leave. This is where his grave is. It's where his very essence is. I can't leave." She stressed the last sentence. Megan felt her own heart squeeze. She understood what Willow was trying to say. Even if Jack's body wasn't buried on the property, they had built a small memorial in the fall, with plans to expand it in the spring. It had been a place for Willow to grieve and feel connected to her late husband. It gave all of them a place to go and talk with Jack. Megan had been a frequent visitor to the site, as had Rosie and Wyatt. Everywhere anyone looked around the lodge, Jack's handiwork was apparent. It felt like he was here, even if he wasn't in the physical sense. She couldn't imagine leaving it all behind to be destroyed. It would be like losing him all over again. No one spoke for several long minutes. It was Wyatt who broke the silence. "I think we need to think about how well we could do in another area on this mountain. This is a rocky area. The ground is full of clay and hard granite. We wouldn't be able to grow our own food for at least a year if we were to establish a new home or camp somewhere else in this area," he explained. "What do you mean?" Megan asked. My dad knew this wasn't an ideal place for growing food. After we used a rototiller on the garden area, we added lime to break up the clay before he had 10 inches of topsoil trucked in to lay across the top. This soil is special. You won't find it anywhere else in this area. Every year, my dad would add more soil and more manure and compost to make it nice and fertile. We worked that soil hard last year, preparing it for this year. This year, we should have excellent crops, which we absolutely need to fill our food supply." Albert slammed a fist onto the table. "We're damned if we do and damned if we don't." Wyatt nodded. "Pretty much." "What if we went to another area altogether?" Brian asked. That earned some raised brows. "Anyone here can do anything they want. No one is tied to this place. I know we have all become very close, but leaving is your prerogative. No one is going to disown you or think poorly of you if you want to go in search of greener grass. I'm sure it's going to happen eventually, anyway," Wyatt stated. Everyone looked at each other as if they were now realizing they weren't truly connected. They had formed a family, but it wasn't as if they were committed. Any one of them could leave. Megan didn't want that to happen. She jumped up from the table. "Wait! Please don't plan on taking off just yet," she said, pleading with each of them to listen to her. "I was in Louisiana during some heavy flooding, and I volunteered to help with the flood defense efforts. I got to see what the experts did firsthand. I think I have an idea that could allow us to stay at the lodge without jeopardizing our safety." Wyatt looked at her in surprise. "You were in Louisiana?" She nodded. "Yep. I was planning to move there and was interviewing for a job and looking for a place to live when the Mississippi River flooding started. Needless to say, I decided to stay in the Northwest. If I had moved down there, well, I wouldn't be here today." Chase laughed. "Well, thank the stars, the fates, or whoever you want that you're here. Our little group wouldn't be the same without you and Caitlin." She gave him a warm smile. "Thanks, Chase. I appreciate that. Anyway, I helped fill sandbags and watched the experts build dikes and walls to divert the floodwaters away from the communities. They, of course, had 100 or more people on hand and heavy machinery, but maybe we could do something similar here." Wyatt was nodding in excitement. It was Brian who burst the bubble and shattered the hopes they were all building up in their heads. "Those defenses failed. Thousands of people still lost their homes," he said. His statement quickly destroyed the elation in the room over the prospect of coming up with a solution. Megan knew Brian was right and didn't blame him for speaking up. The flooding had been devastating, but it could have been far worse. Wyatt already explained the flooding at the lodge might not be severe since the water could take so many different paths. "Fair point, but we're not looking to hold the water back. We want to divert it," Megan replied. Wyatt chimed in. "We need to make a decision soon. I think Megan has offered up a valid solution. It will take a little more planning and every one of us helping, but it could work. I understand if some of you still want to go. Take a few hours to think it over. We need to make a decision by tomorrow morning at the latest." Megan suddenly felt the weight of the world on her shoulders. If they did vote to stay, that meant she had to come up with a viable solution to building a dike to divert the water from the lodge. She knew nothing about what it took to build a canal. They didn't have the big backhoes she saw them use in Louisiana. They didn't have those bags to fill. It was then she realized she might have posed an impossible solution to the group. In her mind, it was such a simple plan. When she thought about the amount of work that it would take to make it happen, it wasn't so simple. What if she failed? Megan couldn't fail. She knew what it was like to count on someone only to be let down in the end. She didn't want to be that person. She wanted everyone to feel confident and trust her. This was not only important to their survival at the lodge, but it would prove something to herself. "Duke, let's go take care of business," she said to the dog. He jumped up from his spot by the wood stove and quickly trotted to Megan's side. She walked outside with her four-legged friend, anxious to unload her burden on the only living being that could handle the weight. Duke was an excellent sounding board. He wouldn't get his feelings hurt or feel any worry about what she told him. Talking out her own problems and concerns always made her feel better, but she didn't want to add any more to Wyatt's plate. Everyone in the house had their own worries. This problem was hers to handle. "So, Duke, do you think we can do it?" The dog barked. "I hope so too, buddy. I don't want to move. I don't think there is anywhere that will ever be the same. I know people always say change is good, but I really like it here." She talked to the dog while she walked to the outhouse. He waited patiently until she emerged from the small wooden building. She continued up the hill behind the lodge. In her mind, she was going to check on the orchard trees, but really, she needed to move and think. Her mind was trying to process everything, and walking helped her figure things out. Duke had taken Jack's place in a lot of ways. Jack had been there when she wanted to talk things out. Now, when she couldn't talk to Wyatt, she relied on Duke. He didn't always have the best advice, but he was a superb listener. "We've got a big job ahead of us. I pray we can save this lodge." Megan stood on top of the hill, staring at the roof of the lodge below. The open area around the lodge stretched into thick trees. It was a sight that gave her a lot of comfort. She couldn't imagine living anywhere else. She had to save the lodge. Chapter 7. Vlad pressed the cigarette tightly against his lip while he used his hands to twist the wires into the C4. He knew smoking was bad for his health and had gotten him to where he was today, but he saw no point in stopping now. While doing so might prolong his life by days or weeks, it wasn't going to cure him or add years to his life. That ship had sailed a long time ago. Better to enjoy his vices while he still could, rather than make himself miserable. Grunting, he knocked the ash off the end of his cigarette and concentrated on what he was doing. He couldn't afford the explosive to be ruined by getting too wet or muddy. When he'd arrived in the area, he'd only been provided with enough to complete the job. He didn't ask where it came from, nor would more be available if he screwed up. Walking carefully under the small bridge, he pressed the C4 against the cement pilings. He had spent several minutes studying the structure of the bridge, trying to determine the best place to place the explosive. He didn't want to use more than he had to in case he was given another assignment. His watch beeped, signaling it was time to see if there were any messages from command. Vlad sighed. He would have to climb to the top of the hill to check for a radio transmission. There were too many trees to get a decent signal where he was. He was finding it harder and harder to move around. Gone were the days when he could have sprinted up the hill. He was lucky he could walk at all. Puffing his way slowly to the top of the hill, he gasped for breath. Flipping on the radio, he heard a series of beeps. It was an encrypted message. Despite the EMP and lack of consistent means to communicate, with the increasing number of ham operators, it was far too risky to leave messages that could easily be picked up. Generally, the communications were brief, and lacked any real detail in the event someone could decrypt it. He was a trained professional and didn't need step-by-step instructions. None of his colleagues did. That was why they were the best of the best. When he deciphered the message, he staggered back. Dam still up. How could that be? He'd heard the C4 explode. Could a rock somehow have managed to plug the hole in the dam? That would be just his luck. Chert poperi, he cursed in Russian at his own incompetence. Too much was riding on his success. Failure wasn't an option, especially now. Chances were high that he wouldn't live long enough to make it home to Mother Russia before he died. He would blow the dam and complete his mission. Vlad walked back down the hill to the bridge, double-checking the C4 placement before climbing back up the hill. He couldn't afford another mistake. It was a slow journey up, but he didn't give up. He didn't let his burning lungs or his shaking legs stop him from getting out of the way of the blast. Boom! He turned to look back, ensuring his goal was achieved, and when the smoke cleared, there was rubble where the bridge once stood. He smiled to himself. There would be no communications sent indicating he had failed again. With the main route into the city gone, no one would be coming to check on the dam anytime soon. If they did, they weren't going to be able to get up to the area and instead would have to travel all the way around, adding hours, possibly days to their travel time. It was exactly what his people wanted. Every little hindrance put in the way of the Americans would cement their own plans. Now he would have to make his way back up the mountainside to the dam. It would take him longer than normal, but he wouldn't stop until he finished the job. The dam had to go, and Vlad never failed. Chapter 8. Megan had kept herself busy most of the day, avoiding everyone as best as possible. Her head was swimming with thoughts and ideas. Now she knew why Jack was always writing in his notebooks and drawing things out. That's what she needed to do. The day was warm and the sun was out. She couldn't stand the thought of being inside and decided to grab a notebook and head out to her favorite spot in the copse of birch trees. She sat on the bench, staring off into space. She took a few moments to appreciate the sight of the goats lounging in the sun. She had never seen such cute creatures. They were back to back, slowly chewing their cuds and looking around the area. They looked comfortable and peaceful, as if they didn't have a care in the world. Megan had read in one of the books upstairs that goats could get pregnant as early as 8 months, and she hoped that Misty would be one of those goats. They were all looking forward to fresh milk, but it was probably going to be at least another 8 to 10 months at the earliest before that would be possible. Goats had a 5-month gestation period, and then Misty would need to nurse her kid or kids for at least 2 months. Megan sighed. It seemed like forever to wait. Duke, followed by the children, interrupted her daydreaming. "Mom, what are you doing?" Caitlin asked. The kids were unaware of the danger looming up in the mountain, and she wasn't about to tell them. They couldn't do anything to stop it, and she didn't see the point in worrying them. "I'm going to do some drawing," she said, patting the notebook. "Oh," Caitlin said, clearly not believing her mother. "Can we take the goats down by the stream?" "No, you can walk to the edge of the trees, but don't get out of sight of the lodge. The goats will appreciate all that grass and foliage that is popping up down there. You guys stay in the open area and be sure to avoid the traps." "Fine," Caitlin said. Megan knew Caitlin didn't appreciate being told no, but she didn't want them too far away. If the dam did break, she wanted the kids within earshot so they could evacuate quickly. She opened the notebook and stared at the blank page. Leaning her head back, she closed her eyes and prayed for an epiphany to hit her. She had a vague idea of what needed to happen, but she needed to iron out the details. That required silence and deep thought. "I'll keep an eye on the kids so you can focus on saving us all." Tara's voice startled Megan. She turned to see her friend walking towards her. "I didn't mean to scare you. I know what you're doing," she said, gesturing to the notebook. "I saw Jack do that once while he was supposed to be resting. I'm ready and willing to do whatever you tell us. I don't want to leave here. I know we only just got here, but I like it. It's given me a sense of comfort when I didn't think I would ever feel safe again." Megan slowly nodded. "I know what you mean. This place has so much promise." "What about Evan?" Megan asked, knowing Tara disagreed with her boyfriend. Tara shrugged. "He wants to leave. He thinks it would be safer, and he may be right, but I've learned the hard way bad things happen no matter where you are. I would rather be with people I trust and can depend on when those things happen than on our own." Megan nodded in agreement. "I know you can do this, Megan. You have proven yourself to be a resourceful woman. You focus on that. I'll take care of the kids, and apparently the goats," she said, noticing Misty bounce across the open field. "Thanks, Tara. I hope I can pull this off. I don't want to let any of you down. If it works, great. If it doesn't, I guess we all have to accept it wasn't meant to be. Fate has certainly thrown me a few curveballs." Tara looked away. Megan knew the woman was still mourning the loss of her young son. Tara gave Megan a last smile before heading towards the kids, who were all chasing the goats. Megan took a moment to appreciate the sight of the carefree play as she heard her daughter laugh. They were going to fight to keep that. They all deserved to have normal lives full of fun and good memories. The fear and hardships they faced were too much already. Megan picked up the pencil and started sketching. She hadn't seen the dam, which she was going to have to do to get a better plan, but she had a general idea. She penciled in the lodge, the existing stream that branched off the river that flowed into town, and the dam itself. Wyatt had told her the water would flow directly down the hill and flood the lodge area. She studied the rough diagram. If they could build the dike on the east side of the lodge and divert the water back into the river, it would keep the water heading away from the lodge. The river would flood, but it was far more capable of handling the excess water than the tiny stream was. Megan was studying her sketch when Wyatt plopped down beside her. "Is that the plan?" he asked, looking at her notebook. She turned it so he could see it better. "Yes. You think it will work?" He shrugged. "I don't see why it wouldn't. But how do you plan on building this? Is that the dike I'm looking at?" Wyatt pointed to the wall she had roughly drawn along the side closest to the lodge. She cringed. "Yeah, supposed to be. A while ago, when Jack was talking about the cabin he wanted to build for him and Willow, he talked about cob bricks. I'm thinking we could make those bricks and use them to build the wall." "Yes, I do remember him saying something about how all the clay down by the stream would be good for the bricks. Do you think it'll work?" Megan started to get excited. "Yes, he said it was like nature's cement. We'll mix the clay with grass. The grass will act as tinsel, adding more strength to the clay bricks. He said he wanted to make large bricks, which would work best with tall grass. The grass in the meadow is what he had talked about using." Wyatt studied the drawing for a few minutes. "That would require a lot of bricks. Is there enough material to make that many?" Wyatt asked. Megan shrugged. "We could certainly use bricks and rocks. We could make mortar like we used on the cabin. I don't know where any bricks are laying around, but there are definitely enough rocks." "I know where there's a whole pile of bricks," Wyatt said quietly. Megan knew exactly what he was talking about. The bricks at Linda and Harry's house, the place where Jack and Greg died. The house had been built with stone and a huge brick chimney, which had been damaged in the explosion. "That's far. Anything closer?" Megan did not want to revisit that place, ever. It was still a raw nerve. "Let's talk to Brenda. She knows this area like the back of her hand. She'll know where to find more bricks and materials, if there are any around here," Wyatt said, clearly not wanting to push the issue. They sat in silence, listening to the sounds of the birds. In the distance, Megan convinced herself she could hear the water. She couldn't possibly, but in her mind, she envisioned whitewater rapids tearing down the mountainside, waiting to flood their home. "We should probably get something other than daydreaming done today," Megan said, standing from the bench. Wyatt didn't move. "Should we? I kind of lost my steam with the thought of losing everything. What's the point of filling the root cellar or starting on another cabin if it is all going to be wiped out? We could be out scouting for a new place to live instead of spinning our wheels here." Megan put her hands on her hips and narrowed her gaze. "Wyatt Morris, don't you dare start getting negative. You have to stay positive. Everyone is looking to you for guidance and will take their cues from you. If you are not convinced this will work, they won't be. They may panic. We can't do that to Willow." I know. It's so risky. What if it doesn't work? What if the water floods the area and we have to run for our lives? I have to think of the risks. If we chose to leave now, we could come back when it was safe. Wyatt, we don't know if it will ever be safe. There are always going to be problems. Granted, this is a big one, but if we can build the dike, we can eliminate this one menace. We will take every new threat as it comes. There is no point in borrowing trouble," she said, sitting back down next to him. Wyatt stared at her. "You know, it wasn't more than a few months ago our roles were reversed. You were the one who would stress out over every potential threat. Now, I am." She leaned in and kissed him. "You made me strong." "And you're making me strong." "Okay, then. Are you good?" He stood. "Yup. Let's go find Brenda. Hopefully she will have some secret stash of bricks. I would like to present a solid plan to the group at dinner tonight. Give everyone the night to digest it and make their own choice to leave or stay." "I hope they stay. I don't want anyone to leave, and to be honest, we need every person here to pitch in and get this done. If the 4 or 5 that want to leave do go, we could be in bad shape," Megan explained. "We'll figure it out," Wyatt said, his earlier apprehension dissolved. They found Brenda upstairs, cleaning weapons. The woman was meticulous about the guns, insisting they needed to be cleaned regularly to ensure they were always ready to use. Megan quickly gave Brenda the rundown of their plan, and she nodded in excitement when Megan explained their need for bricks. "I know a place. It's a burnt-out house between here and my old cabin. The fireplace and the chimney are the only thing left, although it was crumbling last I saw it," Brenda explained. "That sounds exactly like what we need. The bricks don't have to be perfect. We can use plenty of mud to fill in any broken pieces," Megan said. "We have that sled. We will load bricks and drag them back," Wyatt said. "You need to assign the tasks, Megan," Brenda informed her. "The only way this will work is if everyone does their part. We are undertaking a monumental task." "I know, we will. but we don't even know if everyone is on board yet. Once we find out who is willing to stay, we can come up with teams for each task," Megan replied. "They should stay," Brenda said, in a way that suggested that anyone considering leaving was not making a wise decision. Megan shrugged. "It's their choice." Brenda didn't look convinced. "Thanks, Brenda. I'll count on you to lead the way. Even if a few people do choose to leave, we can still try to save the lodge. But first, we need those bricks." "Sure," Brenda said, returning her attention to the guns. Megan and Wyatt left the woman to her work. Despite Wyatt's earlier declaration, there were plenty of things to be done around the lodge. They couldn't ignore the chores. Megan wanted everything to be as normal as possible. There was washing to be done, a new outhouse to be built, and Wyatt was going to finish building the new smokehouse. "I'll see you in a bit," Wyatt said, kissing her before walking out the door. Willow and Rosie were at the table, rolling out the pemmican. Megan hated the stuff, but she knew it was a necessity. It was a little better than eating jerky when they were out hunting. With the scouting missions they were planning, it would come in handy. If they had to leave the lodge and leave their food supplies behind, it was going to be a necessity. The pemmican would store for months without any refrigeration. "Just one pan?" she asked, surprised. Usually they made several. "No, we still need to grind up that other dried venison. We are using the last of the dried blackberries. Hopefully we will get to replenish our supply," Rosie answered. "Do you need any help?" Megan asked. "Sure. You can start grinding that venison with the pestle. It doesn't have to be a powder, but as ground up as you can get it," Rosie instructed. "Okay." Megan had never actually helped make the pemmican in the past. It was something Rosie had experimented with months ago and had slowly been improving her recipe. It wasn't the worst tasting food in the world, but it certainly didn't make Megan want to ask for more. They chatted about the weather and how much the kids were growing while they worked. The doom and gloom was avoided. Megan knew Rosie was purposely avoiding the topic to keep Willow calm. "We're all in need of some shoes," Megan commented. "I know the kids are outgrowing theirs, and the rest of ours are falling apart. The next run into town, we will add it to the list," Willow said. "We'll need baby clothes as well, if we can find any." Megan was glad Willow was looking to the future. That was a good sign. "I'm glad cloth diapers were so trendy before the EMP. Hopefully we can find some of those as well. I'm sure the disposables are all wiped out by now," Megan said. Rosie smiled. "Ah, yes, the good, old-fashioned way of diapering. It isn't quite as bad as it was made out to be. It will certainly be more laundry, but we will manage. We should probably look for another toilet plunger as well. We are going to need a third bucket for washing diapers." Willow sighed. "I can't believe I'm going to have a baby in this world. It's so primitive." Megan agreed. "Yes, it is. It will be interesting for sure, but we'll figure it out. They say it takes a village to raise a child, and you will have more than enough helpful people interested in baby cuddles." "So long as that includes the diaper changes, I'm good with that," Willow quipped as the women laughed. They all went back to their tasks, thinking about the needs of an infant and how they would manage without stores, doctors, and hospitals. "I think I have this about as ground as it's going to get," Megan said, showing Rosie. "Yep, that'll work." Rosie grabbed the large mixing bowl and dumped in the ground dried meat and the dried berries that had already been ground into a fine powder. The equal parts were stirred together. Picking up a pot of the rendered fat from the wood stove, she slowly poured it into the powdered mixture. The fat was from the deer they had just harvested. Rosie stopped pouring. "Does that look like about a third portion?" "I think so," Megan said, hoping it didn't have to be exact. Rosie added a little more before calling it good. "If you could mix that all up for me, I'll grab another pan." Rosie put the pan on the counter. "Pour that in, and I'll smooth it out." Megan did as she was told, while the older woman supervised. "There," Rosie said, wiping her hands on the apron she was wearing. "We'll let these 2 pans dry overnight and cut them into bars tomorrow. You're going to need them for all those runs you'll be making," she said, winking at Megan. Megan smiled. She appreciated Rosie's confidence in her ability to save the lodge from certain ruin. "I can't wait," she said with a hint of sarcasm. "This stuff is far better for you than gnawing on that jerky. It's a bit more balanced and will give you more energy. Jerky is not a meal," Rosie lectured. "I know, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Rosie," Megan said with sincerity. Megan started walking to the door. She wanted to look at the garden and get an idea of how much work needed to be done. If they were going to stay here, the garden soil had to be turned. They were going to have to divide their time between building the dike and taking care of the other important, necessary chores around the lodge. There would be no stopping at dark. Megan sighed heavily, hoping everyone was up to the task. It would be rough. The kids were going to have to help as well. She hoped she could present her plan in a way that would convince every member of the group to stay and pitch in. Even one person leaving would make it that much harder on those who chose to stay behind. She would do her best to take on as much of the extra work as possible, but she could only do so much. Her fate and the fate of the lodge would be decided in a few short hours. She had to keep busy or she would go out of her mind worrying about how the group would vote. She ventured outside to find Wyatt. Pounding some nails would keep her busy and allow her to release some of the tension coiled up inside her. "Hey," she said when she found him. Wyatt had made good progress on the smokehouse. "Wow, you moved fast on this," she told him as he stacked another log on the sidewall. "It's easy. I just need to complete this sidewall and put on the roof." "Can I help?" "Sure. Hand me one of those pieces of wood, and I will nail it up to finish this side," he directed. Megan picked up the old and abused 2x4 that had seen better days. They had been collecting scrap wood, but were about out. Lumber was hard to come by, and this summer they planned on scavenging as much as they could. They worked together to finish the third side of the wooden structure. "We'll use some of these short branches for the roof," he explained. "If we can find any scrap pieces of metal siding, we will put that on, but we won't need much to keep everything dry inside." "What about the door?" she asked. He pointed to a small, thin piece of old USB board. "It'll work for now. The wood isn't treated, so it won't hold up through winter, but I am confident we'll find something better." Wyatt grabbed his pocket knife and cut 2 chunks of rubber from one of the old tires they had found. The rubber made excellent door hinges, and they'd used it on the cabin built for the guys. It had been one of Jack's ideas. "Does it need a floor?" Megan asked, not sure what Wyatt's plan was. He had created a square foundation with some of the cinder blocks that were used as a makeshift workbench in the small tool shed. "No, we'll build the fire in this bottom area here," he said, pointing to the square opening below the wooden structure. "The smoke will rise and fill this area." He pointed to the building he had finished. "How are you going to add the wood? If you open the door, all the smoke is going to escape." "I'm using this brick as a door to the wood-burning box." She watched as he slid the extra brick into place, making the wood structure look like a tiny house sitting on a foundation. "Doesn't it need a vent or something? The smokers I've seen always have a chimney." "This isn't exactly airtight," he chuckled. But I already cut a small hole in that piece of wood. He pointed to a hole on the side of the structure about halfway up. I put it on the side because a chimney at the top would allow the smoke to escape right out. This way, the smoke rises with only a small amount escaping out the side. This is great, Wyatt. I can't believe how fast you put it up. I was thinking it would be an all-day project. Wyatt stepped back and looked at his handiwork. The smokehouse Jack wanted to build was about 3 times this big. He had planned to make one out of logs, like a mini log cabin, and would have been big enough for a person to walk in. We don't have that kind of time. If everything works out, we can plan to build a bigger one in fall. Then we can smoke several large chunks of meat at the same time. Megan nodded in agreement. This could all be for naught. She hated to think he had put in all this effort, only to have it washed away. Well, is it ready to use? She asked, excited to get the deer meat going. He shrugged. I think so. I'll go chop up that wood if you want to cut the meat up. I'll need to make some brackets to slide those shelves on. I'll grab the shelves from the refrigerator in the kitchen. It isn't like they'll be missed. They should fit in here perfectly. Great idea. I'll get started on the meat. Megan worked fast, slicing thin strips as well as some larger cuts of meat. This would be their trial run. There would be a learning curve as they figured out how long each cut of meat needed to be smoked to be safe to store and eat later. She hoped there would be some telltale sign to let them know the meat was bad. She couldn't imagine trying to deal with E. coli or some other nasty bacteria caused by eating rotten or poorly stored meat. As she worked, she thought about the many possibilities. They could smoke fish, which would allow them to do a big catch one day and have food to eat for weeks after. They could harvest numerous turkeys and grouse and smoke the meat. Without refrigeration, it was tough to make anything last. They were constantly hunting or relegated to dried meats. The smoked meats would help change up their diet, even if the meat were still dry. The flavor would be different, at least. She sighed. It was the way life was. She cut another slice and wondered if they would ever live in a world where things like refrigeration and power were readily available. When the EMP first happened, she kept waiting for the lights to come back on. Everyone assumed it was a temporary problem that some guy somewhere was working to fix. The days stretched into weeks, and here it was a full year later, and it didn't look like anything was ever going to change. There was a niggle of hope life would go back to the way it was, but with each passing day, that hope faded. One day there would be power, but she had no idea if it would happen within the foreseeable future. While the engineers and scientists all knew how to get the electricity going, they needed equipment. To make the various transformers, they needed to manufacture the parts. The manufacturing companies needed power to operate. "What are you shaking your head at?" Brian asked, walking towards her. She sighed. "I was thinking about the future. I kind of got myself into a chicken and egg conundrum." "What?" he asked, totally confused. "We have people on this earth that know how to generate electricity and get it sent out to the power lines and so on. But can they figure out how to fix what's broken without using electricity to make new parts?" He shrugged. "I'm sure somewhere there is a room full of bigwigs trying to do just that. It will probably take years, but eventually someone is going to figure it out. I would guess electricity will be the norm again in a few years." "You think so?" she asked, fighting back the excitement. "Oh, yeah. The infrastructure is there. It needs repair, but it'll happen. We need to hang tight until it does. I'm sure countries around the world that weren't impacted by the EMP will have what we need to get up and running." "Will they be willing to help us?" she asked. He laughed. "That's a good question. Considering we still don't have lights yet, I am guessing there are some issues."
I guess we'll see."
"Okay, I'm going to relieve Albert," Brian said, walking away. Megan stopped what she was doing and thought about what an electrified world would mean. Would she still be with Wyatt? Would she move back into her old house? Since she still hadn't paid the mortgage in a year, was it even her house still? A million thoughts raced through her mind. She had a feeling not all those people who called themselves preppers thought about the recovery and rebuilding aspect of things. All those people who had survived and made up new homesteads, would they be allowed to keep the property? It all made her head hurt. She would worry about all that if the time came. Right now, she needed to focus on getting through tomorrow and the next tragedy. Chapter 9. Everyone gathered around the kitchen table. They had known this meeting was coming, and now it was time to decide their fate. "Is it unanimous?" Wyatt asked. There was a pregnant pause in the room while everyone looked at each other. "I guess it is," Evan said. He didn't sound all that excited about the decision, but he had voted yes after Megan managed to change his mind. Yes, they were all going to stay at the lodge and build a dike with the hope of diverting floodwaters. This was their home, and after everything they'd been through, they were not prepared to abandon it if it could be saved. Megan looked around the dining room. Each member of the lodge group stared back at her. They didn't have to say the words. She knew what each of them was thinking. Don't screw this up. "We can do this, guys, but understand that we will be working harder than ever, and that means not only continuing the regular household chores and other work around here, but also back-breaking work on the dike. Under no circumstances can anyone shirk on their duties," Megan said, not wanting to say any names. The people who were prone to avoiding their chores knew who she was speaking to. "We still need to have at least one person on guard at all times. That is non-negotiable," Chase said. They had all learned that lesson the hard way. Even though things had been quiet and there had been no other bad guys trying to kill them since the McDaniels gang had been vanquished, they weren't taking any chances. They could not relax their security. Wyatt agreed with him. "How are you planning to build this dike?" Evan asked. Megan explained the idea of using clay mixed with grass and water to form cob bricks. Most of them looked unconvinced. "Clay, mud, and grass are the only readily available building materials we have," she said, looking around at the group's perplexed faces. "People lived in cob houses for centuries, and many still exist, dating back to the 15th century in England," Megan explained. "So long as we waterproof them as best we can, we'll be able to use the bricks to divert the water when the dam breaks. This is our only option," Megan said, a little more vehemently than she had meant. The reactions of some of the group members frustrated her. She was trying to come up with an idea while some were ready to turn tail and run again. "Megan's right," Albert said. "Cob was the building standard, and still is in many parts of the world. Heck, I remember reading an article years ago about skyscrapers in Yemen that are 500 years old. We don't need it to be that good." Megan was a little surprised he had come to her rescue. He was the one that wanted to leave the lodge when they first found out about the dam. "I think we've all agreed to try. So, unless someone has a better idea, cob bricks it is," Chase said. His firm tone sent a clear message, and no one else said a word about the plan. "The most time-consuming job will be making the cob bricks," Megan said.
That is going to be a job that will require the most hands. I'll work with the designated group to get them started. It's important the cob be mixed right. Of course, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve, but I think we'll have it figured out after the first few bricks are made.
Let's get the job assignments figured out now so we can hit the ground running tomorrow morning, Wyatt said.
Okay. Well, we are going to need that tall meadow grass and clay to get started. Until we have that, there is little anyone can do, Megan said.
Garrett, Evan, and Tara can head to the meadow. Garrett's been there enough. He knows the quickest route, Wyatt said.
Brenda,
Megan started.
How about you take Chase and Brian to find those bricks? We have the one sled, but I think we can throw something together so each of you can drag some bricks back, Megan stated.
I'll keep watch. I can take the whole day, Albert volunteered. I can't do much of the physical labor with my knee, but I can definitely pull sentry.
Rosie, can you work with the kids to collect the mud around the stream area? It's rich in clay and will be needed for the bricks, Megan asked. Sure. I think Willow can help as well. Between the two of us and the 4 kids, we can get clay and still manage to get the cooking done, Rosie replied.
Thanks, Mom. Megan, that means you and I can walk up to the dam and map out where the dike will need to be built, Wyatt said.
Any questions?
Megan asked.
When are you going to start building the dike?
Willow asked.
Isn't it a bit of an emergency?
Well, yes and no, Wyatt answered. Tomorrow we'll check things out up there, and the following day we'll get started making those cob bricks. Willow didn't seem to be appeased.
It is going to be several weeks before we are finished, Megan said gently. I trust Wyatt when he says we have the time. We are doing everything in our power, and I hope it will be enough. Fine. I know you all are. I'm so anxious to get started, Willow said, raising her voice as her anxiety grew.
I am too. Let's all get to bed early and be ready for a full day tomorrow, Chase said, standing from the table. He reached out a hand and helped Willow stand. Chase was always making sure she was taken care of. Megan smiled at the gesture. He was going to make someone a good husband one day. He was attentive, generous, and very easy to get along with. She wondered if they would ever find someone for Chase or Brian. It wasn't like they could go to the local bar and mingle. She looked at Wyatt and smiled. He looked confused, but smiled back at her. She had gotten very lucky to find him. She hoped they could stay here and continue to build a life together. For a brief moment, she let her mind wander as she envisioned their future together. They would have their own little cabin. Maybe, if Willow's labor and delivery went well, they could even have a baby of their own. Wyatt had a strange look on his face. Megan started to feel a little uneasy under his scrutiny as he seemed to size her up. His gaze traveled down her body, coming to rest on her legs. She looked at him, trying to get him to make eye contact, but he was so intent at what he was looking at, he didn't notice. She lifted her hand from her thigh, where it had been resting, and waved. When he finally looked up, she mouthed, "Good?" He smiled. It was that big, toothy smile that always made her a little anxious. He was up to something. When she returned her attention to everyone at the table, she heard the good nights being said. She rose from her stool at the counter and followed suit. Wyatt stopped her before she went into the room. "I'll be in soon. I need to talk to Garrett." "Okay," she said, not bothering to ask him what was so important. He walked out the door behind the rest of the men. Whatever it was a secret or something he didn't want the rest of the group to hear. She didn't give it another thought and headed for bed. Tomorrow she would get to see what she was up against. She hadn't seen the dam yet. Wyatt had warned her it was intimidating, but he was confident her plan would work. Megan closed her eyes and hoped he was right. Her mind automatically thought of the Hoover Dam or the John Day Dam. There was no way her dike would ever have a chance. He had assured her the dam that threatened the lodge was not even close to the same size. It was a manageable situation, if they acted fast. It better be. If not, goodbye, Lodge. Chapter 10. Megan could hear the rushing water long before she saw it. Now she understood why Wyatt had looked so concerned that day he came back. She hadn't even seen the dam yet, but her mind was conjuring up a terrifying image. "Are we close?" she shouted over the noise, while trying to keep her feet under her. Wyatt had warned her it was slick, but she hadn't anticipated feeling as though she was trying to walk on ice. The downed trees had been stripped of bark, making them impossible to use as handholds as she diligently made her way. "Almost there," he called out over his shoulder. "It's worse than it was 2 days ago, and last night's rain certainly didn't help." They crested a hill, and Megan saw the clearing and the dam beyond. Her eyes widened. "Oh, Wyatt!" she cried. The dam was much bigger than she had thought. There were 3 sluices across the dam. Each of them appeared to be all the way open. With no one to control the flow of water, they would remain open forever. She followed behind him as he climbed the slippery slope until he was level with the dam. This view allowed her to see the lake behind the dam and the churning water below. Neither sight gave her any comfort. "This way!" he yelled. The rushing water was even louder this close. She took short, sideways steps down the muddy hill, terrified she would slip and fall to her death. Megan stopped, slightly behind him, not wanting to get any closer to the fast-moving water below. Wyatt pointed to the cement edge of the dam, not more than 10 feet away from the far right sluice, almost directly in front of them. "Oh my God!" she cried. She saw the crack that was threatening them. It resembled a caterpillar or long centipede with small legs sticking out on all sides. The way the crack was spreading was alarming, giving her a glimpse of what would eventually happen. Each of those tiny cracks that were sprouting off the larger one would get bigger, creating a massive hole in the wall of the dam. "I think it may have gotten a little bigger since we were here," Wyatt said, close to her ear. She wanted to run down the mountain, screaming for everyone to run. If that dam gave way, it was going to be a disaster. Turning, she climbed back up the steep incline to solid ground. Megan stood, watching the water flow over the top while she waited for Wyatt. He seemed to be taking measurements with his eyes. When he rejoined her, they started walking back towards the lodge. "Wyatt, I don't know if this will work. I didn't realize how much water we were dealing with. I had imagined it was a much smaller amount that could be easily controlled. This is a completely different story." "It'll work. We need to get it done, now. If that crack is already spreading, it's going to get worse." Megan stopped walking. "We need to figure out how long the dike will need to be. I also need to get an idea of how far down to place it. Too low and it will be too risky. Too high on the hill and the water may go right over the top. Will those pace count bead things work?" "Yep. But since we don't have them with us, we will use rocks to count," he said, stooping over and picking up small pebbles. "Rocks?" Megan asked. She got the beads, but rocks threw her for a loop. "I'm going to put all the rocks in my right pocket. For every 100 steps we take, I'll put a rock in my left pocket. Every 100 steps is about 300 feet. When we get to the lodge, you'll know how far the water will travel," he said, before starting down the hill. "Wow,
You're kind of a genius." He laughed. "Don't disturb me. Walking and counting isn't easy for me." She rolled her eyes. "Carry on. Don't let me make you lose count. I don't want to walk back up that hill." When they arrived back at the lodge, it was quiet. Everyone was out doing their part to build up the flood defenses. Megan could hear the kids laughing and giggling. They walked around to the front part of the house and saw each of the kids lugging buckets, presumably the clay and mud they needed. "Mom!" Caitlin hollered. "Mom, we got lots of mud. Can we help build the bricks?" Megan grinned. "Of course you can. We are going to need your help." Rosie made her way up the gentle slope, carrying a bucket. "There is plenty of mud down there, but boy, do I wish we had a wheelbarrow right about now." Wyatt met Rosie and took the bucket from her. "I got it, Mom." "Thank you. Willow stayed behind to clean up the kitchen. I'm going to see if she needs any help." Megan looked inside the bucket. Thick mud with a reddish tint was clumped inside. This was exactly what they needed. She hoped they had enough clay to build the dike. They would have to leave the property and follow the length of the stream to dig for more. If Garrett and his team made it back soon, they could get started right away. Now that she saw how serious the situation was, she was anxious to begin. She had a feeling everyone would want to wait until tomorrow, but she was hoping to persuade them otherwise. "We need to get the next assignments out to the group," Wyatt said. "Everyone needs to know what their job will be once we have all the materials collected." Megan nodded, already thinking the same thing. They had to stay organized to be efficient. They couldn't afford to deal with chaos and people not working to their full potential, not with their lives at stake. "It will work best if we start at the top and work our way down. That means we need to mix the cob and make the bricks about 250 feet above the lodge. I want to give ourselves some wiggle room in case there is any overflow." Wyatt grimaced. "We need to haul all of the heavy mud up the hillside? It would be too hard to try and make the bricks here and carry them up there. They need to be formed, set on top of each other, and allowed to dry so they glue themselves together. The cob bricks would fall apart before we could lug them up the hill," Megan explained. "Not to mention, it's easier to carry one bucket versus 10 bricks." Megan got an idea. "Caitlin!" she yelled at her daughter, who was running after Duke. "Caitlin, I need you and the other kids to gather lots of dry pine needles." Ryland brought up his bucket of mud. "Can I use the rake?" "Of course. That's a great idea. Rake them all into a big pile. Try to keep Caitlin and Amy from jumping in it," Megan told him. She turned back and saw Wyatt looking at her. "The pine needles are like the grass Garrett's team is collecting. It will give us more material to work with, and we won't have to go as far. Now, I need a tarp." "I'll grab one from the tool shed," Wyatt offered. "Figure out who is doing what and be ready to tell everyone when they get back." Megan jogged into the house to grab her notebook. She could feel the adrenaline pumping through her veins. She was excited for the project, and more than a little nervous. That dam could give soon. They didn't have any time to think about what they should or shouldn't do, but they needed to do something. She grabbed the pencil and quickly drew 2 columns. While she was thinking about whom to put on the actual brick making, she got an idea. She found Wyatt as he was carrying out a blue tarp. "We can use the cob mixture to try and patch the dam," she blurted out. "What?" "The cob! Once we mix the clay and grass with a little water, it's going to be a lot like cement. Nature's cement. That's what Jack called it. We could spread it over the crack in the dam. Remember, we used a similar mixture to make mortar for the log cabin." Wyatt looked thoughtful for a moment. "We could try. It's going to be dangerous crawling down there, though." Megan was about to say scrap the idea when he stopped her. "I'll do it. I know Brian will want to volunteer as well. We'll tie off to the rails above, in case we slip," he added, when she was about to tell him no way. "Okay, but you better be careful. I can't lose you, Wyatt," she said, fighting back the emotions that came with the possibility. "We'll be fine. I'll grab some ropes." Megan designated the teams, as she was referring to them. Wyatt, Brian, and Chase would all be on dam repair. Albert would stay on watch. Willow would want to help. She could help mix the cob. The cob bricks would be cumbersome. Megan thought for a few moments before assigning the job to Evan and Garrett. Rosie and Tara could rotate out with Willow and Brenda to keep up with the chores around the house, as well as relieve Albert. The kids would be excellent cob mixers and would love to stomp on the cob to mix it all up. It would be a good learning experience for them. With her plan in place, Megan felt a calm come over her. They could do this. They had an excellent team and a plan to follow. She walked to the area behind the lodge and mentally mapped the dike placement. Her plan was to place it almost parallel to the lodge property. The dike would stop the flow of water from hitting the lodge, angle it away from the property, and back into the stream. There were some trees that concerned her. Would the force of the water bring them down, or could they slow the water? If the trees fell, they would destroy the wall she planned to build. They couldn't possibly cut down every tree in the path of the water, but they could cut some down and use them to help build the wall. Megan stared off, remembering when Jack taught them how to hew logs. He'd said that square pieces would fit together better than round, but she wasn't aiming for perfection. Megan estimated the dike itself would be about 100 feet long. Each of the bricks would be about a foot long and roughly 8 inches high. A 4-foot-high wall would be great, but if they only managed to get 3 feet, it would hopefully be enough. Given the distance the water would travel from the dam and the rocky terrain, she hoped the flow would have slowed down enough that it would work. She would know more once they got started. There was still the chance the cob wouldn't hold together. If it rained, it would make it impossible for the cob to dry, and if it got too wet, it would fall apart. There were so many factors working against them. She looked to the sky. Please give us a week or 2 of clear skies. They needed a break and a whole lot of good luck. They were due something good to come their way. The sound of Caitlin squealing drew her attention to the lodge below. Megan sighed. She could only imagine what the goats were doing now that made her so happy. Whatever it was, she wanted to do everything she could to make sure there were plenty more squeals of joy in Caitlin's near future. They all deserved to be happy. Chapter 11. Megan walked back to the lodge and into chaos. There were people talking and what sounded like screaming or maybe squawking. Through the din, she could hear Caitlin laughing and shrieking. Little Amy was jumping up and down, clapping her hands together. "What?" she yelled in total shock when she saw what Brenda was carrying. "Where in the world did you find a chicken?" Caitlin came running, carrying another chicken. "Not 1, Mom. 3. We have 3 chickens." Megan couldn't believe what she was seeing. Rosie was carefully holding another brown hen, softly talking to it to calm it down. The poor chickens were being bombarded by the kids, all wanting to hold and pet them. Brenda beamed, holding out the chicken. "These ladies were holed up in an old barn that happened to be full of some old bricks. This one was sitting on a couple of eggs."
Brenda looked away.
The eggs didn't make the journey.
Megan looked down and could see the crusty yellow evidence of what happened on Brenda's boot. Poor Brenda. She looked embarrassed.
This is amazing,
Megan told her, hoping to appease her embarrassment. Brenda held herself to a high standard, and if she had even a tiny failure, the woman took it very hard. Megan looked at the chickens and could suddenly taste fresh, scrambled eggs. It made her mouth water. They hadn't had eggs since the EMP. Powdered eggs were not the same. Fresh, fluffy eggs were a real treat. She imagined how much better the cakes Rosie baked on occasion would be with real eggs. They could even have pancakes and maybe a real potato salad. The possibilities were endless. Chase beamed as well. He was clearly thrilled with the prospect of eggs. We need to build a place for the hens to nest. It shouldn't take long, but the sooner we give them somewhere to lay their eggs, the sooner we will have fresh eggs for breakfast, he reasoned. Megan instantly thought of the dike. Now they needed to build a coop of some sort, which would mean fewer people working on the wall. It's okay, he said, looking at her. It will only take a few hours. We don't need anything fancy. I want to make sure we have somewhere to lock them in at night so nothing can get to them. They are far too valuable to risk. They'll be okay in the pen with the goats, but I don't trust them to stay put in that little shelter. She nodded. I know. You're right. They are worth a few hours. She walked around to inspect the sleds they had each pulled in, loaded with bricks. Wow, that could not have been easy, she said, imagining how tired they all had to be. Brenda shrugged. It will be worth it. Megan's hopes of getting started on the wall were slowly fading. It was already late afternoon, and Garrett and his team weren't back yet. You guys better get some water, Rosie said, looking at each of them with concern. We'll put the chickens in the goat pen for now. It isn't like they use it, she added with a hint of sarcasm. The goats were not keen on spending their days in the pen, preferring the open space around the lodge. No matter what they did, the goats always found a way out. We can make a better fence. It will need to be high enough to keep the goats from jumping over. I remember seeing something called wattle fencing. It was what the pioneers used for their own farms, Chase explained. Wattle? Megan asked. Yeah, it is easy enough to make using young trees and green limbs. There are plenty of those growing all through the forest. It will actually do the forest good if we can thin some of it out, he explained. Hopefully, they don't push too hard against it. We will need to make sure we push the sticks into the ground to keep them as sturdy as possible. Will it take long? She knew it was important, but with every task they needed to complete at the lodge, the building of the dike was getting lower on the list of things to do when it needed to be at the top of the list. Chase shrugged. Not weeks, but a few days. We can work it off and on. We'll figure it out, he assured her. Wyatt walked out of the trees and into the clearing. Megan assumed he must have been checking on Albert. Chickens? Everyone laughed. Wow, you guys are good. We send you out for bricks, and you come home with chickens, he said with awe. Wyatt, Megan started. You think we could put together a small coop real quick? Chase, go in and get some water and something to eat. I'll help Wyatt. Thanks, I will, but I'll be right back to help, Chase said, before strolling into the house. I'll see what I can find for materials, Wyatt said, walking towards her. He grabbed her hand and pulled her away from the group. We'll get started at first light, he whispered. Her disappointment must have been evident on her face. I know. Those guys have to be exhausted. Did you see how many bricks they brought back? I did, and now I am more confident than ever that this will work. I'll meet you back there in a bit, he said, walking away. Megan helped the kids get the chickens into the goat pen. Rosie said she was going to get some scissors and would be right back. The kids were horrified, but Rosie assured them the scissors were to cut their wings and not to kill the valuable birds. When she came back, she asked Megan to hold one of the chickens. "Okay, now what?" Megan said, having no idea what she was supposed to do. "Just hold her while I cut," Rosie said, lifting the wing from the chicken and extending it. "We're going to cut the lower layer of feathers," Rosie said, pointing to the area. She quickly made a quick cut, and feathers flew to the ground. "What about the rest of the feathers?" Megan asked. "We don't cut those. Those will bleed. It's the underlayer that helps the chicken take flight. Technically, we only need to clip one side, but we are going to do both to make sure these young ladies don't get away from us," Rosie explained. Once all 3 chickens were clipped, they were allowed to explore their new home. Wyatt returned with another wire shelf from the refrigerator and a couple of broken 5-gallon buckets. Megan stared at him. "What are you going to do with that?" she asked him. "The buckets are going to be nesting boxes, and the wire shelf will be the door. It isn't like they're going to fight to get out. We'll put the shelf over the opening and put a rock in front of it." "And the goats?" she asked, knowing a flimsy door wasn't going to hold them in. "I'll hang a tarp from the side of the shed. They can sleep under there. They're getting too big for this little shelter anyway. Add that to the list of things that we need to build," he said, sounding a little overwhelmed. She was feeling the same way. The more animals they brought in, the more work they were making for themselves. It would be worth it, though. It better be, at least. "Okay, so back to the buckets. Won't the chickens get stuck in there?" she asked. "No. If you can grab that hacksaw from the shed, we're going to cut them down and cut off the front to create an opening. The chickens will crawl in, drop their egg, and leave. They won't get stuck," he promised. "The key is to make them feel safe. They need to feel comfortable to sit and lay an egg." Megan understood his plan and quickly retrieved the saw and got to work on the buckets. They tucked the buckets into the shelter, hoping the chickens would figure out what to do with them. "Here," Wyatt said, handing her a round rock. "Put that into one of the buckets." "Why?" He laughed. "Believe it or not, it gives the chickens an idea of what to do in those boxes. If we had a plastic egg or even a real one, we could leave that in there. But we don't have anything egg-shaped, so a rock should do. It's temporary. Once they figure it out, we won't have to worry about looking for eggs around the property." She laughed. "Whatever you say, Chicken Man. I'm going with it." By the time dinner rolled around, the whole group was exhausted. They quickly ate dinner before Megan went over the plan for tomorrow. The kids were excited to get to help. With more people using ham radios, Albert had built up a small network of people across the country that he often used as a sounding board. On more than one occasion, he brought interesting bits of news that they never would have known if it weren't for his radio contacts. When Megan had first brought up building a dike, Albert had gotten on the radio, hoping to find someone with dam or dike building experience. Unable to answer specific questions about pressure, flow velocity, or momentum regarding the water flow at the dam, he was pleased when he could give them info on terrain surface roughness and distance, and their resulting answers left Megan feeling more positive about her push to build the wall. That is, until an engineer who helped design dams gave the advice to run. That wasn't an option. Megan estimated the wall would take at least 2 weeks to build and another few days to harden. She cringed at the timeline. That was too long. What if they didn't have that kind of time? Wyatt squeezed her hand, calming her down.
If there was any way they could speed up the process, she was going to make it happen. It would mean working all day, well into the night, but she didn't care. If the patch on the dam didn't hold, they could be in serious jeopardy. Megan woke early the next morning and made a considerable amount of noise as she made coffee and got ready to go. She wanted everyone up and moving. The excitement and nerves were fueling her. It felt like the first day at a new job. She had to be impressive. By the time everyone headed up the hill to get started on the monumental task of building the wall, the sun was bright in the sky, but the air was still damp and chilly. The kids were grumbling about the cold, but she promised them they would get warm soon enough. Wyatt, Chase, and Brian were going to watch how to make the cob so they would be able to use it to patch the dam. Megan took her job as foreman seriously. "Each of you grab a corner of the tarp and stretch it out," Megan instructed the kids. "Garrett, dump that bucket of mud on the tarp. Brian, throw on the grass and pine needles. Now you get to have some fun, kids. Jump in there with your bare feet and stomp it all together." The kids threw off their shoes and got busy walking over the clay, grass, and pine needles. "Squish your toes in it, stomp on it. Really mix it well," Megan instructed. Once she declared it was ready to use, it was time to get dirty. "Chase, you and Wyatt each grab a glob of the clay and form it into a rectangle. I want it about 1 foot long and about 8 inches high. They need to be similar in size, but they don't have to be perfect," she ordered. The two men used their hands to mold the shape and pat them flat on the sides. "Okay, Brian and Garrett, you two grab the bricks and place them on the ground, side by side. They have to be touching." Both men quickly did her bidding. She stood back, evaluated their job, and declared it to be perfect. "There, see? We only need a couple hundred more, and we will be good to go," she said with a smile. There was a collective groan. "That was just to get us started. Now that we all know what to do, things will move much faster." Garrett stared at the 2 bricks and then looked down toward the lodge. "Are you planning on building a straight wall, Megan?" "That was the goal. Why?" Garrett stepped back, lost in thought, and Megan grew impatient. They didn't have time for this. "Garrett!" "Oh, okay. Hear me out before you tell me to be quiet. Have you ever been to a skateboard park or seen trick competitions?" He didn't wait for anyone to answer before he continued. "All the ramps are curved in some way so that the skateboarders can build speed in a particular direction to complete some sort of trick. If the walls were straight, they would crash into the wall and not go anywhere. Do you get where I'm going with this?" Megan didn't, but Brian and Chase did. "Based on what you're thinking, when the water hits the straight wall, it will crash into it. But if we curve it," Chase started. "We can redirect the water," Brian finished, suddenly excited as he clapped Garrett on the back. "He's right, Megan. This isn't like some sort of pinball game where we want the water to bounce off. We want it to keep moving, but away from the lodge." Megan laughed and hugged Garrett. "You are so right!" Stepping back, she looked at the proposed wall. Grabbing a large stick, she drew a curve on the ground on one side. "In that case, we want to build in the curve here, and then have it go straight here to redirect the water that way. Does that seem right to everyone?" There was some discussion, and they came up with a modified plan that everyone agreed on. "All right, then. Let's get to work. Wyatt, grab that bucket and fill it with the mud mixture." "Yes, ma'am," he said. She rolled her eyes at him. When he filled the bucket, he gave her a quick kiss goodbye. "Be careful up there," she told him. "I will. We will have our ropes tied nice and tight in case we slip. You keep these guys all in line." I don't think it will take us too long. We'll be back to help this afternoon."
Megan watched the three men stride up the hill and disappear into the trees carrying supplies.
She hoped the patch would work, but deep down she knew it was like putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. It was a temporary fix that might buy them the extra time to get the dike built. "What will we use all those bricks for?" Brenda asked while forming a brick.
Evan was waiting patiently to carry it to where the wall would go.
"I want to use those at the end of the dike as well as the top layer to add an extra foot of height. We'll need to mix up some of that chinking material we used on the cabin to hold them tight. I don't think the bricks will be strong enough to stand up against a heavy force of water, but they should work on the bend at the end," Megan explained. "Do you really think this will work?"
Brenda continued to work as she talked. Of all the people in the group, she seemed to understand the urgency.
"We don't have time to build a dike high enough to hold back the water. The goal is to detour the potential flood away from the lodge. We'll still have a huge mess to clean up, but hopefully the worst of the damage will be away from the buildings and root cellar," Megan replied. Or so she hoped. "You guys got this for a few?" she asked Evan.
"Yeah," he replied.
"I'll grab another tarp so the kids can mix while we are forming bricks. We have to pick up the pace,"
Megan said, before turning and speed-walking back towards the lodge to retrieve a tattered-looking tarp from the tool shed. When she came out, she saw Willow and Rosie in the makeshift greenhouse. They had removed the plastic before winter to keep the snow from tearing it.
"Hey,"
she said by way of greeting.
"What are you two up to?"
Rosie held up a roll of duct tape.
"We are going to put the plastic back up."
Megan felt guilty they were left at the lodge to take care of the many little chores that should be split up between the members of the group.
"I can have Wyatt come down and help once he is finished with the patch job," she offered. "No, we can manage. He has more important things to do." "Okay, well, I'm headed back up there."
Megan's legs were burning by the time she reached the work site. She had Frankie help her lay the tarp out and got right to work mixing more cob. Brenda and Tara were on one tarp forming bricks, while she worked on the other. Garrett and Evan were kept busy going back and forth to form the bottom layer of the dike.
Megan started laughing out loud. "What?"
Garrett said, stopping his stride.
"You and Evan are not going to be able to move in the morning. We have you running back and forth like a couple of ants,"
Megan giggled.
"Well, those three better hurry up and get that patch on. I don't think we can keep up this pace for long,"
Evan huffed out. Even though the weather was mild, he was breaking out in a sweat.
"I hope so too,"
Megan replied. As she made more bricks, she couldn't get Wyatt off her mind. They were trying to pull off an impossible feat. One slip and he would fall into the rushing waters. She assured herself he was tied off and would be fine. But what if the rope didn't hold?
"Stop it,"
she said under her breath. There were plenty of other real problems to worry about without conjuring up more in her mind.
"You good?"
Garrett asked, looking at her with puzzlement.
"Yup, just talking to myself."
He nodded, grabbed the next cob brick, and hauled it into place. When Megan's tarp was empty, she called the kids to get busy mixing while she went to inspect the progress on the wall. The first row was almost complete, but they still had a long way to go before they were finished. Megan estimated that they would need 5 rows of bricks at a minimum if they had any hope of detouring the water flow away from the lodge. They needed to move faster. Evan stood next to her.
"Once Wyatt and the guys finish patching the dam and come help us, this will move much faster. We'll be done in no time.
Have some faith," he said, touching her shoulder. She looked at him.
"I'm trying. I really am."
Megan worried.
Would their efforts be enough to save the lodge?
Chapter 12. The three men stood staring at the bucket of mud they had hauled up to the dam. "Do you think the same mud mixture we are using for the cob bricks will work?" Wyatt asked Brian. He shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know. The cob mix is thick. Maybe we should add in a little more water?" Wyatt stared at the muck in the bucket before grabbing a stick to stir it a bit, and had to agree with Brian. Pouring a little more water into the mixture of mud, clay, and pine needles, Wyatt stirred until it seemed to be a workable consistency. "I guess this will have to do," he said, peering into the bucket. "We'll try it. If it doesn't seem to be working, we will make it thicker. I don't see how this is going to do a lot of good in the first place, but I guess anything is worth trying," Chase said, not looking at all convinced. "This is probably not the smartest thing I've ever done," Wyatt said, tying the thick rope around his waist before tugging on it to make sure it was secure. He made his way to the slope, leading to the raging waters below. Chase laughed. "But it certainly isn't the dumbest. At least this stunt is for a worthy cause, unlike some of the other ridiculous activities you've attempted." Wyatt had a flashback to crushing beer cans on his forehead and trying to race a train. He had always lived life to the fullest, but now that he had seen firsthand how precious life could be, he wasn't ready to take any more chances. Wyatt pulled the rope again to test its strength. While it wasn't exactly the kind of rope he would want to rappel off a mountain with, it would have to do. "Okay, hand me that bucket," he said to Chase, who was standing on the side of the slope. Brian was on the walkway that spanned the length of the dam. If Wyatt started to slip, he would grab the rope and pull him up. Wyatt made his way down the muddy slope. The crack in the dam had turned the hillside into a slippery mess. He had no idea if the cob mixture would even stick to the wet cement, but he was certainly going to try. They didn't have a trowel to spread it with, so he was relying on a stick and his hands. Not ideal, but it would do. Wyatt dipped a hand into the thick goo and slapped a glob on the wall above the crack. He used the stick to smooth it down and over the crack, much like putty. The water was turning it into a gooey mud. "I don't think this is going to hold," he said in frustration. "Try a thicker layer," Chase advised. Wyatt grabbed a handful of the mud and slapped it on, directly over the crack. Bits of the mud and grass fell into the rushing waters below. "Put on a thick mass over the crack and smooth it out in a wide circle," Chase ordered. Wyatt wasn't going to argue with him. He did as Chase said. He waited and watched to see if the mud over the crack would turn soft. It seemed to be holding. "Is it working?" Brian called from above. "I don't know. It isn't turning into a watery mess, so maybe," Wyatt replied. "Add some more and fill the hole as best you can," Chase called out. Wyatt scraped at the contents of the bucket using everything he could grab with his fingers and packing it tightly into the cracks before smoothing it down with the stick. When he could see the bottom of the bucket, he signaled Chase that he was finished. Chase worked his way over to him and grabbed the bucket while Wyatt made his way back up the hill to solid ground. Reaching for the rope, he untied it from around his waist and dragged the rope up the muddy hillside after Brian untied it from the rail. They all stood on the edge, staring at the patch. Bits of grass were poking out from the mud, but it appeared to be drying. It was unlikely it would hold for long, but even if it only held a day, it would help. If they had to come back every day and add another layer, he would do it. Anything to save the lodge and the people living there. "Let's head back. I'm sure Megan is getting anxious," Chase said. She wasn't exactly thrilled with you crawling down there to patch it. Wyatt grinned. She cares about my safety. What can I say? So, you still gonna pop the question? Brian asked. Wyatt nodded. Yep, but I can't do it without a ring. I mean, I know we are all post-apocalypse and all, but the woman deserves some kind of token of my love. Where are you going to find a ring? Does Rosie have one you could give to Megan? Like a family heirloom? You could start a new tradition, Chase said. I was going to look for one on our next trip into town. I had planned to make a run in the next week or two. He waved his arm at the raging water beside them. Then this happened. Brian looked thoughtful. I bet Garrett could make you one. He knows a little something about metalworking. Wyatt was surprised. Really? That's a great idea. I'll ask him. I don't guess I'll find a diamond to put in it, but I'm sure she would be okay with a simple band. She doesn't really strike me as the kind of girl who would like a lot of bling. The three men laughed. Definitely not. She will be thrilled to have something you put some thought into. That always makes the ladies happy, Brian added. Thanks for the tip, Brian. I would be lost without your romantic advice, Wyatt said with heavy sarcasm. No problem, man. Gotta help a guy out when I can. The three walked down the hill. Wyatt was feeling good about the future. The dam had a temporary patch, which should buy them some time to get the dike built. Every extra day they had, the more formidable they could make the wall. Eventually, they could dig a trench that would provide even more protection. They could funnel the water to a pond and create an irrigation system for the garden. This could end up being a very good thing. It would all work out. Life was good and getting better. Chapter 13. Megan walked back down the hill from where the dike was being built to the lodge. She could smell and feel the dampness in the air. She prayed it didn't rain. There were clouds in the sky, but they didn't appear to be rain clouds. A rainstorm right now would destroy all their labor before they began. She yawned as she made her way through the thick trees that created a wall between the disaster waiting to happen above and the lodge below. She was exhausted. Megan, Wyatt, Brian, and Evan had all gotten up with the sun and started on the brick building. They were willing to do what it takes if it meant getting a good night's sleep down the road. The sacrifice would be worth it, they told her, as they trudged up the hill earlier that morning. The three men stayed up at the work site, continuing to make and stack bricks. Megan was going to check on things and get the rest of the work crew going. She also wanted to check on Caitlin. The kids worked hard yesterday, and her daughter had complained about not feeling well last night. Megan hoped it was the exhaustion and not something more serious. Rosie would know what herbs to give Caitlin if it did look like there was something going around. Megan thought back to a couple of months ago. Amy had started to feel ill, and by the end of the day, all 5 kids were vomiting and feeling miserable. When everyone else in the house started to come down with symptoms, Brenda explained they were likely dealing with the norovirus. No matter how much they tried to enforce hand washing, with everyone using the same outhouse, things weren't as clean as they should have been. The virus was likely picked up when Frankie drank water directly from the stream. They knew they weren't the only people who lived around here. If others were defecating in or near the water source, it would contaminate the supply. All it took was one mistake. They had all ended up paying the price. The kids had learned their lesson, and proper hand-washing was followed. They had all recovered, but it had certainly been a rough week at the lodge. This, more than anything, frightened Megan, and was one of the problems with living in such close quarters. If one person got sick, it usually meant the rest were going to get it. It wasn't if, but a matter of when. They were lucky that they had yet to meet anyone carrying any more serious viruses. Megan and the rest of the adults could not afford to get sick right now. They needed every ounce of strength to get the dike built. "Good morning," Rosie said when Megan walked through the back door. "It's quiet in here," Megan commented, surprised not to see the rest of the group up and about. Rosie chuckled. "You wore them all out yesterday. Here," she said, handing Megan a cup of coffee. "Drink up." "Has Caitlin been downstairs yet?" Megan asked. "No. I did check on all of the kids, and they're still sleeping. Caitlin looked fine. I felt her head, and no sign of a fever," she said. "I think she's just worn out." "Good. I think it's best if we let the kids have a day off. What's your plan for today?" Megan asked Rosie. "I'm going to get that compost spread out in the garden. We will need to get some seeds in the ground soon." Megan started to say maybe they should wait, but stopped when Rosie gave her a look. "Don't you dare doubt yourself, Megan. We'll be fine," Rosie assured her. "We should probably have someone help you here." "Garrett was just in, and he volunteered," Rosie said. "It would be great if he could start turning that one section of the garden. I will spread the compost while he does the shoveling. Did you get the plastic put up in the greenhouse yesterday?" "Yep, and Linda had been kind enough to split the seeds she had stockpiled. I was able to get some different herbs started in the greenhouse," Rosie explained. "Awesome! What did you get?" "I already had a few, but with the new baby coming, I jumped at the chance to get more peppermint. If the baby has colic, the peppermint will help soothe the tummy. I also got some thyme. If anyone gets a chest cold, the thyme will go a long way to breaking up congestion," she explained with a great deal of excitement. "I didn't even know what all she had given me. It was all in a can, and I forgot all about it." "That's amazing. I hope we do get to see them again," Megan said wistfully. "I'm sure we will. Every time I chop up some fresh rosemary or smell the oregano in the many tomato dishes I hope to prepare this year, I will think of them fondly." Megan laughed. "Me too. I can't wait to taste fresh herbs again. And of course, I know you have a million different ways to use them to keep us all healthy," she winked. "I don't know about a million, but with all of the plants that grow wild in the forest and what we have growing in the greenhouse, we won't have to be so worried about the lack of medicine. I'm going to be starting some new plants from what we have growing already. Since I'm about out of seeds, I'll be doing fresh cuttings to get them started. My goal is to have a bunch of plants on hand to use for bartering this summer." Megan was intrigued. "That's a great idea, Rosie. I think with your knowledge and the plants you can trade, they will be very valuable. I can only imagine what they will be worth to others. How do you get a tiny herb to grow without a seed, though?" "I'll show you," Rosie said, grabbing one of her mint plants from the counter. She picked up her scissors and carefully separated a stem from the rest of the bushy plant. "I make a nice, clean cut about halfway down the stem," she said, snipping the plant off. "Now, some plants, like rosemary, are a little thicker. I'll make the cut a little higher on the stem to get the newest growth. I don't cut any stems that have flower buds at the top." "Do the herbs flower?" Megan asked, trying to think if she had ever seen such a thing. "Yes, some do, like rosemary, dill, and oregano. It's easy to get the seeds from those herbs after they've dried, but taking cuttings helps speed things along." Rosie grabbed an empty jar and filled it about 3/4 full with water. "Now, I stick the cutting into water and wait a few days. Roots will form and shoot out from the stem. I'll leave it in the water for a couple of weeks until it has a nice, healthy root system, and then I transplant it." "That's awesome. So, can we do that with the cuttings from the fruit trees?" Megan asked, getting an idea.
Yes, same thing. We cut a section from the new growth of the tree, pop it into water, and wait about a month for the roots to form. Then it would be ready to plant. I think I know where you are going with this, and it is an excellent idea.
Megan smiled.
Well, we could plant more and increase our harvest, and trading fruit trees for other goods is also an option.
Rosie agreed.
Just remember, it will take a few years before any of the fruit trees actually bear fruit. That seems like forever, but if this stretches on, it'll be a good idea to have a steady source of food. Even if the power is fixed and things go back to the way they were, fresh fruit is always going to be a luxury. I imagine it will be a long time before grocery stores are open and stocked again. This is true, and fruit is expensive in general.
They both sat in silence.
Rosie? Yes? Do you think it will ever be like it was before? No, I don't. Too much has happened. I think the EMP has shown people how vulnerable we all are. I know I will never go back to the way I was before. I don't want to. I never want to depend on anyone else to take care of me and mine. I took way too much for granted, and I can't imagine ever falling into that false sense of security again.
Megan was relieved she wasn't the only one who felt that way. While she would certainly love the perks of electricity again, like hot water on demand and a refrigerator, she couldn't see herself living in the suburbs, surrounded by people who were friendly in normal circumstances, but would turn on each other should disaster strike.
I don't think I can either. I mean, we go back, get settled in, get complacent, and boom, another disaster strikes. I think if it all goes back to semi-normal, I am going to buy land in the boonies. I'm never going to be dependent on businesses and the government for my survival. I want to be far away from society.
They had all learned similar lessons. Being in the city with everyone fighting for the same limited resources had been extremely dangerous. Wyatt's father had lost his life because of it. Rosie slowly nodded her head.
That's smart. I hope everyone learns the same valuable lesson. We can't take anything for granted ever again.
Megan had a feeling Rosie was talking about more than grocery stores and electricity. She had lost two of the most important people in her life post-EMP, plus her daughter before that. All too often, people took their loved ones for granted, assuming they would come home. It made them all appreciate each other a bit more and gave them the strength to overlook some of the annoying habits they all had. It had taught them patience, forgiveness, and understanding.
Okay, well, enough of that. I need to get back to work,
Megan said, breaking up the gloomy atmosphere that had suddenly settled in the room. She stood and stretched her back, trying to relieve the painful knots before she had to get back up to the site and start working again.
Sore?
Rosie asked.
Yeah, a little. I'll be fine, she answered. I have some of that dried white willow bark. I'll mix up a tea real quick. That will help relieve the pain.
The mention of the willow bark brought back memories of Greg. They had gone on the hunt for the bark to use as an aspirin substitute.
That would be great. I'm going to check the goats and make sure the chickens didn't escape last night, she said,
heading out the door. Misty greeted Megan at the back door. Of course, she wasn't in the pen. She never was.
Hey, girl, how are your new feathered friends? She asked,
rubbing the goat between the two horns on top of her head. Misty turned her head and pressed into Megan's hand. She loved her head being rubbed. Megan was relieved to see the chickens walking around the pen, pecking at the ground. They seemed healthy enough. She moved the wooden pallet they used as a gate and walked into the pen. She got down low to peek inside the covered area they had made for the goats to sleep. The chickens had made themselves right at home last night. Megan's heart raced as her eyes focused. In the corner of the shelter was an egg. It was their first egg. She wanted to scream and shout in excitement. She reached in and carefully grabbed it, being extra careful with her precious cargo. "Good girls! I don't know who left us this little gem, but I thank you oh so much. For the two who didn't leave me an egg, get busy." The chickens ignored her and kept scratching and cackling among themselves. Megan carefully carried the egg into the kitchen and held it up for Rosie to see. When she walked in, Rosie was dumping the coffee grounds from the percolator into an old bucket they used for kitchen waste. The grounds were going into the garden soil. "Look! Oh my! Would you look at that?" Rosie exclaimed. "I can't believe it! Soon we'll have fresh milk and eggs. It will be like old times," Megan declared. "The kids are going to be so excited." "We need to get a rooster," Rosie said, appearing deep in thought. "While 3 hens are great, we need more chickens. There's only one way that is going to happen." Megan laughed. "I'll certainly keep my eyes open for a rooster." Rosie took the egg and put it inside a cup for safekeeping. "How long can we keep the egg without refrigeration?" Megan asked, suddenly worried about eggs going to waste. "Back when I was a little girl, we didn't refrigerate our eggs at all. If you don't have a rooster running about and the eggs are kept cool, they won't spoil for a while. In fact, fresh farm eggs aren't like the eggs you used to buy in the store at all. Grocery store eggs were only good for a month or so in the fridge because they were actually old by the time they hit the shelves," she explained. "They can sit out of the refrigerator?" Rosie nodded. "If you can get your hands on some mineral oil the next time you're in town, that would allow us to keep the eggs on a shelf for months." "Ew," Megan said, imagining the smell of rotten eggs filling the root cellar. Rosie chuckled. "No, it isn't gross and they won't stink because they won't be rotten once we coat the eggs with it. The root cellar isn't going to get above 70 degrees, which is perfect for storing the eggs. They will be good for 2 months or longer. I can't see the eggs actually not being eaten faster than that, but if we happen to get more chickens, we can preserve the eggs." I am guessing mineral oil was probably not at the top of the list for looters. When we go on our next run into town, I will be checking the major pharmacies. Every town has one of those stores, she joked. "Watch this," Rosie said. She grabbed the cup with the egg in it and a small cooking pot. She filled the pot with water. "I'll show you a trick my mom taught me. You put your egg in a pot of water. If the egg sinks to the bottom, it is fresh and good to use. If it floats in the middle somewhere, it is a little older, but still okay to use. If it floats on the top, it is old and you probably wouldn't want to eat it." Rosie gestured for Megan to look in the pot. When she looked, the egg was sitting at the bottom. "Once we start getting some good egg production, we can test the eggs if we are worried about them not being good to eat. I have a feeling that isn't going to be a problem around here. These things are going to be going fast. I can't wait to eat some scrambled eggs. I think I will see if Brenda will take me back to that barn. Maybe there are more chickens or even a rooster around," Megan said, hopeful it was the case. "It's certainly worth a shot," Rosie said. "Here, drink this before you head back up there. You know, once we get more eggs, these shells, combined with the coffee grounds, will really help the garden soil. I have also read the egg shells are a great way to keep the deer from eating our veggies. I imagine we will need all the help we can get," Rosie said, putting the egg back in the cup. "I checked out the garden the other day. The soil looks great, nice and dark. There were plenty of earthworms in it as well. They are really enjoying those coffee grounds you have been putting out there all winter." Rosie laughed.
Yes, I know you guys thought I was crazy sprinkling coffee grounds on the snow, but I knew they would eventually get worked into the soil. I wanted to make sure the worms had something to attract them, and they needed to be well fed to keep up their hard work.
Megan drank the tea, hoping it would act fast. She imagined everyone else that was on the work crew yesterday was probably feeling the same way.
Thanks, Rosie. I am going to head back up there. I'll check in later. Send any able-bodied person up when they roll out of bed, if you would, please. Oh, you know I will. I'll have Garrett stick with me for a while, but the rest I'm sure will be up and going soon. Thanks, Rosie, Megan said, before heading back out the door.
As she walked up the slope of the hill, she allowed herself to envision a future filled with fresh milk, eggs, and maybe even some fried chicken. The chickens and goats were their first step to a self-sustaining way of life. Now, all she had to do was prevent a wall of water from destroying the dreams of a prosperous future with the people she loved. Chapter 14. Megan wiped her brow, taking a moment to catch her breath. They had been working hard the past week, and she could finally see the results. She stood back and admired the work they'd completed. It was moving along now that everyone knew what to do. She ran her hand over the wall that was forming, pleased that it was already dry. It was almost impossible to tell where the individual bricks were set on top of one another. "It looks good and solid," Wyatt said, coming to stand beside her. "Are you feeling more confident about it?" She nodded.
I am. It would be great if we could dig down a bit to create a trench to help slow the water while increasing the height of the wall. It isn't feasible to build the wall much higher, but if we can dig down, I think it will be far more effective. I know this is a proven method of building, and it has been around for centuries, but I would feel better knowing we were taking every precaution.
"I know erosion will be a definite result if the water remains constant, but we only need it for one purpose. The dike will help. The lodge is far enough down that even if some of the water does make its way over the top or through some of the cracks, it isn't going to be devastating," Wyatt reasoned. She arched her back, feeling the strain of the long day. "Need more of Mom's magic tea?" Wyatt joked.
Yes, I do. It worked great for most of the day, but now I can feel all those aches again.
"Go ahead and head back. We'll finish up here and be down shortly. I think everyone is hungry and ready to call it a day," he said, gently rubbing her shoulders. She nodded in agreement. The sun was setting and the temperatures were dropping. They had been sweating with the physical labor, but now, without the sun to warm them, they would get chilled.
"Don't stay too long,"
she said, before heading down the hill. The kids were finishing their dinner when Megan walked in. They had done their part, mixing and hauling more buckets of clay and mud up from the stream, even though Megan wanted them to rest today.
"The rest of the group will be down soon," Megan told Willow, who was slicing bread at the counter. "Okay. You look beat. Can I get you a plate ready?" Willow asked her with concern. "Not yet, thank you. I'll wait for everyone else. I'm going to go change."
Megan walked straight to her room, kicked the door closed, and flopped back on the bed. She was exhausted. The choice between lying in bed or eating was a tough one. She wanted to do both. The sound of Wyatt's voice woke her up instantly. She had dozed off, fully clothed, her booted feet hanging off the bed. She wasn't exactly comfortable, but she didn't want to move. She blinked several times, trying to determine how long she had slept. It felt like it had only been 5 minutes, but she knew it was probably much longer than that. He popped his head in the door. "Mom said you passed out. Want me to grab you some dinner, or you feel like coming out?"
"I'm good. I had to rest my eyes for a minute. What I really need is a good, long soak in a tub full of hot water."
"That could be arranged," he offered.
No, maybe when all of this is done. I'm not going to sit back and relax just yet.
Okay, suit yourself. Wyatt left the room, and Megan rolled over and carefully pushed herself up off the bed with her arms. The pain in her lower back was intense. She needed to get some more of the willow bark tea in her system. She managed to untie her boots and kick them off before heading into the kitchen. Wyatt was sitting at the bar, shoveling food into his mouth. She could tell by the smell Willow had made a hearty venison stew. It was a regular on the menu. "Here," he said, gesturing to the empty seat next to him. "There's the tea. Drink up." Megan carefully climbed onto the stool, doing her best not to jar her back. She drank the hot tea and almost instantly began to feel better. There was a bowl of stew and a slice of bread waiting for her. She quickly ate it. It was then she realized how famished she was. "Your muscles need sustenance," Wyatt told her. "It isn't about eating to eat. It is about keeping your body fueled." Megan knew better, but the day had been so busy she hadn't thought about eating. No wonder she was feeling so weak. She remembered her dad talking about the importance of food and criticizing the experts who said a person could live without eating for several weeks. She had gone almost 24 hours and could feel the effects. Her body was screaming for nutrition. Her muscles were seizing and cramping to the point she could hardly move. She couldn't imagine how anyone managed to keep up a steady pace if they had gone days or weeks without eating. "I think we should go check on the patch tomorrow," Chase said from the table. "Good plan. We'll take up another bucket of mud in case we need to add another layer," Wyatt agreed. Tara was washing dishes in the sink.
How close are you to finishing the wall?
"We made good progress today. It isn't going to take as long as we thought, so long as we can keep going at this pace," Ryan told her.
"We need to start digging a trench,"
Megan said, thinking aloud. She was not looking forward to that back-breaking job. Garrett groaned.
"I pushed that shovel all over that garden today. Digging a trench through rocky soil is going to suck."
"We would have to use pickaxes to break through the top layer before we can even think about trying to dig," Chase said. "That is going to be some serious labor. I don't know. Do you think a couple of us should start digging while the rest continues building the wall?" Wyatt answered for Megan. "I think it would be best to get most of the dike up, and when we get close to being finished, we can split up the work crew and start digging. Without a backhoe, we aren't going to be able to dig a trench worthy of holding a lot of water. By hand, it will take weeks to dig a trench big enough to be effective. Focusing on the wall is our priority." A collective groan followed his comment, and Megan wished she hadn't said anything, but Wyatt was right. Surviving was all about prioritizing. When there were so many things that needed to get done, it was crucial they put the most important tasks, like building up a strong wall to hold back the water, at the top of the list. A sudden thought popped into her mind. What if Evan and Brian had never showed up that day? Even if they had survived an attack from the raiders, they would never have the manpower to build this dike. There would be no way for them to stay. It was another aha moment for Megan. The group, with its larger number, made it possible for them to do so much more. They were so much stronger together. It had certainly taken her long enough to figure that out, but now she was hoping everyone would stick around and ride out this next potential disaster together. "You okay?" Wyatt asked in a low voice.
"Yeah, I was thinking, can you imagine how we would do this on our own if they hadn't come to live here?"
she asked, using her head to gesture to the table behind her where Evan's group was sitting. Wyatt agreed. "Yeah, I guess sometimes you have to let fate lead the way. Who knows?
This dam breaking may be another blessing in disguise, as my mom would say. Megan smiled. Your mom has a way of finding the silver lining in everything. Despite what she's been through, she keeps fighting on. Yep, always has. We'll be fine. No matter what happens, we will all be okay, Wyatt said with confidence. It may not be like it was, but we have to roll with it. Accept the new normal and keep pushing forward. I know, I should know that, but sometimes it's hard not to be a little worried. We have each other and them, he assured her. We are a powerful group of people when we work together towards the same goal. It is another saying my mom used to always tell me and Jack, where there's a will, there's a way, and we definitely have the will. You guys ready for more? Willow asked, interrupting their quiet, brief conversation. She grabbed the pot and walked around the table before making her way to where Megan and Wyatt were sitting. Everyone thanked her as she scooped the chunky stew into their bowls. Tomorrow, you all need to stop for a lunch break. Take it in turns if you must, but you look terrible, she cajoled. Rosie came down the stairs, looking unhappy. If you guys don't take care of yourselves, you are all going to be too weak to lift a single brick. I think this is a lesson learned for everyone, right? She scanned the room, driving home her point. Megan felt like a little kid being scolded for crossing the street without looking. We got carried away, Wyatt said. It won't happen again. Good. Finish eating, wash up, and get yourselves to bed, Rosie demanded. Megan had to fight back a giggle. She had been well and truly scolded. If they weren't careful, Rosie would probably be grounding them for a month, which, given how tired she was, didn't sound like such a bad idea. Everyone finished eating in silence. Megan finished her second bowl of stew and headed for the outhouse. When she came back in, Wyatt was crouched down, talking to Garrett by the stove. She watched them for a second, wondering what they were discussing. Wyatt was gesturing, using his fingers to draw shapes in the air. He had been awful secretive lately. She knew he was up to something, but was far too tired and worried about other matters to give it a lot of thought. Megan went to their room, quickly stripped down to a t-shirt, and crawled under the covers. Her belly was full, and her back was feeling better. She had a feeling Rosie may have added an extra herb or two to the tea to help her relax. Normally, she would have been upset about being drugged without her knowing, but right now it felt way too good to care. She would be affronted tomorrow. For now, she wanted to sleep. Chapter 15. Wyatt surveyed the wall of the dike. Megan was sticking to the mixing and making of the bricks to give her back a rest today. All the bending and lifting had taken its toll the day before. The group decided it was best to rotate every hour so no one risked serious injury. Are you headed up there? Megan asked. He had told her earlier he would be taking a small break from the building of the dike to visit the dam. Yep. I want to check on the patch to make sure it's holding. We're taking up another bucket of mud, just in case. You have your rope, right? I don't want to hear about you trying to be some daredevil. It's too dangerous. I need you, she said the last in hushed tones for his ears only. He pulled her in for a hug. I promise not to do anything dangerous or stupid. If I have to get down there again, I'll tie off. The water is too cold to go for a swim. Take it easy and make sure you drink lots of water. Don't forget to eat that pemmican my mom packed for you. She wrinkled her nose, making him laugh. I have mine right here, he said, patting the pocket of his cargo pants. After yesterday, she wasn't taking any chances. Let's roll, Wyatt, Chase called out, already starting up the hill towards the dam. See ya. Wyatt grabbed her, giving her a quick kiss. The three men walked up the incline in silence, each of them hoping the patch was holding.
When the dam came into view, Wyatt breathed a sigh of relief to see it was still solid. He knew he would have known by now if it had crumbled, but he couldn't help but think the worst. He had never been one to dwell on things or live as if the world was going to end, but after the events of the last year, he found himself far more pessimistic. He called it reality. His mom called it being a negative thinker. Chase was squatting, checking out the dried mud that was still caked on the cement wall of the dam. "It's wet," he said, pointing to the center of the mud patch. Wyatt could see the darker color in the center. The area above on both sides was a much lighter ash color where it was dry. That was what he hoped to see over the entire area. "We better get another layer on there. I don't see any obvious signs of the crack growing. The mud may be concealing any further damage," Wyatt said, already tying the rope around his waist. "Do you think it's worth trying?" Brian asked. "I mean, this mud is really not going to stop the dam from bursting if the force of the water is too much." Wyatt didn't take offense at Brian's statement. It was true. "I do think it's worth it. Anything we can do to slow down the inevitable is worth trying. No, it isn't going to stop the dam from breaking, but the sun beating down on the cement isn't helping this crack. Ice-cold water and hot sun is a recipe for disaster," Wyatt reasoned. "Okay, I don't want to be wasting time here when we could be down there working on the dike," Brian explained. "I agree, but I do think this is buying us time, which we need right now," Wyatt said. "Here, go tie me off and let's get this over with so we can get back down there." Chase handed him the bucket, and he carefully climbed down the embankment to the area he was in before. The wall below the patch was wet. It was leaking. He could see the faintest sliver of the crack peeking out from under the mud circle. The crack had grown. "How bad?" Chase yelled down to him. "From what I can see, I would say it has grown a few inches in either direction," Wyatt shouted back. He dipped his hand in the mud and slapped it against the cement. He made the patch much bigger than the first circle. "I'm out," he called out, tossing the empty bucket up to Chase. "We're going to have to come back here every day." The idea did not appeal to him. Wyatt crawled up the embankment. "Let's go around to the east side and see how full the river is. If it's still within its bank, we may be okay. Since there's still some snow on those peaks, it could flood," Wyatt said, pointing. The men walked across the dam, looking for any more signs of damage as they went. "It does seem odd that the cement would crack in that one area, don't you think?" Chase mused. Wyatt agreed, but he knew nothing about dams. "Just one of those things, I guess. With no one here to do regular maintenance, it probably went unnoticed until it grew into a problem," he replied. "It doesn't look too bad," Brian said, standing on the edge of the lake. "A little high, but not flood stage." They walked to the northeastern side of the lake and came across another small dam. Wyatt had no idea where the small river created by the dam led. That was an exploration trip for another day. He imagined it probably fed some irrigation ditches below. "Looks solid," Chase said. "Yep, it's just the big one we need to worry about," Wyatt replied. "Let's get back and get that dike built." "Wait a minute." Brian slammed to a halt. "Maintenance! How could I be so clueless?" he chastised himself. Wyatt and Chase both stared at him, waiting. Growing impatient at his silence, they both asked in unison, "What?" "Maintenance. These dams would have some sort of maintenance room or some way to control the flow of the sluice. At least the bigger ones do. I don't see why this one wouldn't. Come on, we have to look." Brian looked over the side of the dam, shaking his head before running to the other side. His eyes lit up when he found what he was looking for. "There! Come on!" Without waiting to see if they would follow, Brian took off at a trot. When he got to the other end of the dam, he climbed over the wall and disappeared down the side. "What the hell is he doing?" Chase demanded, running after him. Having a sudden suspicion what he was after, Wyatt followed. If they could turn off the water flow, it might give the patch time to dry. Wyatt had no idea what kind of pressure that would put on the dam, but if it gave them more time, they'd need to try. As Wyatt caught up to Chase, Brian was already climbing back up, shaking his head. Looking over the side of the dam, Wyatt saw a metal staircase built into the dam. "What did you find?" he asked him. "Not good. The hand cranks are frozen with rust. There's no moving them. Damn. I had hoped." Brian's voice trailed off as Chase clapped him on the back. "It was a good idea, man, and something none of us thought of. At least you tried." Wyatt agreed. If they'd been able to control the flow of water, they would have enough time to build the dike and dig a trench. Everything they'd built and worked so hard to keep would be saved. Chapter 16. Vlad was breathing hard when he finally made his way back to the dam. He didn't think he could possibly make the climb again. No matter how determined he was, his body was failing him. He was weary. It was time to go home. He stared at the dam, the water rushing through the sluices. He couldn't believe it was still standing. The explosion should have taken out one side of the dam, causing the rest to be destroyed by the force of the rushing water. He had accomplished much bigger jobs in the past with very little effort. He mused it was a sign for him to retire. He wasn't as keen as he was in the old days. He took off his pack to make it easier for him to move. It wasn't overly heavy, but for his ailing body, he may as well have been carrying a giant boulder. He wanted to inspect the area where he planted the C4, which required him to be as nimble on his feet as possible. He walked closer and noticed a huge circle of what appeared to be mud spread over the area he had placed the explosive. "Что это?" he muttered aloud in Russian. Mud? Mud was what kept him from being successful? He knew it had to be the people in that lodge down the mountain. They had somehow discovered the damage and were trying to repair it. It was laughable and frustrating, but he had to appreciate their tenacity. Shaking his head, he stared at the patch job. It was his fault. In a weak moment, he still held out hope that he might make it home to die. He should have used more C4 and blown out the entire dam the first time, but he would not fail again. He cursed before climbing back up to his pack to unpack the white putty that looked innocuous but packed a punch. He used both hands to shape the soft material into a small rectangle. He had handled the explosive so many times in the past that it had become cathartic to him. As he carefully shaped the putty, he thought about his plans to return home. The voyage would be long by ship. He was completely lost in thought. He reached for a blast cap and froze mid-bend. "Don't move," came a low voice behind him. Vlad dropped the C4 into his open pack, hoping his body shielded his action and the explosive. "Turn around." He slowly turned to face the voice of the man who had likely placed the mud patch on the dam. Vlad was a little surprised to see not one very angry face, but three. 3 men were holding guns directly at his chest. He raised his hands, signaling he was unarmed. Each of them was scowling. He went with the innocent victim approach. "Hey, guys," he said, doing his best to sound like an American country boy. "What's up? You want to put those guns away?" "What are you doing up here?" said the man standing closest to him. Vlad hoped the men would buy his charade. They had to know they weren't the only ones living up here. He himself had encountered several people on his travels around the area. In every situation, he had managed to play off his presence as a weary traveler looking for somewhere to set up camp. It was his go-to story when he encountered anyone. He wanted them to think he was a friendly neighbor. "I was coming to get some water. I have a little camp on the other side of the hill," he explained. The man standing in front of the other two didn't look convinced. Vlad could feel him scrutinizing him. He had been in the States long enough to pick up on the way they dressed, talked, and even walked. His identity had been easily concealed after many years of honing his skills to fit in anywhere. He was the enemy within. "What's in the bag?" one of the men from behind asked. Vlad tried to play dumb. "My bag? Looks like you had something in your hand when we walked up on you. What was it?" the man asked again. He weighed his options. It was only a matter of time before the men searched his pack. They didn't look like average guys. Judging by the way two of them were holding their weapons, he suspected they were military trained. They would know what the C4 was. His go-to story was not going to work here. Vlad thought of a saying he had heard many times in the past: the best defense was a good offense. He would have to strike first if he was going to have any chance of surviving this encounter. "I'll check for others," said the man in the back left. He turned towards the lake, his gun held out in front of him. "Why don't you take about 10 steps away from your bag?" the man in front ordered. Vlad knew what he had to do. The men would kill him if they discovered the explosives in the pack. He would not die without completing his mission. There was no way a few country bumpkins were going to stop him from fulfilling his contract and getting paid. He didn't care how big they were. Sure, they were young and in their prime, but he had more experience and a bigger kill list. Vlad took a few seconds to size them up. When he decided he had predicted their actions, he made his move. He lunged to the side, grabbed his pack, and rolled. Reaching for his gun, he shot blindly, not taking the time to aim. He knew the man in front was the leader. An American cowboy would care more for his friends than his own life. Vlad was going to capitalize on that sense of honor. All he had to do was put the lives of the men in jeopardy, and it would bring them to their knees, literally. "Get down!" one of the men yelled. Vlad took advantage of them dropping to the ground and ran for the cover of the trees. He turned his arm back and fired again, hoping to keep them pinned down long enough for him to escape. The threat of a bullet hitting one of them was all he needed. A shot rang out a split second before he felt the impact hit him in the leg. It took him by surprise. He didn't think any of the men would risk getting shot. He misjudged them. He shouted in pain, but kept moving. The leg wasn't broke. He could keep moving. He turned and fired again, just missing the man who had been in the front. The tall man dropped to his stomach and fired again. The man was definitely a trained soldier. Vlad felt and heard the bullet whiz by him. It slammed into a tree inches from where he had been. He kept moving, not taking the time to return fire. This was not part of his plan. He cursed. All he had to do was blow the dam, and he could get out of here. These men were ruining everything. Every day the dam remained, he risked losing the faith of his employer. Pride was the only thing a man truly had. His chest felt like it would explode, and he could no longer draw a deep breath. He slowed his pace when he realized they weren't following. Maybe he had managed to shoot one of them. He didn't care. His leg was on fire, and he needed to tend to the wound before he bled to death. He would figure out another way to blow that dam, even if it meant he died in the process. There were far worse places to die. Chapter 17. "Everyone okay?" Wyatt asked, slightly out of breath. They weren't expecting to find anyone near the dam. Thankfully, he'd been intent on whatever it was he was doing, so they had managed to use surprise to their advantage. It wasn't often they encountered a stranger, and any time they had, it hadn't ended well. "All good," both Chase and Brian called out. "Let's get back to the lodge. We have another problem, and this time I think it's far more serious than one bad guy who wants to take us out so he can have our supplies. This guy doesn't care about the lodge or what may be in it, including people. And I'd bet you that he's the one who put that crack in the dam." "Who was he?" Chase said, falling into step beside Wyatt as they trekked down the hill. "I don't know. I heard him mutter under his breath in Russian. I detected a faint accent, and I think the way he was talking to us was forced. Like English isn't his first language," Wyatt said. "It felt like he was acting a part. His acting sucked." They all chuckled. "Why would there be a Russian guy up here trying to blow up a dam?" Chase mused. "That doesn't make a lot of sense. Unless—" He stopped and looked at Wyatt. "Do you have an enemy trying to exact some kind of revenge?" Wyatt guffawed. "Like anyone would find me up here. Nice try. Maybe he was after you." It was a joke, and they all knew it. They had to have a sense of humor. With the number of people who had tried to kill them in the last year, if they didn't joke about it, they would go crazy with the gravity of the situation. Brian raised his hands. "I know I certainly don't have any enemies. I'm a nice guy, and I know for a fact I've never crossed any Russian guys." Wyatt and Chase both laughed. Wyatt was thoughtful for a moment. "Well, maybe they are after someone else in the lodge. Albert does get opinionated on that radio. Maybe he inadvertently gave away our location. He said he's talked to people from other countries. Could he somehow have offended the Russians?" Chase rolled his eyes. "I seriously doubt an entire country is going to send an assassin to take out one mouthy old man. It feels like something bigger, more calculated. I mean, the guy didn't even aim to hit us. Maybe there is gold around here or some other valuable resource he was trying to get his hands on." Wyatt considered that idea. "It is plausible. Who knows? Let's get back to the others." They quit trying to guess the man's motivation and focused on getting down the hill, walking at a fast clip in relative silence. Wyatt imagined they were all replaying what had happened in their head. Once they got back to the lodge, they could hash out the details and put together what each of them observed. He didn't want to tell Megan. He was dreading it. And Willow. Poor Willow was going to lose her mind. He didn't think she could handle another bad guy threatening her life and the lives of her family. It was a lot to handle for anyone. She had barely made it through the McDaniels situation, and things were still tense with her. He didn't know if it was the pregnancy hormones, grief, or her personality, but she would have been put on antidepressants by now in a world where doctors and medicine were easily accessible. She was a wreck most days. "I don't think anyone, including me, expected it to be this bad," Chase said, in a quiet, serious voice. "There is a bad guy at every turn. How is it that every bad apple in the United States managed to survive while so many good people died?" Brian put a hand on his friend's back. "That is exactly why they seem so rampant now. The bad guys and the people who have no morals are thriving because there is no real sense of community. If you have a community, you can establish law. It's like the wild, wild west out here with every man for himself. It's going to kill us. We can't keep doing this," Wyatt said with vehemence. "We can't wake up every day ready to fight against whoever wants to kill us on that given day. There has to be a way to make us stronger. The stronger the good guys are, the less likely the bad guys will try to overthrow us." Brian nodded his head in agreement. I don't think it's all that different from what life was like before the EMP. The only difference is we had law enforcement, jails, and the courts to help control the bad guys. No, they didn't get them all, but the bad guys knew there were consequences. There aren't any now. They can do anything they want and do it without worry of repercussions, other than getting shot. Wyatt shook his head in frustration. He knew Brian was right. They had to reach out and make friends with others living in the area. The sooner everyone was talking and relaying information about groups in the area ransacking and pillaging, the better they could prepare. It was their relationship with Evan's group that had given them the advantage they needed to fight off McDaniels and ultimately exterminate the raiders. Once they figured out how to eliminate this latest threat, he was going to have a serious talk with his group. They had to establish a community. They didn't have to chat with other folks daily, and they didn't have to live next door. It was going to be about opening the lines of communication, sharing information, and offering support when needed. If the survivors stuck together, they would be stronger. It was how they defeated McDaniels, and it was the only way they were going to make it through this post-apocalypse in one piece. They slowed down as they approached the group building the dike. They didn't want to alarm them. Wyatt knew Megan would see the look on his face and know something was wrong. He did his best to hide the evidence, but she knew him too well. "Hey," he said, feigning cheeriness and hoping his face didn't reveal anything. She looked at him for several long seconds. "Hey," she said, wiping her hands on her pants and slowly standing. "There," she said, pointing to the tree line, indicating she wanted to talk in private. Wyatt grimaced. He had failed to hide the concern and worry that was likely written all over his face. When they reached the shelter of the trees, she held up a hand when he started to talk. He was hoping to head off any questions about what had him worried. "We all heard the gunshots. We sent the kids back to the lodge just in case. What happened?" Wyatt sighed. Of course they heard the gunshots. They would have echoed down the mountain. He hadn't even considered that. He was a little surprised they didn't come running up the hill with guns blazing. "Why didn't you come to inspect?" he asked, a little hurt by the inaction. She rolled her eyes. "It was a handful of shots. If there had been something serious, there would have been a lot more than that. I figured you were shooting to warn off a bear or a mountain lion." In a nutshell, there was a guy up there. A guy that appeared to be trying to destroy the dam. I'm sure I shot him at least once, but he kept going. I have no idea who he is or what he was doing. "Was it one of McDaniel's guys?" He shrugged. "I don't know for sure, but I don't think so. We need to have another group meeting. We can head down now or keep working and talk it over this evening." Megan looked torn. She looked back at the dike and then at him. "I don't know. With only a few of us working on it, progress has been slow. We haven't gotten very far, and I would like the help of you three to get more done. Is this something we need to be prepared to deal with right now?" "I don't think it is. The guy did shoot at us, but he wasn't shooting to hit us, only to keep us down and to prevent us from following him." Megan looked thoughtful. "If you don't think this guy is going to come down here and start firing, I say we stay and finish the day. We need to let the folks at the lodge know so they can be on high alert. Maybe pull Brenda in from watch and have her stand guard at the lodge?" Wyatt nodded in agreement. "I'll have Chase go down and get everyone situated. I would rather Willow not know anything just yet. The kids can stay inside, helping Mom with chores," Wyatt said, giving her a quick kiss on the forehead. "I'll let Chase know. Brian and I will help out here and keep an eye on things." "Okay, let's get back to work." She stopped. "Wait, you said he was trying to destroy the dam?" Wyatt was hoping she had heard and chosen to ignore that little tidbit of information. Yeah, looked that way. Maybe with C4. We didn't exactly get the chance to ask him. She groaned. He could be back up there right now. The dam could go at any second, and we're not ready. Shh, it's okay. I don't think he is going to be back today, especially if he's injured. We'll keep working and do as much as we can, just in case. I can't believe this is happening again, she muttered, walking back to the work site. Every time we turn around, there is someone trying to kill us. It's insulting, she said with so much frustration, Wyatt had to fight back a smile. Insulting was one word, but he was thinking more along the lines of dead wrong. He would make that man disappear one way or another. He was tired of people trying to kill him and his family, even if it was not intended solely for the lodge. Everything okay? Tara asked, forming another brick with her hands. Yep, for now, anyway, Megan said, dropping back down to the other tarp filled with the cob mixture. Yeah, right, Garrett said, carrying a brick to the forming wall. We all heard the gunshots. We know there is some menace up there. It's cool, though. We'll keep building this dike, and you guys can tell us all about it tonight, right? That's the plan, isn't it? Wyatt looked at the young man. He didn't appreciate the sarcasm. Pretty much sums it up, he said, not hiding his irritation. Brian tried to soothe things. Garrett, there was a guy up there. Wyatt shot him. We'll hash it all out after dinner. Right now, we need to stay focused on this job right here. This is all that matters at the moment. The rest will wait. Garrett nodded his head, but didn't look appeased. Wyatt wondered if he would leave. He was young, strong-willed, and convinced he was too smart for the world. Wyatt had once been like Garrett. It was part of growing up. It wasn't until you got some years and experience that you could see how young and cocky you were. Garrett would soon get the wisdom that came with hindsight, assuming the kid lived long enough. Wyatt pulled Chase to the side and quickly gave him the rundown of his conversation with Megan. Chase quickly set off for the lodge. The remaining people worked fast and hard. They all knew there was a sense of urgency to get the dike built. It was there before, but now it was amplified. There was little talk and none of the typical joking and goofing around. They were all business, with each one focusing on their individual task. Wyatt would catch Megan staring up the hill with a pensive look on her face before going back to mixing cob. He prayed the Russian had not gone back to finish the job. Hopefully, the man was busy dealing with his gunshot wound. They worked until dusk before packing up and heading back to the lodge. Wyatt was not looking forward to the after-dinner conversation. It was going to be rough. Chapter 18. Megan looked at the people she had come to love. The worry lines etched into each of those faces made her sad. She so wished they could have a happily ever after. No one said a word after Wyatt shared the news about the man up at the dam. It was like they almost expected another enemy to try to take them out. She had felt the same way. She wasn't all that surprised. It was a part of their lives now, whether they liked it or not. "Do you think the Russians are responsible for all this?" Albert asked, angrily waving his arms. "The dam?" Wyatt asked. "No! Everything! This whole blasted EMP business!" Garrett chimed in. "I bet you they are. I bet they did this, and they are here to gloat and make sure they take us all out. One by one if they have to." Megan nearly laughed at the theory. It was good to see conspiracy theories were alive and well. She had never been one to buy into the crazy stories that circulated on the internet and social media before everything happened, but judging by the looks on the faces of the people around her, She was the oddity. They clearly believed the rumors. Chase looked thoughtful. Megan couldn't believe he was buying into the idea. There was the one guy, and we can't say for certain he was Russian, Wyatt reasoned. You said you heard him speak Russian, Albert shot back. That doesn't mean he was Russian or that he is part of some elaborate attack against the United States that happens to be focused on this one little corner of the country, Evan chimed in. Albert didn't look appeased. Then tell me, why is he trying to blow up a dam? He asked. Megan looked at Wyatt, who looked at Chase. None of them knew. None of them had the slightest clue as to the mystery man's motivation. Megan thought it seemed odd. She hadn't even known the dam was there, and she had lived here almost a year. The area was sparsely populated. There wasn't a major city close enough to be impacted by the flooding that would occur with the destruction of the dam. There were other major dams across the country that would result in far more devastation. If it were the Russians, they would get more bang for their buck if they hit a bigger target. I think something is definitely off, but I would be more inclined to believe the man lives around here and wants to take us and some of the other settlers in the area out. Maybe he wants the entire area to himself, Megan suggested. I agree with Megan, Wyatt started, before Albert's loud and exaggerated guffaw stopped him. Albert, the guy could have killed all of us. If he was some terrorist, don't you think he would have killed us when he had the chance? We were up there, working on the dam, not paying attention. He could have taken us out then or here at the lodge, Wyatt said, not holding back his frustration with the man. Chase cleared his throat. It doesn't make sense for a terrorist to want to kill a few people. They go for the big targets. This area isn't exactly a major score. It is more likely he wants to run us and the rest of the people out of here. I'm sticking with the theory that there is gold somewhere, and he wants it all for himself. Evan laughed. There's gold in them thar mountains. The insert of humor helped break the tension in the room. After the burst of laughter, everyone got serious again. I need that map of the area, Albert said. Megan could practically see the light bulb above his head. He was on to something. She jumped up and found the map of the area they had referenced on occasion. Here, she said, handing it to him. Everyone waited while Albert hunched over the map, studying every detail. He sat up, leaned back in his chair, and appeared to be deep in thought. Well? Wyatt asked. I'm not sure. I want to study this a bit more and see if I can get anyone on the radio. Maybe they have some idea about what is going on. You all head off to bed, and I'll let you know if I hear anything, he said, rising and taking the map with him to the corner of the large downstairs area where the ham radio was set up. Chase stood, extending a hand to Willow. She grabbed it as if it were a lifeline. Megan felt terrible for everything Willow was going through. She thought back to the days of being pregnant with Caitlin. The instinct to protect her unborn child was very strong. With so many serious threats, it was no wonder the woman was stressed out. That, on top of her loss and the desire to protect Ryland, would be overwhelming for anyone. Can I get you some tea? Megan asked, feeling as if she needed to do something to help make things easier on Willow. No, thanks. I'm tired, so I'm sure I will fall asleep with no problems, she said in a weary voice. Rosie walked up the stairs behind her daughter-in-law. Megan could hear her telling her to wake her if she needed anything. They were all doing what they could to help Willow, but there was only so much they could do. Let's turn in, Wyatt said, heading for the bedroom. Megan watched as everyone went their separate ways. Everything felt wrong, unsettled. She was the one who would need some tea to help her relax. Brian was standing at the door. "It'll be okay. We'll figure this out. Get some sleep, and we'll tackle this newest problem tomorrow morning. There's nothing more we can do tonight." She smiled. "You're right. Good night, Brian. I will see you bright and early." When she walked into the bedroom, Wyatt was sitting on the end of the bed, staring at the wall. "You okay?" she asked with concern, suddenly worried he was injured in the skirmish earlier. "Yeah, just thinking. I think Albert may be onto something. I didn't want to say it in front of everyone else. We certainly don't want them to think there is another doomsday around the corner." "The theory about a Russian targeting us and that dam?" she asked in disbelief. He nodded. She thought about it and supposed the idea did have some merit, but she couldn't believe their little mountain would be a target. "Let's get some sleep. Albert is on top of it, and I have a feeling he will have some answers for us in the morning. He is like a dog with a bone when it comes to stuff like this," she said with a smile. "He's tenacious. It isn't my favorite quality about him, but in this case, it will come in handy," Wyatt said with a chuckle. Megan drifted off to sleep, envisioning a future filled with war. Could they be on the brink of World War III? Had it already started, and they managed to live blissfully unaware this whole time? Chapter 19. When Megan walked out of the bedroom early the following morning, Albert was at the table with a steaming cup of coffee in front of him. "Did you sleep at all?" she asked, suddenly concerned for his health. The man looked rough. His thinning hair was standing up in different places, as though he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. There were deep black circles under his eyes. He looked extremely weary. "No, I don't think I did. I was on the radio with quite a few different folks from across the country. Is Wyatt up yet?" he asked. "Yeah, he'll be right out." She didn't bother asking him what he found out. He would tell them together. That was the way they did things. It saved time and ensured everyone got the same information. They couldn't afford to risk a piece of vital information being forgotten or a fact being embellished. They needed everyone on the same page. Megan filled the coffee pot and set it on the wood stove. Everyone would want coffee, and she suspected they would all be up very soon. It wasn't long before folks filtered into the kitchen, grabbed a cup of coffee, and waited quietly for Albert to reveal what he learned. "We need to go on a little field trip to verify my information and suspicions. I don't want to alarm anyone, but I do think we are dealing with a more serious problem than one guy being a pain in the butt. I have a feeling this guy is part of a much bigger picture," Albert explained. "What kind of a bigger picture?" Brian asked. "Like the kind I suggested last night. A terrorist attack. Me and a couple of buddies I have over the radio suspect this guy is part of an organized plot to keep the United States down. This hasn't been the first attack in an odd area. Before we get into it all, Wyatt and Chase, I want you to come with me," Albert said, standing from the table. "This could all be a lot of nonsense, but I would feel better if I can check things out myself. I hate relying on third-party information," the old man said. He held the carefully folded map in his hand. "Where are we going?" Wyatt asked, not one to play guessing games. "I don't know for sure. I have a general idea, but we need to get some eyes in the area," Albert said. "Let's go," Chase chimed in, clearly not wanting to wait another minute. The three men quickly left the lodge, leaving the rest of the group to wonder what it was that had Albert so spooked. "This way," Albert ordered. "Where are we headed?" Wyatt asked. "I don't know for sure, which is why I want to see what we are dealing with. I plotted out the general area the flood would hit if that dam blows. I have a feeling something down here is being targeted, because it doesn't make sense for it to be us," he explained. Wyatt nodded in agreement. He didn't think they were the targets, and he absolutely didn't buy the guy's story. While he'd tried to hide what was in his hands, unless he had a serious love of silly putty, that was C4 he tossed back in his pack, thinking we wouldn't notice, he mused. They walked about a half-mile when Albert stopped. "Look!" He pointed to the tall fence. "I knew it! They were right!" They walked a little closer through the trees and stopped. It was a power station and part of the dam's hydroelectric system. If the dam burst, this area was in the direct path of the water. It would be destroyed. Albert cursed. His distress at the discovery seemed to be a lot of worry for nothing. Wyatt saw the power station, but considering it didn't work anyway, he wasn't sure why Albert was so upset. Chase must not have been following what the problem was either. He looked at Albert, then Wyatt, and back to the fenced-in transformers and boxes. They both waited for Albert to explain. "This isn't the first incident of its kind," Albert started. "You said you heard the man speak Russian." Wyatt nodded. "This is the working theory. There is a slim chance it is wrong, but from what I gathered from others, I don't think so." "What, Albert?" Wyatt said a little too loud. "It's the Russians. They're targeting power stations across the country to keep us in this perpetual blackout. As of now, there's still a chance to repair these transformers. But if entire stations are destroyed, it will seriously delay the restoration of electricity by years." Wyatt and Chase were both quiet as they processed the information. Wyatt couldn't get his head around it. "You know this because people are telling you, or there are some facts to back up this theory?" he asked. "I know this because I gathered information," he said angrily. "I'm not crazy, Wyatt. Take a minute to review everything we know. Like I said, there have been other similar attacks, and they were successful." "Why not take out one of the bigger dams?" Chase asked. Albert shrugged. "I'd be willing to bet they're still heavily guarded against something like this. Or maybe they don't want to draw a lot of attention to their operation. Not every country was hit as hard by the EMP as those of us in the Americas, and countries farther away have thrown in their support to help us get back on our feet. Now, what if some of those countries don't want us to rebuild? What if some of those countries would like nothing better than to force us to remain in the dark?" "Like Russia? Come on, Albert. That's ludicrous," Chase scoffed, looking around at the others. Wyatt didn't want to believe it, but he had a sick feeling that Albert was right. Russia didn't cause the EMP, but they were certainly not going to miss the opportunity to become the world's top nation, especially with the United States still completely disabled. This was the perfect time to make a move. "So other small-scale power stations have been blown up?" Wyatt asked. Albert nodded. "There have been fires, small dams collapsing, vandalism, and in one case, a semi-truck barreled through the security fence and destroyed a bunch of equipment. These stations have been relatively small. There could be more destruction that we don't know about." Wyatt was thoughtful. It did appear as if it was a quiet attack that would be as harmful, if not more so, than an attack on a much larger scale. The minor incidents would be ignored or completely undetected. When it did get the attention it deserved, it would be too late and the damage would be done. "Do we tell the others?" Chase asked, with a grim look on his face. "No," Wyatt said immediately. Chase looked surprised. "There is nothing any of us can do. I don't want Megan or
anyone else risking their lives to be a hero. We need to focus on protecting ourselves and less on attacking. We need to be on the defense in this one, he stated. Albert didn't look convinced. They are going to find out, he said. And when they do, they aren't going to be happy. Wyatt looked at him. But they will be alive provided we get the dike finished and prepare for the dam breaking. The Russians will have completed their mission and will move on. If we make a big stink, who's to say there aren't more agents up here? They could attack. Even one life lost is too many. It's a risk we don't have to take, and I don't see any real benefit to attempting to stop them. Chase looked a little surprised. Really? Now Wyatt was getting irritated. He knew Megan. He loved her, and he wouldn't let her go off and be a hero again. He had already lost Jack. He wasn't prepared to lose her or Chase or anyone else for that matter. You know Megan will come up with some cockamamie plan to save the world by putting her life in jeopardy to thwart the Russians' plan. She will take the hit to save millions of other Americans who are not doing well in this perpetual blackout. Wyatt pleaded with Chase to see reason. Megan would give up on the dike and let the lodge be flooded if it meant she could save the power station. She would want no part in extending the blackout. No matter what, the flood from the breaking dam would still destroy a good portion of the power grid, and there was nothing they could do about it. He hoped when she did learn of the plot, she would see reason. I get it, Wyatt. I do. But I think she is going to find out eventually. Is that something you want to keep hidden from her? She may never forgive you if you keep this information from her, and she inadvertently allows a major disaster to unfold right under her nose, Chase said. If her actions cause more damage, it will absolutely devastate her. Wyatt held his ground. I'll deal with that when the time comes. For now, I want her alive and well. I don't want to stress Willow out, and I don't see the need to have the entire household freaking out over what-ifs. There is nothing we can do to stop it. Even if we stop this one attack, there will be others. We do what we can to protect our own. I know it sounds selfish, but it's for the best. Okay, Chase said. He didn't fight too hard, which led Wyatt to believe he felt the same way. Albert? Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to be in your shoes when your lady finds out, though. You better get your bunk ready in the longhouse. Wyatt grimaced. She would be furious, but he felt this was the best thing for everyone. She would understand his reasons eventually. Until then, he was prepared to deal with her wrath. He would prefer to deal with an angry Megan than no Megan at all. Let's get back before they all get nervous and come looking for us, Wyatt said, walking at a fast clip. The last thing he needed was the entire group showing up. That would be chaos. They would all have differing opinions about what to do. In this case, he was making an executive decision to save his family over everyone else in this region. Now, more than ever, they had to get their flood defenses in order. The destruction of the dam was a given. It was no longer if, but when. Wyatt had a feeling their Russian friend would be back soon to finish the job. These weren't the kind of guys who accepted failure. If the man's country had ordered him to blow the dam, it would get done. Albert interrupted the silent walk back. Do you think there could be an attack? Wyatt knew he was referring to the Russians. I don't know. If they can keep us down, there would be no reason not to. It isn't like we can be a threat at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an invasion, though. If one of the other superpowers decides they want to take the U.S., it wouldn't be hard. We have no communications. Everyone is essentially on their own, Wyatt said.
The military has to be functional. They have hams and other communications systems. I think that is exactly why Russia is taking out smaller targets. They don't want to draw any attention to the mission. These small dams and power stations they are taking out aren't going to be on the government's radar, Chase stated. When the damaged stations are noticed, the government is going to be scrambling to protect what is left, stretching their resources thin to save the remaining grids. It leaves us more vulnerable than ever. Wyatt realized the situation was likely to get far worse before it got better. What a mess! We need to watch our backs. No one is going to come and save us, Albert groused. You're right, which is why we're going to work our butts off to get that dike built, Wyatt said. They were almost back to the lodge. Not a word, he commanded. Each of the men shook off the doom and gloom and pasted on fake smiles. They had to play off the whole situation to avoid sending the group into a panic. What they didn't know couldn't hurt them. At least Wyatt hoped it couldn't. All they had to do was carry on, business as usual, and let the Russians do whatever it was they felt they had to do. Wyatt would drive the group harder than ever to get their flood defense built. Chapter 20. Megan waited for the men to get back. Albert had seemed upset when they left, leaving everyone unsettled as they loitered in the kitchen and dining area, anxious to hear what was happening. When they walked through the door, the men were hit with a storm of questions. Wyatt held up a hand to silence everyone. It's nothing. We're good. Some of Albert's friends got a little carried away. You get a bunch of people with too much time on their hands, and the conspiracy theories run rampant. The only things over there are some empty, dilapidated storehouses. It isn't useful to us in any way, he said. Megan looked at him with suspicion. He was a terrible liar. She could tell something was off, but she also knew he would never jeopardize the safety and security of the lodge. Whatever he was hiding was not a threat, which meant it was time to get back to work. She clapped her hands together. All right, you heard him. Let's get up there and get this wall finished. Albert, are you going to take watch? Wyatt asked. Yeah, I'll head out there and relieve Brenda in a few, he said. Even though the biggest threat was up in the mountain, they still needed to be ready for anything. Megan felt better knowing someone was keeping an eye on things while all their energy was focused on building the dike. Wyatt looked at Chase. How about Garrett and I hang out around the dam and make sure that Yahoo doesn't try to finish the job? Megan studied Wyatt's face. He said it in a joking manner, but she had a feeling there was more behind his reasoning to guard the dam. Two able-bodied men standing around watching water wasn't productive. She didn't question him. He was just as anxious to get the dike built as she was, but something had spooked him. She would get it out of him later. We'll change out every couple of hours, he said, looking at her directly. I'll be down to help the construction, and we will get it finished in no time. Heck, I think we're all going to be expert builders. Once everything settles down, maybe we can build cob houses and outbuildings. Evan and Tara both looked thrilled at the idea. That would be great, Tara said. Megan knew the woman wanted her own space. She and Wyatt had the same problems. It was a little difficult to maintain a romantic relationship with people constantly milling about day and night. I'll take a notebook up to the bird's nest and do some sketching while I'm on watch, Albert announced. A new way of building was exciting. It opened numerous possibilities. Cutting down trees wasn't easy without a chainsaw. The cob bricks were labor-intensive, but still easier than log homes. Okay, I'll see you then. I'm heading up there to check on things. I'll see the rest of you soon, right? Megan asked, hoping the rest of the group would hurry up and join her. There was a chorus of, "We're coming," before she headed out the door. She was anxious to check on the dryness of the bricks. They were close to being finished, but a half-built dike wasn't going to do any good. It had to be finished completely if they were going to save the lodge. Megan could smell rain in the air as she climbed the hill, and the realization made her sick to her stomach. A little rain would be okay, but if it rained a lot, like it was prone to do in the mountains, they were in trouble. She looked up to the sky, only to have her fears confirmed. There were dark clouds gathering to the west. It was going to be a heck of a storm and a true test of the strength and durability of the cob. At best, it would soften the cob and possibly destroy some of the progress they made. If it was a hard rain, it could even wash away parts of the wall. Either way, it was more work and no time. Without wasting another minute, she got to work dumping the clay and bits of pine needles and long grass together. The rest of the work crew trickled in and set about their assigned tasks. She kept looking toward the sky, watching the black clouds roll in. The wind picked up, and soon the sun was completely blocked by the dark clouds. "We better head back," Brian said. "This looks like it is going to be a bad one," he said, looking at the sky. Megan groaned. Their hard work was being threatened, and there was not a thing she could do about it. "All right, everyone. Pack up, and we'll wait for this to pass. Hopefully, it will be a short and sweet burst of rain, and we can get this wall built. Brian, will you help me with the tarps? At least we can cover part of the wall." Together, they spread the muddy tarps over the new section of the dike wall in an effort to protect it from the rain. They didn't have enough to cover the entire wall, but she would protect what she could. Taking off running, Brian met up with the kids, and they rushed inside the lodge. The rain hit when Megan was about halfway to the lodge, coming down in sheets and bouncing off the ground. She had to stop herself from shouting at the sky. It was as if the fates were against them. Walking into the lodge, she peeled off her wet boots and socks before going to her room to remove the rest of her wet clothes. She was mad, and most of all, scared. Scared of what would happen to the lodge if the wall was ruined and the dam burst before they could rebuild. It wasn't long before Wyatt came in. He too was drenched from top to bottom. "I'm sorry, babe," he said, wrapping his arms around her. "It isn't like you can control the weather," she told him. "This is going to set us back, but we will recover," he told her, rubbing her shoulders. "I don't know about that. If the rain softens the cob, it will turn into a heaping pile of mud. That will still be some kind of barrier between the lodge and the potential flow of water. I know it won't be as pretty, but it could still work," he reasoned. Megan fought back the tears that threatened to fall. They had been working so hard, and now it could all be for nothing. They could lose everything. Sometimes she wished things would go right. She was tired of the challenges. "What if the dam bursts or the lake floods with the added strain of all this rain?" she asked, suddenly realizing the rain wasn't only threatening to destroy the cob wall. There was a strong possibility the lake would flood or the water would spill over the dam, causing the river to flood. Wyatt looked concerned, but tried to play it off. "I think it would take a lot more rain, like days of heavy rain, to cause any real problems. I mean, I know it sounds and looks like a lot of water falling from the sky, but it's probably only an inch or two. I don't think it's a problem yet," he explained. "I hope so. I don't think I can handle much more. This is getting ridiculous. Isn't it time we got a break?" Wyatt looked away, avoiding her eyes. "What?" she asked. "I feel like you aren't telling me something." When he met her eyes again, the flash of guilt she thought she'd seen earlier was gone. I was thinking this could be our break. Since we are here, we may as well get caught up on some of the other stuff we have been slacking on. I need to move the empty rain barrels out of the storeroom and set them up."
"Did you fix the gutters?" she asked.
"Yep, we have all 4 corners of the lodge ready to go. We'll move the empty barrels under the gutters. This way we catch every drop possible."
"I can help you,"
she said, sitting down to pull on a clean pair of socks. "No, I got it. Garrett is going to help, and then we need to do some patches in the longhouse. This rain will help us find the leaks in a hurry," he said, rushing out of the room. "Okay, then," she said to herself. She wasn't going to be going outside, so she grabbed her tennis shoes. Her feet hurt. The boots were not in the best shape. Neither were her tennis shoes. They needed to find some shoes. For now, they would have to fix what they had.
"Hey, Rosie,"
she said, heading into the kitchen. Rosie, Willow, and Tara were busy making bannock bread. Megan spotted the sugar and knew they were making it sweet. That was always a treat and made the bread a nice addition to the meal. The bannock bread was something they had grown accustomed to eating at least once a week. The basic ingredients, flour, baking powder, salt, and lard, were plentiful at the lodge. The added sugar was always a bonus. The Dutch oven was out, but Megan knew with the downpour there was no way they could have an open fire. They would have to fry the bread in small rounds on the wood stove. She personally liked it better fried.
"We are going to be making another one of your favorites,"
Tara said, with heavy sarcasm.
"More pemmican?"
Megan asked, trying to keep the look of disgust off her face. Rosie laughed.
"Nope, your other favorite, hardtack."
"Why?" Megan said without thinking. She hated the stuff. Everyone did. It was bland, hard, and to her, a waste of ingredients.
"According to Wyatt, you guys are going to be doing some long-distance runs into towns. You need something to eat in case you can't find any food along the way," she explained. "Flour and water make paste, not food," Megan argued. "Don't forget the salt," Tara joked.
Megan rolled her eyes.
"I'll make sure to pack along some honey, spread a little on top of the crackers, and it will make it taste better,"
Willow said with a smile. They joked because they didn't have to eat it. Megan knew it was her choice to go on the hunting and scavenging trips, and the other women were doing their part by making food they could pack along. It wasn't like they could stop at a convenience store and grab something to eat.
"Well, thank you, I guess," she mumbled. "You're so welcome," Tara grinned. "I need to fix my boots. If anyone else needs theirs fixed, let me know. I'll be upstairs working on the pile already up there. I am hoping there is a shoe store in our future," she said, carrying the boots upstairs. "I think Evan put a pair up there he had planned to fix," Tara said. "Okay, I'll take care of it."
They had a small basket of sewing items, as well as what they referred to as the shoe hospital. They had been repairing shoes and boots all winter. Eventually, the footwear was going to fall apart, but for now, they had to do what they could to make them last. Wyatt had duct-taped one of his boots when the sole started flopping. He said it was like waterproofing, but a lot faster and easier. She had laughed at his one-taped boot, but when he took it off at the end of the day and his sock was dry, she had been made a believer. Megan picked up the tube of silicone caulking. There had been a case left behind in the shed, and it had come in handy for shoe repair. Wyatt had the foresight to save it for situations like this. While it would have made the longhouse sealing quick and easy, Jack had shut down the idea. He reasoned if the settlers could do it and survive, they could too. The caulking was like gold. She squirted a small bead on the sole of her boot and pushed it together. She grabbed the duct tape and tore off a strip, carefully putting it on the inside of the boot, against the side where the shoe itself was tearing away from the sole. She squeezed another bead of silicone over the hole before using a plastic spoon to smooth it out.
Again, Mom? Caitlin asked. Yep, these old boots have seen better days. I can help, she said, grabbing the other boot. Shoe repair had become the norm. The kids had duct tape over holes made in the toes of their shoes by their growing feet. Can you start working on Evan's boots? Caitlin picked up one boot and inspected it, identifying the areas that needed repair. It was always the same. The sole was always flapping at the heel, and the area around the toes was always full of small holes. Megan squeezed the silicone on, while Caitlin gently smoothed it with the spoon. As they worked, more boots and shoes were delivered to their shoe repair clinic. Megan didn't mind doing the repairs, but wanted to get back outside. I think we're good, she declared, when they had sealed their last shoe. Thank you for helping out. No problem. I was bored, Caitlin said. Megan peered out the window. Well, good news. It looks like the rain has stopped, and we can get back to work on the dike. Caitlin groaned. I don't like doing that. It's boring and hard work. Megan smiled. It's good for you to work hard. Burns off all that energy you have. You could help me out there, or I'm sure Willow can find some extra times tables for you to practice. I'll help you, she said quickly. Megan laughed. I thought that may change your mind. Get dressed, get your boots on, and let's rally the troops to get up there before it gets dark. They only had an hour or two left in the day to work on the dike. She had a feeling everyone would prefer to take the remainder of the day off, but there was no time to waste. Chapter 21. Megan woke early the following morning. After the rain stopped yesterday, they'd only managed to work about another hour before it was too dark to see, and she now felt tremendous pressure to get the dike built. Thankfully, the tarps kept most of the rain off their newly formed bricks, and as long as the sun came out, she was hopeful they hadn't lost much work. I doubt anyone is up yet. How about we go up to the dam and see how it is holding up after the rain yesterday? Wyatt offered. That would be great. I have this sense of urgency that I can't seem to calm down, even with all the hard labor. It's making me way too antsy and definitely stressed. They quickly dressed and headed up the mountain. Megan took a moment to enjoy the beauty surrounding her, even if there was ugliness looming up ahead. Spring in the mountains was spectacular. The lush greens and the tiny blooming wildflowers that glistened under the brush from the morning dew always reminded her of a brand new day. A fresh start, full of promise. The sun shining through the trees was encouraging that the rain was gone, at least for a little while. It was going to be a beautiful spring day, and she got to work outside in it all day. Feeling better? Wyatt asked, grabbing her hand. I am, thank you. This was what I needed. They walked past the dike. Her attention instantly focused on the unfinished project. She was proud of the progress and the fact the cob bricks had held up and looked strong. She started to walk towards the construction site, but Wyatt stopped her. Not yet. Let's enjoy the moment. The rest will still be there in an hour, he told her, gently pulling her up and away from her work. She sighed and allowed him to keep her on the path up to the dam. The sound of rushing water made her nervous. It was much louder than it had been. They crested the hill, and the dam stretched out before them. If it had been any other normal day, the view would have been gorgeous. Unfortunately, all she could see now was danger. Wyatt walked closer, his gaze focused on the patch. Is it holding? She asked. He grimaced. I guess. Probably about as good as can be expected. It looks a little muddy. I don't know if it's because of the rain yesterday or the water seeping through the crack and soaking it. Neither option was ideal. Are we going to have someone stand guard again today?
she asked. He nodded. We probably better. Assuming I didn't hit an organ or cause major damage when I shot him, he'll want to finish the job sooner rather than later, so he can get off this mountain. Personally, I'd rather make that as difficult as possible for him. Plus, I don't like the guy and really want to mess up his plans. She laughed. That's what motivates you. You don't like him. Not the fact he is threatening everything and everyone we know and love. Well, that too, but mostly because he shot at me. He winked, indicating he was joking. What about the patch? She asked, redirecting him back to why they were there. I don't know if it's really doing any good. It takes 3 of us to patch it, which is a waste of manpower. I think our best bet is to keep that man from blowing the dam and finish that dike. He stood on the walkway, extending his hand to her. Is it safe? She asked, not sure the dam was in the best shape to be standing on. For now, come and enjoy the view. She climbed the short distance and stepped onto the walkway. It made her very nervous. She already knew the integrity of the dam was compromised. Standing on a crumbling cement wall above a lake and rushing water on the other side didn't seem like the smartest idea. The amount of water behind the dam was intimidating, with hundreds of thousands of gallons in the lake held back by a cement barrier. It was so much water. She remembered the damage the floods had caused in Louisiana, and she didn't want to think about the devastation that would result when this dam cracked open, releasing a deadly force from its confinement. They walked to the middle of the dam's walkway. Wyatt stood, staring at the river flowing down the hill. It's flooding a little, but it doesn't look all that bad, Megan said, following the river with her eyes. She had expected to see the river flowing out in every direction. It looked normal. There were some waves and whitecaps, but it didn't look like the death and destruction she had imagined. Quit focusing on the water. Look at the landscape. If only we had a camera, or if one of us could paint. This is an image I want to capture and remember forever, he said in a hushed tone. She looked at him and smiled. He was a truly unique man. He could appreciate something as simple as the natural beauty of a mountain vista while the weight of the world was on his shoulders. He would walk through fire to protect them all, but he had a soft side. That was a side he kept reserved for her, making her feel special. These moments with him like this were to be treasured. He handed her the binoculars he had been wearing around his neck. She didn't think she needed them. The view took her breath away. The bright blue of the sky was a stark contrast to the tall evergreens that seemed to be reaching for the clouds. He looked at her, smiled, and brought their joined hands to his mouth, kissing the top of her hand. I hope the dam doesn't destroy this, she said. I want to come up here and take in this view every chance I get. It's things like this that make me appreciate this life more than the one I had before, especially knowing that I'm sharing it with you. He released her hand and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, pulling her into his side. She felt completely relaxed and at ease. The construction of the dike and the impending doom were pushed out of her mind for the moment, while his physical and emotional strength gave her the comfort she needed. They didn't talk for several long minutes. Instead, they listened to the water rushing below. She closed her eyes for a moment before putting the binoculars up close. She scanned the area, imagining all the life below. Little animals were going about their business without a care in the world. Something shiny and out of place caught her eye. She leaned forward, squinted, and then opened her eyes wide before squinting again. She focused the binoculars on the area and froze. Wyatt! She looked through the binoculars again, letting her eyes focus and soak in everything she was seeing.
It had been difficult to see through the trees, but now that she had a solid focal point, she could determine what it was she was looking at. "Mm-hmm," he said, still lost in the moment. "What is that?" She tried to hide the anger in her voice. He played dumb, but she felt him tense up the moment she asked the question. He knew. What am I looking at?" he said, clearly trying to play dumb. She used her finger to point in the direction of a chain-link fence. She could tell it was the kind of security fence that was built with an angle facing out with a string of barbed wire around the top. She had seen enough power stations in her day to recognize one now. The tall gray transformers and various wires connecting to power lines were telltale signs. "The power station, Wyatt. Isn't that where you said there was an abandoned warehouse?" Wyatt didn't answer her. He had lied. "Wyatt, is that a power station?" she demanded. He hesitated, looked away, and released a deep sigh. "Yes." "Why didn't you tell me it was there?" she shrieked. "I didn't want you to worry about it. You had enough on your plate. It isn't like you can move the thing or as if it's doing anyone any good right now." She opened her mouth to argue, but he held up a hand, cutting her off. "The dike is our focus. Nothing else matters. It is the best and only way to save the lodge," he explained. "Wyatt!" she started again, with exasperation in her voice. "I know exactly what you're thinking, but we can't save the power station." "You know the dike is going to force all that water directly into the power station. What if someone is down there trying to fix things? What if they are close to restoring power to this region?" "Dike or not, the water will hit the power station. Saving the lodge is our priority, not some what if," he reasoned. She narrowed her gaze at him. He wouldn't look at her. He had already figured out the additional water being funneled directly at the power station would devastate the area. He chose not to tell her, so she would keep building the dike. "Wyatt, this changes things. We can't do that. We can't flood the power station and destroy all that equipment. It may not be possible to replace it for years." He looked at her. "Megan, it can be fixed. The lodge can't. Our lives would be seriously jeopardized if we had to leave. What about Willow and the kids? We have to consider everyone we love. A power station can be rebuilt." "When? When can it be rebuilt?" He shrugged. "I don't know. It may never be restored. We don't know what the plans are. We can assume our government, if they are even intact still, are working on a plan. But this region isn't exactly a booming metropolis. They aren't going to put in a lot of time, effort, and manpower to restore power in our neck of the woods when cities will take the priority." "You don't know that. Wyatt, this changes everything," she repeated. "It's already damaged. It will be damaged whether we build the dike or not. It's a lose-lose situation. After everything we've been through, we have to think of ourselves first, even if it sounds incredibly selfish. We can't hedge our bets on a power station that appears to be abandoned," he pleaded. Megan suddenly felt ill. All the work they had been doing building the dike was only going to prolong the blackout. She couldn't believe she was being forced into an impossible situation. She was still trying to cope with choosing to let Jack die while she saved the larger group. Fate was against her. That had to be it. She had done some awful deed at some point in her life, and now she was paying for it all. Megan had never been one to believe in such things, but she did now. It was the only way to explain away the events that had unfolded over the past several months. She wanted to be alone. She needed to think about the consequences of putting the lodge first. She had said she didn't mind living the way they were, but that was only her opinion. Other people weren't doing as well. Even people at the lodge, like Garrett, would probably appreciate life going back to the way it was before the EMP. This was not her decision to make. It wasn't only her future she was toying with. Wyatt may choose to keep this small group safe and sacrifice the other people that were in the region, but she couldn't make that decision quite so easily. She couldn't be selfish in this. She needed to think long-term. Caitlin's future could depend on this as well. Wyatt interrupted her thoughts. Megan, if by some miracle someone somewhere is working on restoring the power grid, they won't start here. The big cities and the manufacturing plants will get up and running. Trade will pick up again. They can replace anything that may get damaged by the flood, he said in a pleading voice. Think of us and our welfare. Don't worry about the rest of the world. She looked him in the eyes. I can't do that, Wyatt. You know that. The people who want and need electricity to survive can move to those areas. I don't have any idea how it will all work. None of us do. We have to worry about the right here, the right now. The people that are in that lodge counting on you and me to make sure they stay alive for the foreseeable future. She put her face in her hands, trying to block out the world that was closing in on her. Wyatt was her rock, the man that stood by her side. He had been her sounding board, but in this situation, she couldn't depend on him to give her an unbiased opinion. He was fully vested in this. It was moments like these she missed Jack. He was the yang to Wyatt's yin. They were alike in a lot of ways, but different enough she felt she got a balanced dose of advice and opinions. Megan started to walk away from the dam. She hated the stupid dam. It was going to destroy everything, possibly even her relationship with Wyatt. She hated that he lied to her about something so important. He wouldn't be able to forgive her if she allowed the lodge to be destroyed and his family displaced. It was a damned if she did, damned if she didn't situation. Who was she willing to damn? Their moment had been ruined. The realization that she had to put others in jeopardy to save herself soured inside her. She truly wished she had never seen the power station. Ignorance was bliss, so they said. Could she live with herself if she continued with their plan to divert the water away from them? She wasn't the type of person who would do that. Was she? Chapter 22. Slow down, Megan, Wyatt grumbled from behind her as she practically ran down the hill to the lodge. I can't do this again, Wyatt, she shouted without looking back. You don't have to. Keep doing what you were. You can't let this get in the way of saving the lodge. I promise you, you will regret letting down those people. He caught up to her and grabbed her arm to make her stop. There has to be another way. Why are we assuming it is either us or the power station? We can figure this out. We don't have to make such a gut-wrenching decision, she said, looking him in the eye. He clearly didn't buy into the notion. They passed Garrett and Evan, who were headed up the hill to the dam. Is it your watch? Wyatt asked. Yep, we have the first shift today, Garrett said. We get to stand around and watch cement crack. Wyatt looked as if he would say something about the snarky comment, but wished them luck. He grabbed her arm, making her stop for a minute. Megan, you don't have any other options. Please, don't tell anyone else about this. It isn't going to help, and it will only cause division. We can't afford that. We all have to work together. This is for the best, he said, with such conviction she almost believed him. Okay, we will do it your way, but I want some time to evaluate everything. I won't say anything to anyone yet, but I also won't lie to them. They deserve to know.
Fine. Take the time you need. But remember, that crack is growing, and that guy will try to finish the job. We don't have the luxury of mulling over a decision for too long. The water is coming, he stressed. She nodded and continued down the hill.
I get it. I understand.
Megan did her best to calm her nerves before she went inside. She didn't want to explain the situation any more than Wyatt did. Rosie was cleaning up, popping her head up when Megan strolled through the door. Megan smiled at her and did her best to look cheery. Rosie eyed her carefully. Wyatt walked in behind her. "Hi, Mom," he said with the same forced happiness. Rosie looked back and forth between the two of them.
You aren't fooling me. You don't have to put on a show. You'll tell me when you think I need to know.
She went back to wiping down the counters with the lemon oil. Megan took a moment to breathe in the powerful citrus scent. It always calmed her down and reminded her of home. The lodge was her home.
I need that map,
she said to Wyatt, who was looking at her with anticipation. I'll get it. He went to the desk where the ham radio was set up and brought it back to her. She gestured to the bedroom with her head, not wanting to talk in front of Rosie. He nodded and followed her in, quietly shutting the door. Megan spread the map out on the bed.
So, this is Lake Roland,
she said, pointing to the area on the map. Tracing a line across the map, she pointed to the general area of the power station.
The station and us,
she said, moving her finger again while studying the map. Wyatt nodded in agreement.
What's over here?
She asked, pointing to the right side of the lake area. There is a small dam that controls a relatively small stream. I didn't see anything in the immediate area, but I assume it feeds an irrigation canal or something down below, he said. She nodded.
And there is a dam on the west side as well?
Yep. It's about the same size, and again, I don't know what's on the other side. Megan felt an idea forming in her mind. She wasn't sure it would work.
Wyatt, hear me out, she started, knowing it was probably far-fetched, but could save the entire area, causing only minimal damage.
I'll listen to any suggestion you have.
Okay. What if we got our hands on that C4? We could use it to simultaneously blow the dams on the west and east side. It will help drain the lake, minimizing the amount of water that will flow our way when the south dam gives way.
She focused her attention on him, waiting to see what his reaction would be. He studied the map for several long seconds before slowly nodding his head. It could work, he said, not sounding completely sure.
It has to work,
she said, willing it to be true. It's a long shot. We would still have some minor flooding, but spreading the water all around will be easier to deal with than one concentrated flood, he agreed. She beamed as a sense of relief washed over her. She had managed to figure out a way to save the world, or her little corner of it anyway. Megan, Wyatt interrupted her private celebration.
Yes?
She asked, expecting congratulations or a well done. How do you suppose we get that C4? She groaned. It was a minor detail, but obviously an important one.
Well, we find the guy. You do what you have to and take it.
He raised an eyebrow at the new, ruthless Megan. She would do everything in her power to save the area, and that included taking out anyone who threatened to get in her way. She shrugged.
You know it has to be done. Taking out one bad man isn't anything new to us.
He smiled. No, I suppose it's not. Hopefully he is an easy target, and we don't have to sacrifice anyone to get him. Megan flinched at the harsh words.
You don't go into battle and expect to be completely victorious. You have to be prepared to take some knocks. I'm hoping, since he is injured, he will be easy to track down and kill." Again, she flinched at the cold words. He was only saying what she was feeling. It was a part of their life now. He wasn't being mean, and he wasn't trying to make her feel guilty for Jack's death, but it always brought up that horrible feeling of regret. It's too bad the leftover dynamite wouldn't work. Most of the remaining blasting caps are bad, and even if we could make it work, it would potentially be far too disastrous. Plus, I'm not sure any of us could run fast enough to get away before it blew, Wyatt mused. That certainly would have made things easier. Okay, not really. Megan couldn't imagine trying to run up a hill to avoid being blown up. It sounded like something out of a Western. Wyatt interrupted her thoughts as she was imagining herself dressed as some sort of Old West train robber. Okay, well, let's go find Albert and Chase. We'll run the plan by them and see what kind of input they have, he said. Then we have to tell the rest of the group, she added. They quickly tracked down both men. They went out to Megan's favorite place in the birch trees to discuss the plan. Chase and Albert were on board, although they each had their reservations. For the plan to work, the explosions had to be timed perfectly. If one dam blew even a minute after the other, the water would rush to that area and flood whatever was below. It was going to be very risky, but they were willing to give it a shot. "How are we going to find that guy?" Chase asked. "What if he already left the area?" Wyatt shook his head. "Assuming he's who I think he is, he's committed to finishing what he started. Between the large payout probably waiting for him and his sense of pride, he will want to complete the job." "Didn't you say you shot him?" Albert asked. "Yes, but it couldn't have been a bad injury. He still managed to run off after I shot him," Wyatt explained. "Well, an injured older man isn't going to be that hard to find. We need to break into teams of 2. Divide and conquer. We'll need to use every tracking trick we know to find him," Megan said. Wyatt wasn't thrilled at the prospect of hunting a man who had nothing to lose, but it had to be done. "We need to get started now," Chase said. "You two get stuff together. I'll get Brenda." "You want to pull her off watch?" Albert asked. "I think this is our top priority for the moment," Wyatt explained. Chase grimaced. "We are stretched really thin. Evan and Garrett are going to have to stay on dam guard duty. Albert, Brenda, Megan, Brian, myself, and Wyatt will have to hunt this guy down. I don't really like those odds." Megan didn't look convinced either. "Can Tara handle keeping an eye on things?" she asked. Albert shrugged. "She's as capable as any of us. I think she'll do fine. I don't suspect one guy is going to be much of a problem for her. Plus, Ryland will be here. He can handle himself well." Megan nodded. "I hope so." "Okay, it's settled. We'll rendezvous in 30 minutes, Wyatt said, heading towards the lodge. Megan quickly followed him. Her blood was pumping. They were going to do this. She was excited and scared at the same time. The building of the dike was no longer the main priority. In fact, with the plan to blow the other 2 dams, they may not even need to continue working on it. The dike would give them plenty of protection from the mild flood that would happen if the south dam gave way. For the first time in days, she was feeling hopeful. Wyatt insisted they would all be armed and have extra ammunition, but the lighter they were, the faster they could move. They didn't need to worry about packing along bug-out bags and a bunch of gear. Megan insisted they bring Brenda's trauma kit. She had put together some basic supplies she said would give her an advantage in case of an emergency. She didn't have an army medical bag, but they had managed to scrape together a decent first aid kit.
Megan ran to the hall closet to grab the kit. She had learned the hard way what it was like to need an emergency first aid kit when Wyatt had gotten his foot caught in one of Brenda's bear traps. She wasn't about to take any chances.
"What are you doing?"
Rosie and Willow said in unison. They had been upstairs folding laundry. When they heard the commotion, they came to investigate. Willow's eyes settled on the array of guns laid out on the table.
"What happened?"
Willow asked. Megan realized how scary it must look.
"It's okay, Willow. No one is here or coming. We're going to find the guy trying to blow up the dam,"
Megan quickly explained.
"Talk,"
Rosie said, looking at Wyatt. She was clearly not going to accept some brief, canned answer. Wyatt gave them a brief rundown of the plan.
"Do you really think it's a wise idea to go running into the forest looking for a Russian assassin?"
Rosie asked.
"What if he's waiting? What if he booby-trapped the area and you are walking right into a trap?"
Wyatt shook his head. He's not an assassin. If I were to guess, he's ex-military. Probably a merc.
"Wyatt!"
Rosie snapped at him.
"That isn't any better!"
Walking toward his mom, Wyatt took her hands and squeezed them. We have the manpower. The odds are in our favor, Mom. She sighed before hugging him.
"Please be careful."
When Tara came into the room, Wyatt quickly told her what they were doing. Megan could tell the woman was proud to be left in charge of security while they were all away.
"I won't let you down,"
she said, looking at them all.
"To be on the safe side, it would be better if the kids stayed in the lodge or right out here and back. If something happens, I don't want you to have to go looking for them,"
Megan said, hoping she didn't sound too bossy. Tara agreed.
"Of course."
Willow had remained quiet. A look of disbelief and then anger crossed her face.
"You kill him and then you get back here,"
she said in a low voice. Megan was a little surprised to hear the words, but figured she was probably as fed up with people trying to kill them as the rest of the group.
"We will,"
Megan promised her. Tara walked to Willow, placed a hand on her arm, and softly said,
"Evan has been working with me on my shooting ability. I am confident I can hit any target," she said. "I'll make sure we're all safe here."
Willow smiled.
"I know you will, Tara. Thank you for stepping up. I know it hasn't been easy for you, but I am so glad you are ready to fight back."
Rosie smiled.
"This new, powerful, strong woman suits you very well."
Tara laughed.
"Well, thank you. I am never going back to the meek woman I was. She's gone for good. I am fierce. Hear me roar."
Everyone chuckled, before Wyatt returned to his all-business demeanor. "Good. We need everyone alert and ready to move if needed. Got it?" The others started to file in. Brenda picked up a gun, quickly opened the slide, checked it, and declared it was good to use. "Everyone ready?" Wyatt asked. There was a chorus of yeses. They each grabbed a weapon, checked it, and waited.
"You do be careful,"
Rosie warned, giving Wyatt a firm hug.
"Don't be a hero,"
she said quietly. Megan knew Rosie was apprehensive about her only living child heading off on a dangerous mission. She hoped they could find this guy and get back to the lodge fast. She didn't want to worry Willow or Rosie any more than was necessary. "Let's go," Wyatt ordered. Chapter 23. "We'll start at the dam and work our way out from there," Wyatt explained as they walked up the hill. "We need to head west," Chase said. "He headed in that direction, which means there's a good chance he is holed up in that area."
"Are we going to go in as one big group?"
Megan asked. "That wouldn't exactly make them inconspicuous." Wyatt looked at Chase. "No, we will split up into 3 groups. Megan, you're with me, Chase and Brenda together, and Brian and Albert."
We all need to stay within shouting distance of each other. I don't want to be chasing this guy all day. We find him, we kill him, and we get back to the lodge."
"You don't want to question him first?" Albert asked.
"No. It doesn't matter what he says. It isn't like we can trust the information he does provide, and who are we going to tell?" The answer seemed to pacify Albert, but Megan knew the man would have preferred to get some answers for his buddies on the radio. "You okay with this?" Megan asked. Albert nodded.
"Yep. My knee is doing better, and I need to be in on this. I didn't get to do much last time around. I'm gonna be here this time."
She gave him a faint smile. "Good. I'm glad to have you."
"I was thinking we could get some intel from him," Albert pressed.
Chase guffawed.
"That's only in the movies. We aren't going to be saving the day in a dramatic, climactic moment. We need him dead so we can do what needs to be done for us to stay alive. We'll leave the interrogations to the experts."
Albert grinned.
"But it always looks like such fun."
Brian rolled his eyes.
"If only the movies were real."
They passed the dike as they walked up the hill. She wished they hadn't seen the power station. Now they had yet another task to complete. "What is that?" Megan asked. In a world where there were no machines, the hum of power lines, or airplanes flying overhead all day, it was incredibly quiet. Wyatt came to a halt. Everyone followed suit. The humming sound got louder. Megan looked up, realizing the noise was from above.
"There,"
Brian said, pointing up the mountain and into the air.
"What is that?"
They all stared at the flying craft.
"Is it a toy airplane?"
Brian asked in astonishment.
"Who has the batteries to run one of those things?" "It's a drone," Albert said. "I had one before all of this happened." "Drone strike!"
Chase and Wyatt said at the same time. Megan heard the words that had been all too familiar in the news before the EMP. It seemed like drone strikes were a daily occurrence in the Middle East. She couldn't fathom one happening right here in their backyard. "Drone strike?" she asked. "It doesn't appear to be a very large drone," Wyatt said, looking in the direction of the flying object. "I don't think it's armed. Someone is using it to check on the dam. I'm surprised Evan or Garrett hasn't shot the thing down yet." "They could be watching us. What if they told him we were coming and he's waiting to ambush us?" Megan said, suddenly regretting their plan. "Too late now. We keep going. I have a feeling this is all about to go down in a hurry," Wyatt replied.
"Move!"
Chase yelled, picking up the pace as they climbed the hill to the dam. Megan's legs were burning with the strain. Her calf and thigh muscles were tight, but she pushed through the pain. She was thankful the sun had dried up a lot of the muddy slope, or it would have been an even more difficult climb. Wyatt held up a hand, ordering them to stop, and then closed his hand into a fist, indicating they needed to be quiet. He turned his head and whispered to the group, "Stay covered. We need to get eyes on him before he sees us."
"Should we fan out?"
Chase asked. Wyatt nodded. The drone was hovering above the dam. They could see it flying in a circle and then back around. Megan wanted to shoot it down. It was invasive. She hated the idea they were being watched by some unknown enemy who could be miles away or hidden in the trees. They slowly fanned out, doing their best to stay in the heavily treed area while the drone was making passes over the area. Wyatt was crouched beside her. "Where are Evan and Garrett?" she asked. He shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe they saw the drone and took cover." "Do you think they have some way to communicate with each other if that drone does belong to that guy's boss or whoever is asking him to blow the dam?" she asked. He stared out through the trees. "Probably. The drone is likely being controlled by someone in the area. That means the one planning to blow the dam is either up there somewhere or on his way."
He paused for a moment, looking thoughtful. Unless it's him controlling the thing, that would be ideal. Chase, overhearing their conversation, chimed in. Why didn't they use the drone to blow the dam? Wyatt shrugged. Hard to say. We know nothing about what is going on. It could be our own government trying to see what's happening. Megan held on to that glimmer of hope. If it was the U.S. government, that meant they knew something was happening up here. Maybe they were already taking care of the problem. She found it hard to believe anyone that was sitting across the country would know what was happening in the mountains of eastern Washington, but it was a possibility. The drone buzzed around the dam, slowing down and hovering around the area that had been patched. They waited to see what the drone would do next. It seemed to be looking for something and headed towards the tree line on the west again. It looks like a grid search, Chase said in a low voice. Wyatt gave a quick nod in agreement. I need to get closer, Wyatt whispered close to Megan's ear. Stay here and cover me. She nodded. He made a couple of hand gestures, indicating his plan to the rest of the group. Megan tried to calm her nerves as she watched him duck walk through the low brush that surrounded the trees they were currently hiding in. He dropped to his belly and crawled to avoid being seen. He managed to creep within 50 feet of the dam before freezing in place. Megan's stomach flip-flopped. She raised her gun and peered through the sight, trying to find what had spooked him. She saw movement to the left and quickly focused in her sight. There was an older man, limping away from the dam. This had to be the guy Wyatt shot, the same man who wanted to blow up the dam and wreak havoc on the area. Megan quickly waved her arm to get Chase's attention. He nodded, indicating he saw it all. She decided to take the shot, raised her weapon again, and looked through the scope. She couldn't see him. He had disappeared into the trees. Wyatt belly-crawled to Megan. He already planted the C4, he whisper-shouted to Chase and the rest of the group. I don't see Evan or Garrett. Chase cursed. Where are they? I don't know. I have a bad feeling about all of this. It can blow any second. Chase pointed out the obvious. The drone moved away from the dam and appeared to be scanning the area. It was only a matter of time before whoever was controlling the machine would see them hiding in the trees. We need to move, now. We have to stop him from detonating the explosive, Wyatt said. Chase agreed. We flank him. Everyone spread out. The goal is to get the detonator. At this point, if you get the shot, take it. Don't hesitate. On my count, Wyatt said, holding up 3 fingers. They all crouched and got ready to rush the man. Megan knew there was a chance one of them would be shot before the man could be taken down, but it was a calculated risk. All they could do was hope they were faster than he was, and if one of them were to be shot, it was a minor injury that Brenda's surgical skills could take care of. They burst out of the trees, shouting for the man to stop. Wyatt took aim and fired, but not before the man jumped behind a large tree, shielding him. He stuck his arm around the tree and began shooting at random. Chase ordered them to drop. They all complied and dropped to their stomachs. The drone whizzed overhead. Megan prayed it wasn't an armed drone. Wyatt took another shot. At the same time, there was a massive boom. The man detonated the explosive. Wyatt's shot rang true, and the man dropped to the ground beside the tree. He detonated the C4! Look at the dam! Megan shouted. She pointed to where the mud patch had been. The thick cement was splintered in 100 different directions, and water was gushing out. It was only a matter of time before those splinters gave way to full-blown cracks, and the entire thing tumbled into ruins with the force of the water. Brenda rushed over to the man, put her fingers on his neck, and declared him dead. We don't have long, Wyatt shouted, looking at the extensive damage to the dam. This thing is going to go. Chase looked at Megan. If your plan is going to work, we need to move now. We don't have time to warn them at the lodge. We need to find Garrett and Evan, Brian said. Megan looked around.
Maybe they ran back to the lodge to warn us or ask for help.
Brian held up his hand. I think I hear something. He headed off into the trees that led towards the west side dam. Wyatt grabbed the backpack the man had been carrying. He pulled out a couple chunks of the C4 before rummaging around in the pack to find detonators. The drone was buzzing overhead. It is likely whoever he was working for watched all this go down, Chase said. They know he's dead. They also know he managed to detonate the explosive. Hopefully, that means they will assume the job is finished and leave us alone. Wyatt turned and shot the thing down. Help! Brian shouted. Help! I found them! Over here! Brenda grabbed her medical bag and took off at a sprint towards the trees, with the others following close behind. Megan froze when she saw the two men. Garrett was bleeding profusely from what she thought was his neck, possibly his face. She couldn't tell because of the extensive damage. Evan was covered in blood, holding his hand against Garrett's neck. Don't move, Brenda said in a low, commanding voice to Evan. He nodded. Brenda grabbed one of the bottles of water and began to pour it over the side of Garrett's face, neck, and chest area. He shot him, Evan mumbled. He shot him in the neck. Are you hit? Wyatt asked, crouching next to Evan. Evan looked dazed. I don't know. Megan could see he was in shock. She knew the treatment for shock was to have him lie down, raise his feet, and cover him with a blanket. They hadn't brought along any blankets. There was nothing they could do for Evan besides offer emotional support. Chase stepped forward. I'll take over for Evan so you can check him out, Wyatt. No, Brenda said vehemently. Garrett's artery was likely clipped. If Evan moves, he'll bleed out. I need him to keep his hand over the injury. They all waited and watched while Brenda carefully examined the wound on Garrett's chest before she started looking around the area where Evan's hand was covering. He was hit twice? She asked Evan. Evan looked at her, but his eyes were glazed. I don't know. Brenda made a sound that revealed her frustration over the lack of information. Suddenly, Evan started saying Garrett's name over and over. It was a frantic keening. His heart! I can't feel his pulse anymore, he squeaked out. Brenda, you have to do something, he pleaded. Brenda quickly put her fingers to the other side of Garrett's neck. She waited several long seconds. She bent her head. I'm sorry. He's gone. Evan's shoulders began to shake. No! Fix him! You're a surgeon! Start CPR! Brenda gently shook her head and covered Evan's hand, holding Garrett's neck. It won't help. He's lost too much blood, and it would only push out whatever blood remains. But he was alive, Evan said. Megan put her arm around Evan's shoulders and gently pulled him into her. He kept his arm extended and pressed into Garrett's neck. Chase went to the other side of him and carefully removed the hand. When the wound was revealed, there was a collective intake of breath. A large hole in Garrett's neck revealed extensive damage. The wound was mortal. Not even the best surgeon in the best hospital could have saved him. Brenda focused her attention on Evan. I need to see where the blood is coming from. Do you feel pain anywhere? He blinked several times. Brenda didn't wait for him to answer and pulled up his shirt. She checked one arm and then moved to another. You were hit, she said. It doesn't look serious. I can take care of this back at the lodge. She went back to work, checking his head, back, and then each leg. I don't think this is your blood, she said, gesturing to his blood-soaked clothing. Evan slowly shook his head back and forth.
No. That man came out of nowhere. He shot Garrett, but I didn't realize he had been shot. He must have had a silencer on the gun. Garrett shouted. I turned and saw the man. I raised my gun and he shot me. Then he shot Garrett again. There was so much blood, he said, his voice trailing off. Brenda nodded her head. He hit a major artery. You did everything right, but his injuries were severe. Evan looked out towards the trees before focusing on Brenda again. He's dead? She cocked her head to the side and stared at his eyes. Does he have a head injury? Wyatt asked. I don't think so. He's in shock. We need to get him back to the lodge. Wyatt stood, looked at Albert, who was standing over Garrett's body, and asked if the man was okay. Albert looked stricken. Yes, I'm fine. He was so young, just getting started on life. I wish we could kill that guy again. Guys, we need to get moving. With that dam so seriously damaged, it could go at any time, Wyatt said, turning his back on the carnage behind him. Megan stood. Evan seemed to be getting better by the minute. She looked at Garrett, lying on the ground behind Wyatt. There was so much blood. Never in her life had she seen that much blood. It made her nauseated. Wyatt stepped into her line of sight. Not now, he said quietly. We will grieve and process all of this once we finish what we started. There is nothing more we can do for him. She fought back the lump in her throat. She wasn't close to Garrett, but she still cared for him. He was a good kid who certainly didn't deserve to die so violently. Okay, what do we do now? Megan asked. We move. Chase, you take Megan to the east dam. Albert and I will head to the west. Brian and Brenda, you two stay here with Evan. One shot into the air if it looks like that dam is going to give, Wyatt directed. I need to get him back to the lodge ASAP, Brenda said again. Wyatt nodded. I know, and you will, but I need as much warning as you can give me if you see this thing crack open. Yes, sir, Brenda replied. Wyatt looked at Evan. Can you walk? Evan stood. He was pale and his legs looked weak, but he stood. I'll be okay. I'll be fine. Sorry, it was... Evan shifted to look over Wyatt's shoulder where Garrett lay, but he blocked his view. Holding up his hand, It's okay, man. This is something we will deal with. You did everything right. We need to take care of the dam so we can get back to our loved ones. Evan nodded. Megan knew he was thinking of Tara and Amy. Wyatt had purposely mentioned loved ones to give Evan the strength he needed to keep going. They had to finish the job. They walked out of the trees. Megan felt horrible leaving Garrett there, but his death was not something they could change. They had to keep moving forward to prevent any more deaths. Here, take a seat, Chase said, directing Evan to a large rock. Brenda will keep guard. Megan saw something out of the corner of her eye. It was a pool of blood. She stared at it. That's where we were standing when he ambushed us, Evan said, staring at the blood. I need you to stay focused, Evan. Can you do that? Wyatt asked. He was firm, but not mean. I'll be fine, Evan said, sounding much stronger. Good. Sit and get ready. When we come back through here, it will be time to move. You need your strength to get down that hillside, Chase ordered. Evan nodded his head, clearly not up for arguing. Megan looked around the small group. They were all shaken up, but Garrett's death had made them more determined than ever. They would not let anyone keep them down. They were fighters. They would survive. Chapter 24.
Everyone pulled themselves together, ready to carry out the plan. "When are we detonating our dams?" Chase asked. Wyatt checked his watch, synchronizing it with Chase. 1,500 hours. Got it. Megan was holding the C4, trying not to panic at the thought of holding a deadly explosive in her hand. It was safer than the dynamite, she reminded herself. No matter how much she told herself that, she was still very nervous. Wyatt gave Megan a quick kiss, promising to see her soon. "Good luck," Brenda shouted as they split off and went in opposite directions. Megan didn't say anything. They were going to need more than good luck. There was a lot riding on them. She prayed everything went according to plan. In the back of her mind, she knew it was almost a given something would go wrong. It was Murphy's Law. She followed Chase across the damaged dam, wasting no time getting across it. She was more than a little worried it would collapse at any second, leaving her caught up in a torrent of cement, water, and mud. Once she made it across, she breathed a huge sigh of relief. Now she prayed it stayed up so she could make it back across. Otherwise, her and Chase would be trapped on the wrong side of the flood. She had no idea how they would get across the raging waters to make it to the safety of the lodge. At least she hoped the lodge would be safe. It better be. They made it to the East Dam with very little time to spare. While Chase climbed down the small embankment to plant the C4, Megan used the small pair of binoculars she was wearing around her neck to scan the area. She was looking for any other bad guys who may have been intending to blow this dam as well. Or maybe there were others in the area looking to take out anyone they saw. That brought back the image of Garrett lying there, lifeless and covered in his own blood. She would shoot anyone she didn't know. She wasn't taking any chances. She looked towards the main dam, and when she didn't see rushing water flowing down the hillside, she breathed a sigh of relief. She scanned the area, looking downstream of the dam they were about to blow. Megan gasped. "Oh no!" A little girl was dancing in the stream, laughing and splashing about. She knew her. Megan knew the little girl that was facing certain death. "What is it?" Chase called out. "It's Emma! Emma, Linda, and Harry are down there!" she shouted. "What? What do you mean?" he asked, scrambling up the embankment. "Look," she said, handing him the binoculars and pointing down the hill. He took the binoculars, focused, and then cursed. "What do we do?" Megan asked frantically. Chase exhaled a long breath, looked her in the eye, and said, "We stick to the plan." "What? No, we can't do that. If we blow this dam, it's going to send a wall of water crashing down. They'll drown." He held his ground, maintaining eye contact. "Megan, if we don't blow this dam, the lodge and power station will be destroyed. You said so yourself. We have to save the power station." "Chase, don't you dare say that!" He looked at the dam and then at his watch before pointedly looking at her without saying anything. Megan grabbed the binoculars and watched as Emma went into a small hut, which was within 20 feet of the small stream. Why would they live so close to the water? They have to know that's dangerous, especially with normal spring runoff. "I don't know, Megan. You couldn't have known they would be there when you came up with this very good plan. We can't save everyone," he told her in a quiet voice. "I know that," she snapped. "But I promised them we would always be here to help them. Now you want me to destroy them to save us? Chase, it feels wrong. I don't think I can do it." Megan wished Wyatt were here. He would know what to do. He would tell her it was okay. They would come up with another plan. She peered through the binoculars, studying the small hut. "Megan," Chase said, interrupting her thoughts. "It's 2:58. We have to blow this dam on time to ensure your plan works.
If we don't, Wyatt and Evan could be hit with the flood, and they could drown. You have to get right with this. This has to happen." She dropped the binoculars and looked at him. "I hate this. I hate this so much." "We need to get out of here," he told her. Megan suddenly got an idea. She started screaming, jumping up and down, and waving her arms. She was screaming at the top of her lungs, hoping to get Emma's attention. "Run! Run!" she shouted over and over. When she looked through the binoculars again, Emma was squatting next to the stream, filling up a container with water. Her heart ached as she realized what was about to happen. Even though she had protested and thought about not blowing the dam, she knew she would do it. She had to. It was the only way to save her family and possibly the future of the area. "Let's go," she said quietly. Her shoulders slumped forward. Chase didn't waste a second and quickly started back towards the south dam. "Here," Chase said, handing her the remote detonator. "It's time." Megan took the detonator. Emma and Caitlin playing in the lodge flashed through her mind. Tears welled and flowed down her cheeks as she pressed the button. The sound of the explosion was completely muted. She was lost in a sea of regret and pain. She barely heard another explosion in the distance. Megan knew it wasn't an echo. Wyatt had blown his dam at the exact same moment. They had pulled off the impossible, but at what cost? "I hope they survive," she managed to squeak out past the massive lump in her throat. "I'm sorry, Megan. I know how hard that was. They have a chance. We can only hope they get to higher ground or can hold on to a tree. Harry is resilient. I think he will find a way." Megan knew the words were meant to soothe, but it made it that much harder. She had likely killed all three. They had survived being held captive, only to be killed by the very people who rescued them. "Move, Megan. We have to get back to the lodge." Megan blinked away the tears and followed Chase, who was jogging towards the south dam. They had to get on the other side of the dam before it gave way. If they didn't, they wouldn't be able to get across the rushing waters. Chapter 25. "Are you ready?" Wyatt yelled to Albert, who was placing the blast cap into the putty substance. "Yep, let me crawl out of here," he said, scrambling up. "Let's get out of here," Wyatt said, extending a hand to Albert to help him the last few feet. The blasts had to be synchronized for the plan to work. They took off at a jog and picked up the pace as he pushed the button before dropping the detonator to the ground. They had to get away before the dam gave way. There was still the chance the rush of water could overfill the bank too fast. The water would not only flow to the west, but to the south in the direction of the lodge. The explosion made his ears ring. They were a little closer than he would have liked, but they were out of time. They raced towards the south dam. Wyatt prayed Megan and Chase were close. He hated being separated from her, but knew she wouldn't trust anyone else to do this. It was her determination that brought this plan about. It was only right she would play a major role in making it happen. Before they reached the large dam, a cracking sound filled the air. It sounded like a bunch of trees snapping in two. The sound sent chills down Wyatt's spine. It was a sound he hoped he would never hear, or at the very least, not hear it until his family was tucked safely away. "The dam?" Albert asked, yelling in shock. Wyatt couldn't talk. The south dam wasn't supposed to go yet. It was too soon. Megan couldn't possibly be across yet. He was already riding high on adrenaline, but the sound gave him a fresh boost. "We gotta move. The dam caved too soon. The water is going to be pushed through the larger opening, straight down to the lodge and the power station. He pushed his body harder than he knew possible. The two men ran as fast as they could through the thick trees and brush. It was treacherous. Wyatt did his best to stay upright while avoiding getting smacked in the face with limbs as he pushed through the treed area. He imagined what the South Dam must look like. There was no way the two smaller dams could have depleted the lake enough to prevent a massive flood from flowing down the hillside directly towards the lodge. The dike wasn't finished. It couldn't hold up to that much water. All their hard work would be destroyed, along with everything they had worked so hard to build.
"We need to get to the lodge," Albert shouted. "They have to evacuate."
Wyatt considered trying to save the lodge, but it wasn't possible. They didn't have the tools or manpower to save the area. It was all going to be washed away.
"Let's go. We'll know what we're dealing with when we get eyes on that dam," Wyatt shouted.
He hoped the lake was draining with the explosions at the east and west dams, but if they were holding strong like the South Dam, things could get ugly fast. Wyatt thought he could hear water rushing, but didn't know if it was his imagination or the real deal. Wyatt was out of breath by the time they reached the clearing by the dam. He spotted Evan and Brenda. Both were staring down at the dam. The looks on their faces told him everything he needed to know.
"Did it break?"
Wyatt shouted. He kept running towards them, not waiting to hear the answer. Evan was still in shock. He nodded his head.
"Evan, we need to get to the lodge. We have to get Tara and Amy to safety,"
Wyatt said when they got within a few feet of them. He was hoping the mention of Tara and Amy would snap him out of the daze he had been in since Garrett's tragic death. Evan looked at Wyatt for several long seconds.
"Tara and Amy, we have to get to the lodge,"
he said with no inflection in his voice. Wyatt had seen soldiers on the field have similar responses after going into shock. It could last for 5 minutes or 5 days. He was hoping for the first. They couldn't afford to have Evan completely shut down.
"Yes, Evan,"
Brenda said. She grabbed his hand.
"Let's get Amy and Tara to safety, okay?"
She started pulling him down the hill, slowly at first, and then picking up the pace.
"Come on, Evan,"
Albert said, without the same patience or finesse Wyatt and Brenda had been using.
"Snap out of it. You can freak out later. Now is the time to get your butt in gear."
Wyatt was going to chastise Albert for being insensitive, but his scolding seemed to work. Evan started to move faster. Within seconds, they were racing down the hill again. He could hear the water running parallel to their own path down the mountain. It was picking up speed, and the width of the river was widening. It wouldn't be long before the entire South Dam gave way, and the minor flooding would turn into something far more serious. Chapter 26. Albert felt a twinge of guilt at having been so callous with Evan, but he was panicking. He was terrified they weren't going to get back to the lodge in time. Would the ladies know to run? They would have no idea the mountainside was going to come tumbling into their backyard. He had seen mudslides before. They were violent and fast. A cracking tree from above spurred him forward.
"Move!"
he shouted at the top of his lungs. His knee was killing him, and he could hardly draw a breath, but he wasn't going to stop until he reached the lodge. The other three were ahead of him, and he was falling behind with each step. It didn't matter. The faster one of them got there, the more warning the ladies would get. He glanced at the dike on his left as he ran down the hill. Would it hold? He hadn't closely inspected the wall, but it certainly didn't look all that solid. Megan's idea seemed to have merit, but it was about to be put to the test. Wyatt was shouting. Albert watched as Tara came around the side of the lodge. They had just broken through the thick trees.
Albert could see the goats and kids playing.
Run! Run!
He shouted, hoping they would understand the danger they were in. He couldn't hear Tara, but he saw the look on her face before she sprang into action. Willow and Rosie came out of the house, the fear on their faces evident. Wyatt reached the group first.
Get up to the orchard, now!
He screamed. The kids didn't ask questions. Ryland patted Misty on the backside to get her attention before he started running. Misty was familiar with the game and began running behind him. Mason followed suit, chasing Frankie up the hill. Amy and Caitlin both tried to catch a chicken, but the birds ran.
You don't have time for that,
Albert shouted.
Get up the hill, now!
The little girls quickly scrambled up the path that led to the orchard, positioned behind the lodge on a hill. Tara helped Willow, while Rosie waited.
What are you doing?
Albert yelled when he saw her standing at the bottom of the trail.
Waiting for you, you grumpy old man,
she said with a faint smile.
Get up there! I'll be right behind you,
he wheezed.
A few seconds isn't going to make a difference,
she told him, falling into step beside him. He couldn't run another step. His knee was threatening to give way with every step forward. His lungs felt as if they were in a vice. He wanted to argue with her, but he simply couldn't. He didn't have enough air in his lungs to speak. When he finally reached the top, he collapsed. His legs would no longer hold him. He crawled to the edge of the hill to get a bird's-eye view of the lodge and the mountainside that was sure to come tumbling down.
Can you smell that?
Rosie said quietly, sitting next to him.
It smells putrid, like years of undergrowth just got overturned, he replied.
They heard another loud crack.
What was that?
Willow asked. Wyatt looked at Albert. A tree? The remaining part of the dam? I don't know. Albert could tell Wyatt was worried about Megan.
Where's my mom?
Caitlin asked. Albert waited for Wyatt to respond. When he didn't say anything, he figured he better.
She had a longer way to run,
he explained as nonchalantly as possible.
We sent her and Chase to the farthest point, since they are both in such great shape. We know how fast your mom can run. He winked. How many times has she had to chase those goats?
He smiled, hoping to keep the girl calm, but she had been through too much. Seen too much. Caitlin was wise beyond her years and couldn't be so easily placated.
Look!
Caitlin pointed towards the hillside. Albert didn't have to look. He could hear it. The last crack had been the remaining section of the dam. He could hear trees toppling and what sounded like boulders crashing against each other. A series of snaps and crackling noises could be heard. It sounded like a freight train coming down the mountainside.
Oh no,
Willow said, staring in horror.
It's going to destroy everything in its path.
Albert watched as the torrent of muddy water, laden with trees, rocks, and other debris, moved down the mountain. It all seemed to be happening in slow motion. His stomach dropped. There was so much mud and water. Even if the dike could divert the water from the lodge, how long could it possibly hold up? The power of the water driving the debris into the wall would be a monumental force. He didn't think a cement wall could hold up against that. Rosie moved to stand next to Wyatt, putting her hand on his arm. There had been no sign of Megan and Chase. If they had been caught in that torrent, there was no way they could have survived. If the water didn't drown them, the trees and rocks would beat them to a bloody pulp. He dropped his head and tried to imagine how they could cope with another huge loss. They still hadn't told the group about Garrett. Albert looked behind him. Evan was sitting on the ground, his hands over his face. Tara was sitting next to him with her arms wrapped tightly around him, while Amy hugged them both. Albert cringed when Willow suddenly spoke up.
You said Chase and Megan blew the dam? Brenda answered. Yes.
Willow looked at Brenda and then turned to look at Evan. He was covered in blood. Brenda had blood on her shirt and hands from trying to save Garrett. Rosie looked at Wyatt before scanning the group.
What happened? She asked. Are you hurt? Are any of you hurt?
They had all been in such a hurry to get to the lodge, none of them had bothered to clean up. Normally, they wouldn't want the kids to see them in such a state, but they hadn't had the time. Albert managed to stand, but had to keep the pressure off his bum knee. He didn't want anyone thinking he was seriously injured, or that would stir up a lot of drama he didn't want to deal with.
Evan has a minor wound. Brenda fixed him up. The rest of us are fine, he said.
Willow looked him in the eye.
Garrett?
Caitlin was listening with rapt interest. Frankie and Ryland turned to face him as well. He waited for Wyatt or anyone else to say something. He couldn't possibly tell them. Albert exhaled a long breath.
He didn't make it.
The words sounded like a croak. His chest had grown tight, thinking about the young kid who had been so brutally murdered. Garrett hadn't even had the chance to fight back. He had been savagely shot with no warning at all. Willow gasped, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. Rosie shook her head.
Oh, no. Oh, my. Oh, jeez, she said, at a loss for words.
Albert watched as she blinked several times. He was doing the same. None of them wanted to cry in front of the kids or, truth be told, in front of one another. When everyone realized what had happened, they turned to look at Evan. Albert could feel the man's pain as he looked back at everyone. He was wearing Garrett's blood.
I'm sorry,
he whispered.
I tried. I really tried.
Rosie rushed to him and dropped to her knees in front of him.
I know you did, dear. I'm so glad you're here with us. It will be okay. We will get through this.
He nodded and buried his face again. Tara had tears streaming down her face. She continued to rub Evan's back and whisper words of comfort in his ear. Albert turned his attention to Wyatt. The man looked as if he was prepared to jump off the hillside. The anxiety was coming off him in waves. Albert managed to limp over to him.
She'll be okay, man. She's with Chase, and he is not going to let anything happen to her, he assured him, placing a hand on his back. It's going to be okay, he repeated.
Wyatt shook his head. Look at it. If she was on the wrong side of that, she's definitely not going to be okay.
Don't think like that, man. Give her some credit. Give Chase some, too. They would know better than to be on the wrong side of that dam. They probably had to hole up on high ground. Once this clears out a bit, she will come walking in like no big deal.
Wyatt didn't look convinced. I hope so. Rosie came to stand by them again.
Well, would you look at that? She said with a smile. That dike you guys built is doing its job. The lodge is still in one piece, and the water has been diverted.
Albert couldn't help himself.
But how long will it hold up? It's taking a beating. If the rush of water doesn't subside soon, it will erode the wall.
Rosie narrowed her eyes at him.
Try and be positive, Albert. Not everything has to be the end of the world.
I'm sorry. You're right. Let's hope for the best.
He knew she wasn't truly angry with him. It was Rosie's way. She always remained upbeat, even when tragedy reared its ugly head. She didn't give up, roll over, and cry. She always stood tall and fought back. She was the backbone of this little group. He couldn't imagine how any of them would have ever gotten this far without her. It was then he realized every one of them played a vital role in this world, surviving on their own. Each time they lost someone, they lost something valuable. Garrett had become a superb hunter with the bow. It was almost a guarantee he would return with food for the table when he went out. Now they were going to have to rely on Megan and Wyatt's hunting skills. Albert jerked back when he realized what would happen to the group if Megan didn't make it back. He was convinced they would fall apart. She had better get her butt back here, he thought to himself. He wasn't ready to live without her. He turned to look at the devastation before him. He wasn't one to wear rose-colored glasses or sugarcoat anything. This was bad. It would take a miracle for the lodge to survive, and an even bigger miracle for Chase and Megan to come walking through the door, safe and sound. Chapter 27.
Go, Megan!
Chase shouted from behind her. They had taken off running at breakneck speed and hadn't slowed down. Megan fought back the vomit threatening to spew from her mouth, the bile burning the back of her throat. Her breathing was way too fast and hard, but she couldn't get control of it. All she could see was little Emma's face.
Keep going,
Chase said again in encouragement.
Stop thinking about what happened and focus on the right now.
Her legs were so tight and cramped. She was worried they would give way at any moment. The muscles felt like they were being shredded with every step. Her arms were in bad shape as well. Twigs and thick brush had made mincemeat of her skin. She could feel the sticky pull of dried blood. If she lived through this, she was going to be so sore she wouldn't be able to move for a week. She didn't care. Any other time, she would have used her willpower to ignore the pain so she could keep running. Now she was dwelling on the physical pain to forget about what she had done to Emma and her grandparents. She knew the guilt would consume her. She had to ignore it to make it to the South Dam before it completely gave way. A thought crossed her mind. What if it had given way? What if the water was already rushing down the mountainside and flooding the lodge? Caitlin was there, and Megan felt as if she was 1,000,000 miles away. If the dam had given way, she may as well be 1,000,000 miles away. There would be nothing she could do to help anyone. Her and Chase would be stranded until the water receded. There was another loud crack, followed by a thudding noise. "What was that?" she yelled, not actually expecting an answer from Chase.
I don't know. We'll worry about it when we get there. Keep moving,
he shouted over the noise. He was as out of breath as she was. Megan heard rushing water, falling trees, and what sounded like a bathtub being drained.
We're too late.
They broke through the trees at the same time. Chase came to a halt and grabbed Megan to hold her back. The dam had burst. They were standing next to what used to be the grassy knoll next to the river, but it was all water now. The water was rushing down the hill. The lake that had been such a crystal clear blue was dark and muddy. Branches and entire trees were swirling in the water with the force of the current. She stared at the scene in horror. "Oh my God," she breathed. The once pristine lake was gone. It was now a violent torrent of water cutting through the forest, clearing a path down the mountainside. Megan and Chase watched as the force of the water moved massive rocks. Huge chunks of cement were tumbling along the edges. "They'll be okay," Chase said. She slowly shook her head. "I don't know, Chase. Look at that." Despite the water's deadly destructive capability, it was mesmerizing. She couldn't tear her eyes away from the scene unfolding. As the water rushed down, it created an entirely new path. It was like watching the construction of a road through a forest in fast forward, except there was no heavy equipment. Mother Nature was an amazing force. It could strike at any time, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake with no effort at all. It was amazing, terrifying, but awesome.
"What do we do now?"
Megan asked. Chase shrugged. "We wait."
"Wait?"
"Megan, we can't go down. We can't go across. We wait for the water to subside," he said. "Look at the lake." She looked back and saw the lake. Once again, she imagined a bathtub draining. She could see the shore growing. The lake bed was more visible. The water was going down. That was their goal. It was working.
"It's working!"
she yelled. Chase smiled. "Yes, it is. It won't be long before it slows down enough for us to get across. I'm guessing everyone else already made it down to the lodge."
"I can't see the lodge. Do you think the dike held?"
"I hope so. I know this looks bad, but I have a feeling the brutal force of the water was very brief. You can see it's already lessening, and there aren't any more trees getting ripped away." Megan leaned her head back, closed her eyes, and sent up a silent prayer. The dike had to hold. She didn't know how she could possibly start over. None of them could. "I can see the dike," Chase called out. "It's holding."
"Really?"
"Yes, look through the trees. Let your eyes follow the path of water. You can see it curving slightly away from the lodge. That is where the dike is. It's working, Megan." She smiled. It was working.
"Do you think it will hold? It could all topple down,"
she said, suddenly very worried. Chase looked at her. "It's holding. It is doing what it was supposed to do. Don't borrow trouble."
"You're right,"
she said, nodding.
"I have to stop thinking negatively."
They stood there for what felt like forever. The water was moving too fast for them to think about trying to cross it.
"Maybe if we went around the other side of the lake, we could get across,"
Megan suggested. She was growing impatient. She had to know how the lodge fared and how her family was. Chase grimaced. "We could, but we would have to cross the section we blew and the section Wyatt blew. That won't be any easier." Megan sighed.
"I can't sit here all day, Chase."
"I don't think you're going to have to," he said. She looked up to see him grinning.
"What?"
she asked. "Looks like your knight in shining armor is coming to rescue you," he said, pointing to the other side of the water. Wyatt and Brian were walking along the edge of the newly formed river. Well, Brian was walking. Wyatt was trotting at a fast clip. Their eyes met across the water. They stared at each other. The relief she felt at seeing Wyatt whole and healthy nearly made her weep. She could see by the look on his face that he had been equally worried.
"The lodge?"
she yelled across the span of water.
Totally fine,
Wyatt yelled back.
"Everyone is fine. We made it up to the orchard and got a nice view of the water crashing down the mountain."
Megan slapped Chase on the back, and he gave her a big bear hug in return. When Chase put her down, a thought suddenly crossed her mind.
"The power station?"
she asked Wyatt, who was busy tying a rope to a tree several feet away from the riverbank.
"I don't know for sure,"
he called back, working quickly.
"What?"
she asked.
"Can we get you across before we start getting into all the details? I haven't been down there. I was more concerned about you two," he scolded. "First things first." "What's your plan, Wyatt?" Chase asked.
"Check to see how deep it is over there," Wyatt directed Chase. Chase quickly complied, searching for a long stick. Once he found one, he stepped a couple feet into the water, leaned forward, and put his stick into the water. He pulled it out, studied it for a second, and then looked back at Megan.
"A couple feet, but the water is still churning, Wyatt. I don't know if we can safely get across."
Wyatt held up his rope.
We'll have you come across, one at a time."
Megan watched as Chase struggled to keep his footing in the shallowest part of the water. Getting all the way across was going to be a challenge. She knew Wyatt wouldn't let her float away, but it was still intimidating. Wyatt threw one end of the rope across the water. Chase missed. Wyatt threw it a second time. This time Chase caught it and slowly made his way back out of the water. "I need to tie this tight," he said. Megan raised her arms to allow him to tie the rope around her waist. "Just do what you can to keep your feet under you. The current is strong, but you'll do fine," he told her. "I felt some debris hit my legs, but all the big stuff is farther down."
"Okay," she said. "Here goes nothing."
"Ready?" Wyatt asked.
"Yep. Don't let go,"
she said, half teasing. If he did happen to let go, the rope was wrapped around a large tree. She imagined herself looking like a fish caught on a hook. She would be flopping around in the water if she did lose her footing. Megan gasped when her feet hit the water. It was freezing. "Don't think about the cold," Wyatt instructed. "Just keep moving across." She nodded, holding onto the rope for dear life. The further she got, the more difficult it was to stay standing. Thankfully, the water wasn't terribly deep. When she was about halfway across, the water reached her waist, and her feet were swept under her.
"Wyatt!"
she screamed. "I have you. Let your legs float, and we will pull you across." She fought back the terror of being whisked down the hill and smacking into a tree. Wyatt and Brian were both pulling her across. Her knee hit something hard, making her wince. The water was so cold it magnified the pain. She knew it would dull everything soon enough. "Try putting your feet down, Megan," Wyatt instructed. She fought against the current to bring her feet below her. She managed to do so and stumbled the last few feet out of the river. Wyatt picked her up and held her tight, not worrying about getting wet. "You're freezing," he said, rubbing her arms up and down.
"Yes, I am. Let's get Chase across and get out of here,"
she said through her shivering and chattering teeth. Wyatt quickly untied the rope from around her waist and tossed it back to Chase, and they started the process again. It went much faster. Chase's height and strength made it easier for him to cross. Once he was out of the water, it was time to move.
"Let's go see how the dike is holding up,"
Megan said. She was cold, but she had to see if the threat was over. Wyatt grabbed her hand, and together they all started back down the trail they had made with all the trips up to the dam. It was a tough walk. Megan's limbs felt numb, but all she could think about was whether the wall was holding up. All their efforts, Garrett's death and Evan's injury, would be for nothing if it failed. Chapter 28. Megan touched the mud wall and breathed a sigh of relief. It was holding. There were some wet spots on the other side from where the water had splashed over the top of the dike, but it was doing exactly as they had hoped. "Good job," Wyatt said, standing close to her.
"It wasn't me,"
she said.
"This is the result of some serious teamwork. I am amazed it held up. Did you see that water?"
Wyatt grimaced. "Yes, I did, and I had no idea where you were."
"I'm sorry,"
she automatically said, feeling bad for worrying him.
"We tried to make it back in time, but couldn't make it."
"I know. I'm fairly sure I aged 10 years in the time it took to find you."
"Me too."
Megan hugged him.
"Now, let's get to the lodge. I want to see Caitlin,"
Megan said, suddenly feeling anxious again. They made their way down the hill. "I think they are probably on the Orchard Hill still," Wyatt said, when there was no sign of anyone at the lodge. Megan hollered for Caitlin. There was no answer. Wyatt ran inside the lodge and quickly returned with a note. "They went to the power station," he said.
"Why?"
Megan asked. His expression told her something was wrong. The water was getting close, I guess. Chase groaned. So they put themselves in danger. Wyatt crumpled the note. We better get over there and make sure everyone is okay. When Megan started to head off, Wyatt gently grabbed her hand. Change really fast. You will get sick in all that wet clothing. Chase, you too, Wyatt instructed. Megan rushed inside, stripping off the wet clothes as she went. She threw on what she could find and put on her tennis shoes and was back outside within minutes. She had managed to beat Chase. Let's go, Chase said, pulling on his dry shirt as he walked. They rushed to the power station. Megan's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the group. The adults each had shovels and were furiously digging a ditch on the side of the power station closest to the oncoming water. She could see water flowing on the ground beyond the fence line. Her dike had protected the lodge, but was flooding the power station, like she had feared. Wyatt rushed over and took the shovel from Rosie's hand and started digging. As the trench lengthened and deepened, it filled with water. It's fine, Megan, Wyatt assured her. This is very little water, and the ditch is slowing it down. She nodded, suddenly too overwhelmed to speak. They all stood there, watching the water recede. It worked, Megan breathed. The power station wasn't destroyed. The lodge is fine, Wyatt told her, as the others nodded in relief. Despite their success, there was no rejoicing. Death had struck again. Megan looked around and could see the emotions on each and everyone's face. It was hard to feel relieved to have a nice house to live in when someone had to die to ensure it. In fact, it was more than Garrett who had given his life to protect the lodge and its inhabitants. She couldn't bring herself to tell them about Emma. She doubted she ever would. Chase came to stand beside her. You did the right thing. He said it in such a low voice she barely heard him. No one else did. I hope so, she whispered back. Should we head back to the lodge? Rosie asked. We have dinner to cook, and tomorrow is going to be another day of gardening, building, and planting. No rest for the weary, she said, slowly moving towards the lodge. Everyone fell in line behind her. Shoulders were slumped and faces were long as they trekked through the forest. The sound of shovel blades hitting rocks as they dragged across the ground accompanied the sound of water flowing downhill. Megan took a deep breath. The smell of mud and wet foliage usually invigorated her. Now, she knew it would remind her of this day. She would always equate it to death and the loss of innocent lives. Wyatt once again took her hand, pulling her back out of the crowd, moving forward. Once everyone moved on, he turned to look at her. What happened up there? He asked her in a gentle voice. She shrugged and looked away. She couldn't look him in the eyes. Don't say nothing. I know something shook you up. Tell me, he said with more force in his voice. She took a deep breath and met his eyes. I saw Emma. She couldn't hold back the tears. What do you mean? He asked. Before I blew the dam, I scanned the area and I saw Emma downstream. She was playing in the stream. It looks like Harry and Linda set up camp over there. Wyatt leaned back, exhaling deeply. Oh no, he breathed. Are you sure? She nodded, unable to talk around the huge, painful lump in her throat. Tears streamed down her face as she released the anguish she had been holding in for the past few hours. He wrapped his arms around her and pulled her in close. He didn't say a word. He simply held her while she cried. It was all so similar to what they had gone through a few short months ago when they lost Jack. I killed her, she gurgled. I killed that poor little girl.
They lived through something so horrible, only to die by my hand? You didn't kill her, Megan. You did what you had to. There's a chance they survived. I know it sounds impossible, but you have to put this behind you. You can't dwell on this. It will eat you alive. You have a lot to live for, he said softly. She nodded. I know. I never thought I could be so callous. This world has changed me in so many ways. This is not something I am proud of. I don't want to be a killer. I don't want to be the person who sacrifices others to save my own skin. You aren't that person. You are the person who makes some of the most difficult decisions to save others. You saved all of us. You saved your daughter. I know this is awful, and I am so sorry you had to do that. But I am also grateful that you did. You saved my sister-in-law, my mother, and my 2 nephews. Megan rolled her eyes at the last part. When she looked at him, he had a sly grin on his face. Your niece and nephew, she mumbled. Talking to him, getting his reassurance, and feeling his strength was helping. He always had a way of taking away the hurt. Thank you, Wyatt. I feel a little better, but it will be a long time before I put this behind me. I don't think I will ever truly forgive myself. I think once everything settles down, I will go over there. I have to know for sure, she said. I'll go with you. But, Megan, you need to be prepared for the worst. There is nothing you can do to change what happened. Think of all the good that came from your decision. Focus on that. I know it will be tough, but you have us, and we are all glad you did what you did. She nodded, still struggling to come to terms with it all. Now let's get back. Our family is waiting for us. He grabbed her hand, and they slowly walked back. When the lodge came into view, they stopped and took it all in. The kids were playing in the yard. Duke was racing back and forth, barking and wagging his tail. The goats were lying in the sun, chewing their cuds like they normally did. It was as if tragedy never struck. Life had returned to normal for the kids, but Megan knew the adults inside would still be grappling with Garrett's death. They had enough on their plates. She would never tell them about Emma, Harry, and Linda. She would give them the luxury of thinking the threesome had moved on to some nice new home and were living happily ever after. Her secret was safe with Chase and Wyatt. Epilogue. Megan finished washing up in the stream and was slowly making her way back to the lodge. Now that the adrenaline of the day's events had faded, she found herself exhausted. She had felt the weight of the world on her shoulders for days. Now that burden was gone. Now there was a new weight, but she knew with time it would lighten. "Mom, are you ready to eat?" Caitlin called out, running towards her. "Rosie and Willow made a big potato soup with lots of bread. I'm starving. Hurry up." Megan smiled. Seeing her daughter healthy and happy was exactly what she needed. "I'm coming, sweetie." She slowed her walk and took in the view. She loved the lodge. It was beautiful, and it always made her feel so safe. Now that the threat of the dam had been taken care of, they could rest easy. For now. Misty ran up to her, wanting to have her neck rubbed. Megan reached down and gave the goat what she wanted, rubbing up and down and scratching between her horns. The goat didn't move a muscle. She loved these rub-downs and always stayed perfectly still. "Okay, Misty, I need to go get my dinner. Go play." She walked in the back door and was instantly taken back by the sight before her. The room was warm, there was a soft glow of candles, and the aroma of freshly baked bread surrounded her.
Everyone was seated at the table, with a few at the breakfast bar. Evan and Tara were huddled together at one end of the table. She looked at him and gave a knowing smile. He was struggling with Garrett's death, but was putting on a brave face. He seemed to be doing much better than when she saw him last. He, too, had taken a bath to wash away the blood, and there was color in his cheeks. "Saved you a seat," Wyatt said, patting the chair next to him at the table.
"Great. Let me put this stuff away, and I'll be right back."
She quickly deposited her dirty clothes in the bedroom and headed for the table. Rosie was dishing up soup into bread bowls. The thick chowder smelled delicious. Megan was ready for a hot meal that would leave them all satisfied. It was comfort food. Even in the middle of a major disaster, comfort food was important. It had become their best coping mechanism. After a devastating loss or a trying time, they would all sit down to a big, hearty meal. It helped restore their strength and served to bond them closer together. They could talk things out and simply enjoy being in the company of people who had been through a horrible experience together. "Feel better?" Wyatt asked, close to her ear. She smiled, leaning her head against his shoulder. "Yes. Even though my little jaunt across the river left me chilled to the bone, I needed a bath, cold water or not." "I could have gotten you a hot bath," he reminded her. "I know. I needed to be alone for a few minutes, and a quick dip in the stream always makes me feel better." He nodded. He knew her well, and hadn't argued when she requested to take her bath alone. It was something they often shared. "Your arms look a little better. Are you sure you don't want my mom to make up a salve or something? Some of those cuts look deep," he asked her. She looked down at her arms and shook her head. The pain from the cuts had kept her alive by giving her something to focus her energy on, rather than the pain that still lingered in the back of her mind. "I'll be fine. They'll heal in no time. My legs, though. I probably won't be doing any hiking in the next few days. They feel like rubber." He laughed. "Sounds good. I will wait on you, hand and foot." "Oh, I like the sound of that," she told him, giving him a light kiss. "Let's eat," Albert said, once everyone was served. Brenda had been pulled in off guard duty. They had decided everyone needed to be together, even if it was for a short while. They had to pull together and work through yet another tragedy. The conversation centered on plans for the garden. Hunting was brought up, which inadvertently reminded everyone of Garrett. A quiet settled over the room. No one ate. Wyatt stood. "Every one of us is going to miss Garrett. We will remember him and honor his sacrifice by moving on. He gave his life so we could all be here. Garrett was far too young to go, but we will always be grateful for what he did." Albert stood, grabbed his cup of water, and raised it. "To Garrett!" he said. Everyone stood, raising their cups, and repeated the words, "To Garrett." Wyatt sat down, and everyone followed suit. "Are we going to have a funeral for him?" Ryland asked. Willow looked to Wyatt. "Of course, we'll put together a cross for him and have a small service. It's the right thing to do," he answered. They returned to eating, and eventually the conversation picked up again. "I don't think I can eat another bite," Megan said, leaning back in her chair. "The soup was delicious, Rosie." Rosie beamed. "Thank you. Willow helped as well, even though I told her she needed to get off her feet." Megan looked around at all the smiling, tired faces. This is what she would dwell on when images of Emma flashed in her mind. She had sacrificed Emma to save the others. It was 3 lives for 14. She knew it made her sound cold and callous, but she accepted it. Sometimes she was going to have to let others down for the greater good. It was a harsh reality she would have to live with. "Before everyone heads off to bed, I would like to say something," Wyatt stood. Megan turned to look at him, wondering what he had up his sleeve. Garrett and I had been working on a very special project over the past week or so. The kid was a man of many talents. One of those talents was metalworking. I wasn't even aware of how talented he was until yesterday, when he presented me with the finished product. Everyone watched as Wyatt dug into his pocket and pulled something out, but hid it in his closed hand. He used his free hand to push his chair back from the table. Then he dropped to one knee in front of Megan's chair. Her mouth fell open. "Wyatt?" she breathed. There were gasps all around the room. Wyatt opened his hand to reveal a shiny metal band. He picked it up with his fingers and held it up for Megan to inspect, before grabbing her left hand. "Megan, will you do me the honor of being my wife?" She couldn't speak. She could only watch as he slid the ring onto her finger. He looked at her. She nodded, still not sure she could say the words the man was so desperate to hear. "Say it!" Caitlin shouted. Everyone burst into laughter. "Yes, Wyatt, I will marry you," she said, pulling him towards her. He leaned in, and they embraced. When he pulled back, Megan pulled her hand up closer so she could inspect the ring. It was stunning. It wasn't like a traditional engagement ring with a big fat diamond or some other precious stone in the center. This ring was simple, but elegant. "He engraved it," Wyatt told her. She pulled it off her finger and held it up to the candlelight to see it better. "Forever and always," she read aloud. She heard a small sob and looked up to see Rosie fighting back tears. Willow had lost the battle and was openly sobbing. Megan grinned. "Pregnancy hormones are vicious, huh?" Willow giggled through her sobs. "Yes, they are. I'm so happy for you both." Caitlin started to jump up and down. "I want to be the flower girl." "Me too," Amy chimed in. Before Megan knew what was happening, the group started to plan her wedding. Everyone made their way over to congratulate them on the upcoming nuptials. Megan knew the marriage would be in name only and wouldn't be an actual legal marriage, but in this world, that was all she needed. She had always wondered if she would ever marry again. She could have never imagined meeting the man of her dreams in an apocalyptic situation, but here she was. The world had gone to hell, and she had found happiness. Wyatt was sitting beside her at the table, his hand on her leg. Every once in a while, he would squeeze it and smile at her. They had remained quiet for the most part, while everyone else talked about the upcoming wedding. It was like having 10 wedding planners. She wouldn't have to lift a finger. "Oh!" Willow gasped. "Oh! Oh, ow!" Rosie rushed to her side. "What is it?" Willow didn't answer immediately. "Nothing," she finally said. "It was a sharp pain. I'm fine." Rosie eyed her carefully. "Are you sure?" Willow started to nod her head, and then stopped. Her eyes widened as big as saucers. "Ow! Wyatt, you may be right. This might be a boy on the way. He's kicking up a fuss." "Girls can be great kickers too," Megan chimed in. "In fact, if the baby is kicking with any accuracy, then you know it's definitely a girl." Willow laughed before wincing again. "Boy or girl, I don't care, so long as he or she stops kicking me in the ribs. Ow!" "I vote for a girl," Caitlin chimed in. "Me too," Amy replied. "No, a boy," Frankie called out, and then ducked Brenda. "What about you, Ryland? Do you want a brother or a sister?" Megan asked. Ryland appeared to contemplate his answer. "So long as I'm the big brother, it doesn't matter, because the baby will be able to do everything when they grow up, because I'm going to teach them." Willow hugged Ryland, murmuring something in his ear that no one else could hear. As the group finished their dinner, Tara and Rosie got up to clear the table and get the dishes started. Brian jumped up to help, while Brenda went to help Willow up the stairs, with Ryland following behind. Evan remained where he was, staring off into space. Megan watched, concerned about how he was doing. He'd been silent through most of dinner and had barely touched his food. He startled when Tara placed her hands on his shoulders, before slowly relaxing against her. She said something to him before taking his hand and tugging him to a stand and leading him upstairs. It would be a long while before he was back to his old self, if that ever happened. Sitting back, watching the activity around her, Megan marveled at how far they'd come. When she'd first met them, she'd been fighting to save her daughter's life, and only today, they fought to save a power station. When she'd first arrived on the mountain, it was her versus the world, but in a little more than a year, that mentality had grown to include everyone in the lodge. While they might not be related, they were all her family, and now, more than ever, she knew that when push came to shove, she would do what it takes to keep them safe, even against international espionage. She looked down at the ring Wyatt had given her and smiled. A little piece of Garrett would live on in the ring he'd made. Giving it a quick kiss, she whispered her thanks to the young man who didn't live to see Wyatt give it to her. If other countries were looking to make sure that the U.S. didn't come back from the brink of destruction, she knew they had done the right thing by saving the power station. Who knows? Maybe in a year's time, they would have electricity back and be well on their way back to civilization. As the room emptied out and everyone headed off to bed, Megan looked around the darkened room, now lit only by the glow of the wood stove. She saw Wyatt walk into the bedroom and stood up to follow. As she crossed the room, she noticed the light switch on the wall and smiled. Should they ever get the power back on, Megan knew that she would miss these moments of quiet, for it was one thing to wish for a return to modern conveniences, and a whole other to accept all the bad that would eventually come with it. That was a thought for another day. For tomorrow, there were still chores to be done, gardens to be planted, and they would need to plan a hunting trip in the next couple of days. While the world might have gone dark, it didn't mean that everyone stopped living. There was still too much to live for, starting with that man sitting on the side of the bed, waiting for her. How did she get so lucky? This has been Dark Destruction, written by Grace Hamilton, performed by Andrew Tell,